The small, dim room reeked faintly of decay. On the narrow single bed, a young man curled into himself, his thin body trembling. Ah! With a sharp cry, he jolted upright, sweat dripping down his pale face. His bloodshot eyes darted around in confusion. I traveled through time. Through the tiny window in the door, a sliver of corridor light fell across his trembling hands. He didn't need a mirror to realize this body wasn't his own. Credence? Credence, are you all right, child? A stern female voice rang from outside. I've just had a nightmare. I'm fine, mother. He swallowed hard, forcing calm into his voice. Go to sleep. We've flyers to hand out tomorrow. Okay, mother. The hallway fell silent again. He slumped back, a hollow laugh escaping his lips. Credence, or should I call myself Aurelius? Aurelius Dumbledore, known to the world as Credence Barebone, the sole Obscurial to survive into adulthood. A walking calamity, one of the few in this era with power enough to shatter cities. But his strength came at a cruel price. The more power he drew, the closer death crept. The silent one, not a gift, a curse. A monster born from years of abuse, repression, and despair. A boy who had died once already, and instead of finding peace, had returned, terrified of the death he knew was still hunting him. Kill, destroy. Aurelius, destroy it all. The whispers coiled through his mind, dark and unrelenting. They weren't from some foreign will. No, the Obscurus had no mind of its own. The madness came from him. It fed on his pain, on his rage, on every scar left by a childhood of abuse and humiliation, until one day it would devour him whole. No, he clawed at his head, nails cutting into his scalp as he fought to keep the storm at bay. The world saw Credence as timid, cowardly, dull, a quiet orphan to be used and beaten. But they never understood what happens when such a boy finally breaks. The pain of 2 lifetimes had forged his will like steel, and now, even as the Obscurus raged inside him, he clung to consciousness, refusing to let go. Panting, he collapsed onto the hard board of the bed, chest heaving. His gaze drifted up at the ceiling, empty. Am I still going to die like this? Slowly, painfully, his voice cracked, more plea than question. I'm a transmigrator, aren't I? Where's my cheat? Where's the system? I don't need to be invincible. I just want to live. And as if some unseen god had heard, something stirred within him. Fragments of alien memory surfaced. Strange, ancient words. Summoner, War College, Rune Magic, Coat of Blades, Summoner Skills. His dead heart thudded once. Twice. This is his eyes widened. Valoran? The Summoner's legacy from League of Legends. A choked laugh broke from him. An abandoned summoner. Fitting for someone like me. Yet hope flared in his chest. Summoners, the memory whispered, could form contracts, binding heroes as their eternal defenders. Not crude, chaotic summons, but true partners. Their strength would grow together, step by step. And in this world, what better defender than the Obscurus itself? His mind raced. If he could bind it, then the parasite devouring his life would instead become his weapon. The curse would turn into his greatest capital. A spark of madness lit his eyes. If the Obscurus becomes my contracted hero, it can't consume me anymore. It'll grow with me instead. Excitement burned through his veins. He hadn't even considered whether the Obscurus could refuse. It had no will of its own. He almost leapt to perform the contract immediately. But then he froze. Now? So soon? Yes, he could save himself right away. But the greedy whisper of humanity lingered. The stronger the hero at the start, the greater the growth that followed. And his Obscurus wasn't at its peak yet. He thought of that monstrous form tearing half of New York apart. His lips pressed into a thin line. It was dangerous, reckless, perhaps catastrophic. But wasn't this world already doomed to follow its destined script? What's the difference if I let it reach its full strength first? His eyes gleamed with a feral light. I'll bet everything. In the darkness, Aurelius bared his teeth in a vicious grin. Not timid, not weak. A wolf, ready to tear destiny apart. Bet. Wake up, children. The shrill chime of a bell echoed through the cramped room. Aurelius, still getting used to being called Credence, slowly sat up, fastening the buttons on his worn collar. At the doorway stood a girl with golden hair, her plain dress unable to hide her natural grace. "Good morning, Credence. You don't look like you slept well." Her voice was gentle, carrying the warmth of sunlight into the cold room. He lowered his gaze, speaking softly, as if the words themselves might offend. "I'm fine, thank you, Chastity." Chastity Barebone, Mary Lou's adopted daughter. Like Aurelius, one of the elder children, the one burdened with the task of keeping the others in line and helping spread their foster mother's poisonous cause. Always smiling, always kind. To the former Credence, she had been the only light piercing his endless night of pain. Without her, he might have long since collapsed under the weight of the Obscurus. He had never dared let his feelings go beyond gratitude. For how could a shadow hope to stand beside the light? A single misstep, and his darkness might consume her entirely. "Hurry and eat. We're handing out flyers on Green Street today." She gave him a playful wink, her voice bright. "I'll go wake the little ones before Mother scolds us again." He watched her retreating back and sighed. It's only in darkness that you realize how blinding the light truly is. Poor girl. "Credence, what are you standing around for?" The cold, sharp voice cut through his thoughts. He didn't need to look to know. It was her, Mary Lou Barebone, the one who hated wizards with a fanatic zeal. "Sorry, Mother," he answered quickly, his tone timid, mimicking the Credence she expected. "I had a nightmare last night. I won't delay today's duties." "Oomph. See that you don't." She gave him a glare sharp enough to cut before sweeping out. She had always singled him out. Of all the children, only he endured her cruel punishments, often beaten across the palms with his own belt until his skin split and bled. Why? Was it truly because of his hidden wizard's blood? But Credence had never displayed even a flicker of magic. No accidental spells, no sudden surges. And yet Mary seemed to know. Breakfast was no feast, just a pot of watery paste whose contents were better left unnamed. By the time Aurelius reached the front, the pot was nearly scraped clean. His heart sank, but then a small bowl was pressed into his hands. He turned, startled. "I took a little too much." Chastity smiled, pretending it was nothing. It wasn't the first time. Whenever his portion ran short, she quietly shared her own. For a boy like Credence, such moments had once been the only proof the world could still be kind. Green Street, Manhattan. Steel and iron, painted white and red, stretched toward the sky. Elegant cast-iron architecture, fire ladders lining the walls, and wealthy socialites bustling about. Here, among the city's elites, the Second Salem tried desperately to spread their message. "Good day, sir. Please, hear about the truth of witches. Madam, join us to fight the evil of magic." Almost everyone dismissed them with looks of disgust or pity. Each rejection stung, but Chastity never faltered. She forced a smile, handing another leaflet, her voice unwavering. Aurelius, on the other hand, kept his head bowed, thrusting leaflets silently into unwilling hands. He ignored the sneers, the muttered insults. In truth, he despised every word on the paper. Second Salem was built on hatred, hatred of his kind, hatred of him. But today his mind was elsewhere, on summoner runes, on the contract, on the Obscurus sleeping restlessly inside him. If he played his cards right, he could turn the curse into his salvation. But the timing had to be perfect. Too early, and he risked being too weak. Too late, and the Obscurus might devour him entirely. His thoughts spiraled as he walked. And then, whoomp, a strong arm seized him, pulling him sideways into a narrow gap between two buildings. He stumbled, nearly falling, his back hitting the wall. Heart pounding, he looked up. A man stood before him, dressed neatly in a woolen coat and gray scarf, his hair slicked back with calculated care. His smile was calm, almost gentle. Aurelius's breath caught. Credence had met this man before, trusted him, even looked to him as a friend. He had introduced himself as Percival Graves, a caring man offering hope. But Aurelius knew better. Behind that mask stood one of the most dangerous dark wizards in history, Gellert Grindelwald. The man's eyes glinted with quiet intensity. "You're a little distracted, Credence."
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
"I don't know what to think or what to do." Aurelius lowered his head and leaned against the wall. He was very nervous. There was no need to elaborate on Grindelwald's power. Would such a dark wizard, who could even be called the Dark Lord, not understand legitimacy? "You're a little nervous." Grindelwald glanced at him. He didn't find it strange. Credence had always been nervous when facing anyone. Aurelius' nervousness fits this characteristic perfectly. He opened his arms and gave Aurelius a hug. "Listen, Credence, you're not a monster. You're the most special young man. We're the same kind. Help me find him. Do you remember our agreement? It doesn't matter if you find him or her. I will teach you magic and take you back to the world you deserve. Don't let me down, okay? Okay, hey, you annoying bee asterisk 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 asterisk. Get out of the way. Don't be behind my house." A rude, bearded man cursed from the window on the second floor. Grindelwald's eyes flashed with murderous intent. A muggle and an inferior creature dared to scold him. In a word, he has a way to die. "What are you looking at? Son of a b asterisk asterisk ch." The bearded man stretched his thigh-thick arm out of the window, and the tattoos on it jumped with the muscles. "Let's go." Grindelwald endured. He was not a good-tempered person, but he had enough wisdom to control his anger. He couldn't reveal his identity. His goal hadn't been achieved yet. He hadn't found the trump card that was enough to defeat Dumbledore. He couldn't do it in front of Credence. "You idiot. Go to hell. Otherwise, if you don't seek death, you won't die." Grindelwald suppressed his anger, but the bearded man took it further. He even felt that just talking was not enough, so he picked up half a brick from the balcony and threw it at the two of them. Grindelwald noticed and dodged, but Aurelius didn't have the ability. Half a brick hit him directly in the back. Severe pain, burning pain. Aurelius, who was hunched over, became angry almost instantly. His eyes instantly turned pure white. His face was ferocious, and his expression was distorted. "Not good. Obscurus, why did you go berserk at this time?" Like a basin of cold water pouring on his head, Aurelius woke up instantly and suppressed Obscurus, who was about to move back into his body. I'm fine, let's go." Holding his back, Aurelius staggered out. Just when he came out of the alley, Aurelius glanced expressionlessly at the laughing bearded man in Grindelwald's blind spot. He knew that the bearded man was dead. It wasn't Aurelius who wouldn't let him go, but the Obscurus in his body. Although now he forcibly suppresses Moran, but at night, Aurelius prepared for bed. He went to bed later than usual. He had a premonition that as soon as he fell asleep, the life of the bearded man during the day would count down to the end. No reason. After all, he was the first person who might die because of him, which made it difficult for him to accept it psychologically. However, it is unrealistic to stay awake all this time. After thinking about this, Aurelius has no psychological burden. The sound of subtle breathing gradually sounded, and clouds of black smoke gradually emitted from Aurelius' body. This is not outgassing, but assimilation and transformation. As if being corroded, Aurelius's body was swallowed up bit by bit, turning into the same kind of black mist. Gah! There seemed to be a banshee's mouth in the black mist, and along with a shrill scream, it turned invisible and disappeared into the room. "NYPD. It's really bad. We were called on duty at this time when we were about to get off the night shift." Two police officers complained as they got out of the car. "Haha, Barnes, I also want to pour a cup of coffee, sit in the office and read the newspaper for a while, and then go home and have a good sleep." The companion smiled and walked out with a notebook. "Wow, what I see. Was there an earthquake here last night? The police officer was shocked. A building disappeared, leaving only a mess of ruins. Hey, you are finally here. The reporter was a fat, middle-aged man. You will never guess what I saw. The reporter was a little excited. I saw a gust of wind. No, it wasn't wind. It looked like a gust of wind, and it looked like a ghost. But it's very dark. I can still see its eyes. Sparkling white eyes. A gust of black wind and white eyes. The reporter's words sounded like he was talking in his sleep to the ears of the two police officers. But someone understood it. Grindelwald, disguised as Percival Graves, Minister of Security of the Magical Congress of Magnesia, is getting ready to go to work. But I accidentally discovered the situation here. Wizards cannot directly detect the magic power itself. They also judge based on external observable details. There are many ways a house can collapse, such as earthquakes, pipe explosions, even hurricanes, or the quality of the house itself. But for such a strange collapse, the surrounding floors were not seriously affected, but just such a building collapsed. Grindelwald felt that this might be caused by magical power. The dark mass then swooped down and went underground. The reporter kept emphasizing, "It seems like atmospheric turbulence or a gas explosion." Grindelwald glanced at the two Muggle police officers below. He arrived a little late, but it didn't matter. Legitimacy could let him know what was going on. The Obscurial. Grindelwald's eyes narrowed, and the memory of the Muggle witness clearly recorded a terrifying black mist. Although almost no wizard today knows Obscurus, he is an exception. He saw one with his own eyes more than 20 years ago, and his charming and terrifying power left a deep impression on him. This is also the reason why he traveled all the way from Europe to the United States to disguise himself as an undercover agent. He couldn't take action against Dumbledore, and no one else had the ability to fight Dumbledore. Except the Obscurial. Damn it, he's right here, right in New York, right in that orphanage. But who is he? Caca. The walls of the ruins wailed, and a crack spread from the ground, accompanied by a terrifying roar that seemed to come from the 9 netherworlds of hell. Call! An inexplicable evil wind rolled up the curtains in the room, and black mist rose and shrank. Wisps of black mist reassembled into limbs. After a while, Aurelius, who was wearing pajamas, fell on the carpet at the head of the bed. Well, sure enough, Aurelius woke up and couldn't help but rub his shoulders. He woke up from the pain. I'm afraid there was another bruise from the fall just now. This was a habit he had had since he was Credence, occasionally waking up from somewhere other than his bed. Mary told him he was sleepwalking, and the poor kid believed her. He will have no memory of when the Obscurus breaks out. Credence is too simple and trusting, but Aurelius is not. Combining the plot he knew, he quickly made a conjecture. Whenever he sleepwalks, a strange disaster occurs in New York City. It's interesting to think about it. Every place where a disaster occurred, the children of Second Salem had distributed flyers not long ago, and it would also be a place where Credence was bullied. Before, no one connected these. Maybe Grindelwald may have thought of something, but he believed too much in the records about the Obscurus. No Obscurial could live to be 10 years old. Therefore, Grindelwald only noticed that Second Salem was related to Obscurus, but he never doubted Credence. Also, because the Obscurus had no memory when it was in the Obscurus state, Grindelwald did not find any problems even if he used legitimacy. If all goes well, these misunderstandings will not be revealed until Credence is provoked by Grindelwald, causing the Obscurus to explode completely. But who made Aurelius a time traveler? By connecting these clues together through the plot, he unexpectedly gained insight into some of the unknown characteristics of the Obscurial. It seems to be a little stronger. Does it mean that Obscurus grows by killing? Aurelius suppressed Obscurus, feeling the stronger resistance of Obscurus, and silently began to change clothes. It's still breakfast as usual, but it's a little different. Today is Sunday, also called Sunday. Instead of going to church, they had to read with Mary the Second Salem program, which she had written. Well, it's just brainwashing. Mary adopted these children because they were innocent and more likely to be instilled in her with the seeds of hatred for wizards. The nonsense program is comparable to scolding, and it stings Aurelius's outlook on life, especially. It's already 1926, and there are still people saying that electric lights and cars are the work of wizards. Finally, it came to an end, and Mary announced today's plan. They're going to the gate of Steen National Bank, where the elite gathers to continue promoting Second Salem. Bank? It's not where I thought it would be, is it? His time's so tight. Aurelius' heart tightened. He only remembered that the story took place in 1926, which was when the plot would begin this year, but he did not expect it to happen so soon. I traveled through time just yesterday, and the plot starts today? No, I have to make some preparations. Just as Aurelius was nervously preparing a secret plan, the Elizabethburg from the United Kingdom slowly entered New York Harbor. The somewhat reserved little freckle hugged an old suitcase and touched the ground with his toes a little dishonestly. Dougal, be quiet, please, it won't be long. With worries about the strange land of Magnesia, Newt Artemis Fido Scamander never thought about what kind of crisis he would be involved in at the end of this journey. During the crazy adventure, he met a group of people who were very important to him. In front of the Steen National Bank in New York City, Aurelius erected a flag made by Mary. On the red and gold flag, a pair of hands broke a wand. Today's meeting was very important for Mary. She changed into one of her most precious clothes and also gave Aurelius and Chastity new clothes. Aurelius even received an elaborate top hat. This great city shines with the crystallization of people's wisdom. Theaters showing movies, motor vehicles, radios, electric lights. It's dazzling. Mary stood on the steps and spoke passionately, as if she was delivering a speech running for President of the United States. It's like a witch cast a spell on us. Aurelius, who was standing aside, still had his head lowered in fear, but his eyes were constantly scanning everyone like radar. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He saw a guy with messy, curly hair, wearing a blue woolen coat, with a clear stupidity in his eyes, like a primitive man who ran out of some deep mountain forest, so curious about everything. Even a group of muggles were slobbering all over the place to criticize the wizarding community. Damn it, the plot has really begun. Aurelius cursed secretly. The plot time is very short, and the total time is only a few days, but the power of Obscurus has expanded so much. This means that he will suffer these days. Although it was a little different from what he planned, it was still expected. Of course, you can't miss it if you meet this protagonist. Today's sniffing treasure hunt is also an important part of his plan. As an orphan, he is poor. It just so happened that the building behind him was probably the richest place in the city. Aurelius stared closely at Newt's box, watching it trip the fat Jacob, watching the conspicuous package of Newt being noticed by Mary. Then, Credence hand out leaflets. Chastity's low voice interrupted Aurelius's thoughts. He raised his head blankly and met Mary's unkind eyes. Aurelius quickly walked down the steps and handed the leaflets in his hand to the spectators one by one. But he still paid attention to Newt's box, until a pair of sharp little claws opened the gap in the box, revealing a long and flat mouth that resembled a platypus. It's now. Aurelius's eyes lit up, his fingertips flickered, and a white thing that looked like a snowball popped out. The speed was very fast, and it was aimed at the head of the little cutie. Shio was so startled that he couldn't help but cover his eyes with his paws. But the moment the snowball hit, the snowball disappeared. Shio put down his paw blankly, blinking his eyes, looking cute and cute. It didn't hurt much, but Aurelius sensed sniff, and he could find traces of the little guy wherever he ran, no matter how far away. Even if he had a thought, he could instantly appear next to it, even if he traveled halfway around the world. Summoner skill, Mark, one of only 4 summoner skills that Aurelius can currently use. The function is very simple. Throw a snowball and mark the first target hit. The mark not only allows Aurelius to grasp his position status in real time, but also serves as a coordinate anchor point, allowing him to activate the second stage effect of the mark teleportation. Friends, there is something lurking in our city, waiting for opportunities to destroy, and then disappear without a trace. Feel free to laugh if you dare. The wizard is among us. Mary's arrogant shouting made Tina, who was hiding in the crowd, couldn't help but give her some big melons to chew on right now. But she couldn't. She had been removed from her position as an auror for teaching this annoying woman a lesson. Until now, she has never regretted casting a curse on this hateful woman. But if she had not been so impulsive and cast a curse on her in front of a group of No-Majs, this woman's followers, she might not have suffered like this, being sent to die. Position of Wand Licensing Office Auditor. We must fight together. For our children and grandchildren, for our tomorrow. Join us, Second Salem, and fight side by side. Are you right, sir? Mary looked at Newt. But Newt didn't cooperate. He was very anxious. He saw a niffler turning over the hat of a sleeping homeless man. The jingling sound is the coins given by well-wishers. Accidentally, Shio flipped off his hat. He was a little confused, but he looked at the shiny coins and put them into the small pocket on his belly. The contented little guy met Newt's horrified eyes, and with a start, he rolled and rushed into the bank door. Oops! Newt panicked and chased after him with the box, shouting repeatedly, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Mary frowned and looked at Newt's back. She was very surprised. She was promoting her great cause, a speech related to the life and death of mankind, but this man, what a useless man. All he can do is escape and pretend to be blind. Newt's erratic behavior caught the attention of Tina, an elite auror, hexer, of the Magical Council of Magnesia. Although her position was lost, her ability was not. Her keen sense of smell allowed her to smell the same kind of smell on Newt almost instantly. He wrapped his collar, covering most of his face, and followed Newt's direction before getting out of the crowd. Inside the bank is a magnificent hall. Behind a golden counter, a large number of bank employees are busy providing their respective financial services to the customers in front of them. Everyone in the bank is well-dressed in suits and ties. Newt's expression and weird behavior seemed so out of place among this group of New York financiers. Can I help you, sir? A bank employee wearing gold-rimmed glasses came forward, but his eyes were strangely scrutinizing. Newt was worried about getting lost. Although he was a wizard, it didn't mean he didn't know where this place was. At least he'd been to Gringotts. Do you know what those goblins think of Sniff? Demon. Letting a niffler into a bank is like letting an ever-hungry wolf into a sheepfold. This is the country of magnesium, and he can't imagine the consequences of causing such a big mess. No, I'm here still waiting. After prevaricating, Newt sat down directly in the waiting area in order to enhance the credibility of his words. Next to him was Jacob Kowalski, who was waiting anxiously. The worried Jacob had a suitcase of the same style as Newt's on his legs. He couldn't stop shaking his legs because he was nervous. The purpose of coming to the bank was that he needed a loan to complete the project of owning a bakery. Dream. Seeing Newt sitting next to him, Jacob instinctively wanted to talk to relieve his own pressure. But he didn't expect that he would feel bad after learning from the absent-minded Newt that he was also going to take out a loan to open a bakery. It's already difficult to get a loan approved, but now there's another competitor? Just as Jacob continued to speak, he turned around and found that Newt had disappeared, but on his seat, an egg that was twice larger than a goose egg with a silver metallic luster appeared. Hey, sir! Hey, sir! Jacob kindly wanted to call Newt, but how could Newt care about him? Jacob wanted to catch up with Newt and return the egg to him. But unfortunately, the sexy bank manager's secretary told him that the manager wanted to see him now, and only for 5 minutes. Little guy, hurry up, hurry up. Outside the door, Aurelius was distributing the third stack of leaflets in a hurry. He doesn't have much time. Through the mark, he can see the situation of Shio, including the situation around it. It also went back and forth to commit crimes on the elites in the hall, either stealing jewelry or ripping rhinestones off high-heeled shoes. Sniffs are sometimes bad at this. They like anything shiny, but the shiny things they like may not be serious wealth for humans. He was waiting for his chance to get into the bank vault. Now he's an unloved orphan, impoverished and destitute. What kind of country is this? Money paradise. Of course he needs money, a lot of money. It's not enough to hope for a normal income. he can only hope for some less serious windfall. Like taking away the vault of a major bank? Seeing Xiao getting on a cart containing gold ready to be put into storage, Aurelius's eyes lit up. Here's the opportunity. Mom, I have a stomachache. I'm going to the bank to use the toilet. Mary looked at him displeased. Mary was very angry, but no matter how angry she was, she couldn't control his shit and farts. After waving his hand, Aurelius trotted towards the bank holding his stomach as if he had been granted amnesty. While observing Xiao's position, he accelerated into the bank toilet. After closing a compartment door and waiting for less than a minute, Aurelius immediately activated the second stage effect of the mark. The whole person seemed to be compressed, and then there was a feeling of lightning, and everything around him could not be seen clearly. The next moment, Aurelius, who had returned to his original state, had appeared in the bank vault. A sniff was sitting in a handful of gold coins, staring blankly at the sudden appearance of the man. Aurelius had no time to do anything else. He knew Newt was right outside the door. The lock on the vault door has slowly opened automatically. You may only have a few seconds. What can you do with a few seconds? This vault can be emptied. Countless amounts of gold disappeared without a trace, as if they had evaporated from the world. In Aurelius' perception, his gold coin reserves are rising rapidly. This comes from an ability of the summoner, the equipment slot. Equipment slot. This name is too game-like, so Aurelius gave it another name, Soul Seal. In the game, each hero has 6 inventory slots, an accessory slot, and a gold coin slot. The same goes for Soul Seals. Different heroes in the game can produce the same equipment, and even one hero can produce several identical equipment. So these pieces of equipment are not unique, nor are they entities. Based on the characteristics of these equipment, Aurelius named them weapon souls. This is a trait or affix stripped from real items, something that can give the defender hero extra power. Aurelius didn't even have a defender, so the weapon soul was naturally useless. What is useful is the gold coin column. This thing is very outrageous, but considering that my own plugin comes from the game, it doesn't feel too outrageous. The gold coin column has only one function, which is to absorb and store gold without limit and automatically convert it into standard gold coins. In addition to the value of gold itself, these gold coins will also be used as necessary materials for extracting the soul of the weapon. Well, buy equipment. Very reasonable. The ability to absorb gold is a bug. This ability doesn't even let go of Xiao's pocket. Watching helplessly as gold coins and gold bars flew away from his pocket, Xiao waved his claws anxiously, but all he could do was draw water from a bamboo basket. Sorry, little guy. Listening to the alarm bells outside, Aurelius knew it was time to stop. The whole person gradually turned transparent, passing through the wall with afterimages. Summoner skill, Ghost Step, ignores collision volume and increases movement speed, increases according to hero level, and lasts for 10 seconds. In the game, he can only be used to cross the line of troops, but in reality, he seems to have turned into a ghost, coming and going freely. When Aurelius returned to the bathroom, the entire bank was in chaos. He also took the opportunity to run out with a large group of people and return to the group of orphans. Credence, what happened in there? Mary asked. Aurelius shook his head. I don't know. I heard the alarm bell ringing, so I ran out. Mary didn't care and clapped her hands. Children, look, are they all here? We are ready to go back. Okay. A group of little devils shouted in unison. Mary counted the number of people and then called Aurelius and Chastity. You take the children and go back first. I want to visit a gentleman. Okay, Mom. Chastity nodded obediently. Chastity took the lead, and Aurelius followed at the end of the team. Before leaving, he saw the lady looking out on the steps. Tina, throw out a token. Silently, he monitored the former elite Auror. The protagonist is a troublesome creature who needs to be prepared for a rainy day. Aurelius feels that it might be useful in the future if he monitors them. For example, he could find a magic congress through Tina. God knows whether he will be able to make a living in the future. Getting familiar with the structure of the magic congress early will be of great help to him in his escape operation. Teams of heavily armed police officers came from all directions to rob the bank vault. It was a big case at any time. The bank's money is never just the bank's own. It belongs to tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, or millions of depositors. But this time, it will naturally become an unsolved case. Ordinary people are not qualified to notice the extraordinary power now. And with the current situation of the magical world in Magnesia being closed, they're not as close as the British government and the British Ministry of Magic. Aurelius has begun counting his ill-gotten gains, and Newt must have escaped. Although an entire vault of gold was lost, it would not cause the Steen National Bank to collapse, but it would inevitably cause serious injuries. Poor Jacob, his loan difficulty has increased again. Playing with gold coins in his hand, Aurelius sat at the table. On his table was a map of New York City. Following the marks on Tina's body, it was like coming in person. Aurelius quickly found the target location, Woolworth Building, based on their movement path and surrounding buildings. Located between Center Square and Barclay Street in Manhattan, it is now the tallest skyscraper in New York. Tina is dragging the reluctant Newt to negotiate with the security guard at the entrance of the building. Aurelius was not interested in the conversation between them. He just wanted to explore the internal structure of the Magical Congress. Unexpectedly, he discovered the problem before he even entered the door. This is troublesome. In a building where wizards and No-Majs coexist, how can we go to the Magic Congress instead of the No-Maj Comprehensive Building? Aurelius frowned a little. If he couldn't figure this out, he would have no choice but to escape from the Magic Congress, but would not be able to enter the Magic Congress. Let's talk about it later. It's just a wand or something. It can't be too troublesome. Aurelius shook his head and continued to tour the Magical Congress from Tina's perspective. Tina was his tour guide. As Tina dragged a reluctant Newt into the foyer, the Magical Congress and the Muggle Building became a pair of two spaces in the same position. The traceless stretching spell makes the Magical Congress of Magnesia dozens of times bigger than the Muggle Building. The vaulted roof reaches almost to the sky. A huge clock was suspended in the air, making a huge sound. The huge gears and disc were quite steampunk style, but the hands on it did not point to time. There are red, green, yellow, and blue fan shapes, and there is a text mark on each fan shape. Magic exposure threat level. The conflict between the magical world of Magnesia and No-Majs is really deep. She started drawing on the paper, a very sloppy sketch. Tina would not stop according to his wishes and give him enough time to slowly draw it. He could only write it down in a hurry and sort it out later. Newt, who was being dragged by Tina, seemed to be shocked. He had always felt that the magical world of Magnesia was very closed and unfree, but now it seemed a little different. He actually saw a house elf helping several wizards polish their wands. When were house elves allowed to touch wands? Aren't these wizards worried? Newt found it a bit incomprehensible. Although he didn't think so, it was the consensus of most wizards in Britain that he couldn't stand it. Hello, Goldstein. The elevator descended slowly and the door opened. A goblin in exquisite uniform was acting as the elevator operator. The goblin has a new career. In the UK, Gringotts seems to be the only place where these goblins can be seen regularly. Goblins are very close-minded, and they are unwilling to have too much contact with wizards, unless it involves priceless gold coins and treasures. It seems that in the kingdom of Magnesium, wizards and goblins have a new way of getting along with each other. Hey, Red. Following Tina into the elevator, Tina cleared her throat and said, "We are going to the Major Case Investigation Department." I thought you had. Rhett felt a little strange, but before he could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by Tina. "We are going to the Major Crime Investigation Department. Someone violated Chapter 3, Article 1. Rhett shrugged. Okay. Major Crimes Division. Magnesium Magical Congress. Major Crime Investigation Department. A group of high-ranking wizards from the Magnesium Kingdom gathered together. In front of them was a copy of the New York Ghost. The headline on the front page was about the house collapse on Green Street this morning. Magical turbulence threatens to expose wizards. Boundary. This incident seemed to be what caused the magic exposure threat level wheel to ring in the Congress Hall. Serafina Pikali, the current president of the Magical Congress of Magnesia, with her hair wrapped in a black scarf, is a proud witch. Her seemingly cheating life has cultivated this character. But today, she seems a little tired. The International Federation of Wizards has threatened to send a delegation. They believe that the incident is related to Grindelwald's attack in Europe. What does it mean to scold a bald man in front of a monk? Grindelwald, who was watching the report intently, froze his fingers. Could this blame be thrown at him? Although he was indeed in New York, even I was there. It's a magical creature. No human has that ability, Mr. Chairman. No matter what it is, one thing is for sure, it must be stopped. Serafina Pikali stared at him. It will scare No-Majs. As long as No-Majs feel scared, they will attack, which means exposure. Means possible war. She was a little irritable. She doesn't have much patience in this matter anymore as things are going smoothly. Ever since she came to power, such attacks have happened from time to time, completely irregularly, and the attacker can't be found. In the Magnesium Kingdom, wizard secrecy is the highest creed, but this attack makes the wizards frightened all the time and may expose the magic world at any time. She will never allow this to happen on her watch. As for the threat from the International United Wizards, she doesn't care about those lofty old men. What the hell has to do with Grindelwald? A dark wizard scared these old guys out of their wits. When this attack began a few years ago, Grindelwald was still a guest of the major European ministries of magic. In recent years, Grindelwald has been causing trouble in Europe. He and his henchmen have launched several attacks across Europe, many of which have attracted the attention of No-Majs, and several times they have almost exposed the wizarding world. Today's European wizarding world is in chaos. They are busy wiping Grindelwald's, but maintaining the law of secrecy and ensuring the secrecy of the wizarding world. These huge impacts caused Grindelwald to occupy headlines around the world for a long time. What's Gellert Grindelwald returns and plunders Europe? What's dark wizard terrorist threat? Where's Grindelwald? Not long ago, after the failure of an eradication operation launched by the Swedish Ministry of Magic, Grindelwald and his henchmen all disappeared, especially Grindelwald, who disappeared without a trace. European gentlemen are going crazy. Although the stirring Grindelwald gave them a headache, the silent Grindelwald frightened them even more. They were afraid that the next time Grindelwald showed up, he would cause a big disaster and completely break the good situation created by the law of secrecy that had allowed wizards to enjoy peace for hundreds of years. Everyone knows that Grindelwald wants to break the law of secrecy, to expose the magical world, and to force the magical world into a war with Muggles. The Magical Congress, born out of the Salem witch hunts, is more aware of the consequences of exposure. They also agreed to capture Grindelwald, the rebel in the wizarding world, but it was not their first priority. The form of the Magnesium Kingdom is too special, and any slight disturbance may stir up the fragile nerves of the magic world of the Magnesium Kingdom. Compared to Grindelwald, who did not know whether he was in the Magnesium country, the crisis in front of him made Ms. Serafina Pikali more anxious. But just when she was most annoyed, someone she didn't want to see came, the woman who almost got into big trouble, Tina Goldstein. She performed magic on one No-Maj in front of dozens of No-Majs, which was an almost unforgivable crime. The furious Serafina wanted to give her an avatar, but too many people requested her, and the final punishment was to strip her of her Auror status and throw her into the wand licensing office. Tina was numb when she saw Chairman Pikali's cold face. Who knows the chairman is actually here? She came here to find her former boss, Mr. Graves, the director of the Magical Law Enforcement Department of the Magical Congress, hoping to have the opportunity to return to the position of Auror. It's over now. Tina felt a little sad. Instead, Newt, who was brought here by Tina, was as cute as a baby. He didn't know anyone here, let alone what was going on. I think I've made your case very clear, Miss Goldstein. Pikali stared at her. Tina lowered her head, completely losing her strength in front of Newt. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I understand, but dash. Pikali reminded him coldly. You are no longer an Auror. Tina said, Yes, Mr. Chairman, but dash. Queenie had no intention of hearing what she had to say and interrupted. Miss Goldstein. Tina was fighting for it. There's a little something wrong here, Dash. I say this office is only for very serious emergencies. Miss Queenie said forcefully. Get out. A sense of shameful heat rose up to Tina's cheeks, which turned a little red. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Tina lowered her head and pushed Newt, who looked confused, toward the elevator. Grindelwald, disguised as Graves, said nothing and looked at Newt thoughtfully. Newt's commander, his old friend's protege. His followers told him that Newt's adventures in Africa were interesting. Well, Dash Aurelius, who witnessed all this, touched his chin and said to himself, I kind of hate this woman. Well, there are two of them. A disappointed Tina returned to the elevator with Newt. Newt was quiet. He just didn't understand the situation. He wasn't stupid. It was very quiet in the elevator. Even the goblin who was the elevator operator kept silent and silently operated the elevator to a certain floor. When the hollow metal elevator door reopened, a narrow, stuffy, windowless basement room came into view. This place is like a cold and damp sewer, which is in sharp contrast to the usual grandeur of the Magical Congress. Obviously, this is probably a department like the horse office. Any employee assigned here is close to being fired. Combined with the words of the Madam Chairman just now, it is not difficult to guess something. This former Aura lady is currently on probation. He led Newt past an automatic typewriter. No one was operating it, but the typewriter was working on its own. It spat out documents one after another, and the paper covered with words folded itself into a mouse, looking very clever. They will crawl along a pipe extending in all directions to the corresponding office. And some discarded documents will turn into mice sliding down the pipe, biting into piles of paper scraps. It's so convenient and fun, Aurelius commented. Tina's desk was very far back, a little messy, and even gathering dust. A wooden sign hung in front of it that read Wand Licensing Office. The small cabinets were filled with wand applications, and there were quite a few on the table. Newt glanced at Tina with sympathy. Everything here was lifeless and looked very much like the house elf resettlement office where he'd stayed. Tina pulled out the chair, patted the dirt on it, and sat down. She secretly glanced at Newt. What just happened made her feel very embarrassed. She happened to meet Newt's eyes, which made her even more annoyed. Ahem dash. Tina cleared her throat, acting businesslike and inhumane. So, have you obtained a wand permit? All foreigners coming to New York must have this. I applied by post a few weeks ago. Scamander, were you still in Equatorial Guinea at that time? Tina raised her head suspiciously. I just completed a year of field work, Newt replied. I'm currently writing a book about those magical creatures. Tina asked, something like a guide to extinct creatures? No, Newt said without hesitation. I wanted to write this book to help people understand why these animals should be protected rather than killed. Goldstein, came a quick voice. Upon hearing this, Tina stuck her butt out and lay down, as if she was hiding from some wild beast. Where is she? Where is she? A middle-aged man with slightly thinning hair came over and looked at Tina helplessly like an ostrich. Goldstein. Tina knew she didn't hide, so she reluctantly stuck her head out. Sir Abernethy, did you go to the investigation team to meddle in other people's business again? Abernethy asked, holding his forehead with a headache. Tina moved her mouth but stopped talking. He continued, Where on earth did you go? Tina said vaguely, What? He looked at Newt and said, Where did she catch you? Newt quickly looked at Tina, who winked desperately. For a moment, Newt didn't guess what she meant, so he hesitated. Are you following Second Salem again? The exchange of glances between the two could not escape Abernethy's eyes. Of course not, sir. Tina defended quickly, but her face was a bit pale and reluctant, making her sophistry unconvincing. Duh. The leather shoes collided with the floor, making a crisp sound. Abernethy turned his head to look, stood up straight, cleared his throat, and said, Good afternoon, Mr. Graves, sir. The graceful Grindelwald walks with his hands in his pockets, confident and proud. This is not just Grindelwald. As a descendant of the 12 Aurors, Percival Graves is a figure like the male god of the Magic Congress. It's hard to say whether it was this magnanimity that led to Grindelwald being chosen. Good afternoon, Abernethy. Seeing her old leader, Tina was much calmer than before, but her hurried words were a bit unusual. Mr. Graves, sir, this is Mr. Scamander from the UK. There are a very crazy creature that somehow escaped and just wreaked havoc inside the bank. Grindelwald glanced at Newt. Mr. Omer from the Wizarding Defense and Muggle Affairs Department reported that a robbery with serious consequences occurred at the Steen National Bank in New York this morning. Robbery? No, it's impossible, sir. That's just a niffler. I've already dumped all the things it stole into the vault. Newt defended anxiously, but as he spoke, Newt suddenly a pause. No, I didn't pour much out of it. Gold. The gold products in vault number 131 of the Steen National Bank of New York were swept away. Grindelwald added, the value is more than 330,000 US dollars. P.S. The U.S. gold price in 1926 was $20 and 60 cents per ounce, 31.1 grams, which is approximately 66 cents per gram. The highest price in 2019 was $2,070 US dollars per ounce. Gold? I don't see gold. Newt said blankly. Grindelwald said calmly, don't be nervous. Let me see the little guy. Is he someone who cares about how much Muggles lose? He didn't care. His purpose was just to see Newt's box. Tina breathed a sigh of relief. The old leader was still so reliable. But Newt's heart was in his throat. That's just... No one paid attention to him, and Tina directly picked up the box on the ground and placed it on the table. Once opened, 6 kinds of baked goods are neatly stacked in the box, exuding a charming and delicious fragrance. My mother, your mother, is going to catch the witch. My mommy, your mommy, waved the little stick. Aurelius looked at the little girl singing children's songs and playing hopscotch downstairs, feeling very strange. Especially the lyrics of the song, they are full of violence and blood. My mother, your mother, the witch must die. Witch number 1, drown in the river. Witch number 2, let her hang on the gallows. This is a scary nursery rhyme called The Witch's Broom, but with Mary's adaptation, it is even more unconcealed. Each of the witches in this nursery rhyme was a real event that happened during the Salem witch hunt. Whether they are real witches in this world is unknown. However, in the Salem witch hunting incident, there must be real wizards who were persecuted by ordinary people, which triggered a tense atmosphere of tit-for-tat confrontation between wizards and non-wizards in the country for hundreds of years, including but not limited to prohibiting communication, friendship, and marriage with No-Majs. This law is called Rappapotter's Law. What a terrible world, Aurelius said quietly. He could understand that wizards hid in order not to be disturbed and devoted themselves to pursuing the true meaning of magic. He could even understand that it was the self-isolation of a minority group. But the current situation is that these wizards live like rats in the ditch, but they think they are superior to others. This is the case all over the world. This is even true in the Harry Potter timeline decades later. They despised Muggles and regarded ordinary people as idiots and inferior creatures. For this kind of performance, there are idioms in the past life that could describe it. Yalong is arrogant and a frog in the well. If the status quo remains, the exposure and destruction of the wizarding world can be expected. But what did the wizards do? They bury their heads in the sand like ostriches, desperately defending a broken protection law. Aurelius wanted to say that it was none of his business. He could deceive the world, but he could not deceive himself. In a situation where the Obscurus is not destined to be a threat, he will become a very, very powerful wizard, whether other wizards admit that the Obscurial is a wizard or not. And powerful wizards live long lives. At least, he didn't think he would live shorter than his Uncle Albus Dumbledore. When a nest is overturned, how can there be any eggs? The sky is falling, but the tall man will stand up. Unfortunately, Aurelius is both a member of the wizarding world and a future tall man. There are some realities that he has to face. What's going on? Why do I suddenly approve of Grindelwald? Aurelius raised his forehead. Wow. A raven alighted on the eaves, and Aurelius shooed it away. Mary hated everything about witches, even if it was just a bird that was said to accompany witches. I don't know what she went through to be so resistant to the legendary wizard. A dash! With a muffled groan, Aurelius almost stumbled. He grabbed the handrail of the stairs and covered his head with the other hand. Mo ran is causing trouble again. Obscurus does not cause any harm to the body, but it provokes mental thinking all the time. Since silence went berserk yesterday, Aurelius has found that it has become harder to suppress it. It won't be long. Aurelius forced himself to clear those thoughts. These are the prices he paid for a stronger Obscurus. Moran became quiet again. Aurelius rubbed his head with pain on his face. Although I've been mentally prepared, this is too uncomfortable. Is there any way to relieve it? Aurelius couldn't help but think. Don't tell me, he really thought of it. Matla. Aurelius slapped his forehead. Matla rat, XXX level magical animal. It looks like a big hairless mouse, with tumors resembling sea anemones growing on its head and back. A Matla rat bite can cause severe retching and even cause sparks to spray from the anus, which can last up to 48 hours. Level XXX means that wizards with certain abilities can deal with it. Keywords: have certain abilities. By analogy, it is probably the threat that medium and large dogs pose to ordinary adult men. It was because Jacob was bitten by a Matla rat that his memory was not immediately erased. From a certain perspective, it was a blessing in disguise. But that's not the point. In his previous life, because of a joke, Aurelius had checked these magical animals as ingredients. He remembered that squeezing tumors from the backs of Matla rats could treat some degree of trauma and relieve pain. And if it is canonied and used in a special way, it can gain resistance against curses and bad luck. Resist the evil curse. Does Obscurus count? Aurelius couldn't help but think. Maybe worth a try. He didn't expect that eating the tumors of the Matla rat would eliminate the Obscurus. If it were that simple, the Obscurus wouldn't be regarded as a wild beast. Besides, the suffering he has suffered in the past few days is just for a powerful enough Obscurus. If it is eliminated, will his suffering be in vain? Aurelius just hoped that this could alleviate some of his symptoms or enhance some resistance, allowing Obscurus to develop longer. Again, it can also increase a little resistance to curses, right? No, Aurelius suddenly shouted and ran out. Credence, where are you going? Chastity called him from behind. I'm going out. Aurelius ran straight to the door with no intention of stopping. If only I had known to mark Jacob. Aurelius was a little annoyed. Why didn't he think of it earlier? The Magical Congress of Magnesium prohibits raising magical animals, which means that the one Newt brought may be the only one in New York or even the United States. It is also the only target that Aurelius can possibly obtain. The suitcase was taken away by Jacob, which was the best opportunity. Aurelius, who is still in the developmental stage, does not want to meet Newt or Tina. Once the suitcase is back in Newt's hands, the opportunity is gone. And now, Tina and Newt are looking for Jacob all over the world. Come back. Credence. Credence. Chastity shouted anxiously. She couldn't stop Aurelius, let alone shout out Mom is back. Chastity, what's going on? Mary poked her head out of the kitchen in her apron. Chastity looked embarrassed, but facing Mary's scrutinizing gaze, Chastity could only lower his head and said in a voice not much louder than a mosquito, Credence. Credence just ran out. Get out? Where did he go? Mary looked unhappy. What happened to Credence? There have been more mistakes in the past few days than in the previous 10 years. I think his skin is itchy. Don't worry about him. Chastity, tell the children that they are ready to eat. After saying that, Mary returned to the kitchen. Chastity held the bell and was a little worried about Credence. His punishment tonight was inevitable. Aurelius finally missed the Mothra rat. In the 1920s, New York was already a world-class metropolis. Finding someone in such a city was no easier than finding a needle in a haystack. When Aurelius found it, a large group of people had gathered around him. Jacob's house exploded, and a big hole opened in the entire wall. He could go up, but the mark on Tina told him that Tina and Newt were just a street away. There was an explosion here, and there were so many people around that Tina and Newt quickly noticed it. He didn't have enough time. Mistake. Aurelius sighed. The fact that Mortler Rat can alleviate Obscurus is just a guess, and it is not that important. It's a good thing to get it, but it doesn't matter if you can't get it. But this matter deserves Aurelius' reflection. Perhaps he should think more about what he does in the future, or at least be more prepared. Knowing the plot well is his biggest advantage, and careful planning allows him to maximize this. Where have you been? As soon as he entered the door, Aurelius met Mary's calm and indifferent eyes. Needless to say, pack up and come out with me. Mary interrupted him, and Aurelius noticed that Chastity and Modes, who had previously been singing The Witch's Broom, Hopscotch Tie-Do, put on neat clothes. Shaw Media Building was founded by Henry Shaw Sr., New York's most prestigious media tycoon. The office on the top floor of the building has a panoramic view of the entire city. In New York in the 20th century, this was almost the highest point in New York except for the Woolworth Building. Old Henry's favorite thing to do was to stand quietly in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and look down at the entire New York. This wonderful and condescending experience gave him the illusion that I am the king of New York. No, maybe from a certain perspective, this is not an illusion. Shaw Media is the undisputed manipulator of public opinion. Journalists are called the uncrowned kings, and Shaw Media, which owns almost 2/3 of the reporters in New York, is the king of the uncrowned kings. A successful career, commercial success, and godlike manipulation of the ignorant were no longer enough to satisfy old Henry. He seeks greater things for his family, such as politics. His outstanding eldest son inherited his name as Henry. He was smart, steady, and had the style of a general. He became a New York City senator before he was even 40 years old, and now he plans to sit in the highest position in the country. He placed all his hopes on his eldest son, and these were the key days on Senator Henry Shaw's campaign speech. The father and son have been discussing these days. I have prepared the dinner, and celebrities from all over New York will be there. This is the perfect stage for you. Get the recognition of celebrities from all over New York, and they will be your best help. Bang! The office door was suddenly pushed open, and Henry stared displeased at the intruder, Langdon Shaw, his unsatisfactory second son. Compared to his excellent brother, he is the perfect opposite. Mr. Backer, assistant to the chairman, faced old Henry's unfriendly eyes and explained anxiously, "I'm very sorry, Mr. Shaw. Your son has to come in dash." Langdon excitedly held a baseball bat and a stack of photos and documents in his arms, spreading them out on the table. Above them were photos of streets and houses that had been defined as gas explosions and house collapses in recent years. The walls were in ruins, as if they had been destroyed by artillery fire. Langdon prepared to show off the big news he had found to his father. "Father, you're going to want to hear this. I got some big news." Old Henry frowned and raised his forehead and said impatiently, "Your brother and I are busy, Langdon. We are planning his campaign and don't have time to listen to you." Langdon's heart skipped a beat. This tone was so familiar. He looked at Aurelius and his group who walked in and said quickly, "This is Mary Lou Barborn from the New Salem Charity Association. She wants to tell you a shocking secret. The so-called New Salem Benevolent Society is the official name of Second Salem." Old Henry snorted, put the wine glass in his hand on the table, stood up, and looked at them indifferently. Cheap clothes, old styles, and a ruthless journalist who was born with a sharp eye. He can calculate the total price of these things at a glance. He had no doubt that none of the men could find $50 on them. As for Second Salem, well, it's just a joke. A joke known to the entire New York news media. How can a crazy woman and her hundreds of crazy children be called an organization? Can we call an association? Kindergarten is fine. What is being promoted is even more nonsense. Except for children who would believe those fairy tales. She has news? Really? It was obviously a slightly mocking tone, but the excited Langdon misunderstood it. He really thought that this matter had aroused his father's interest. New York City is filled with strange things, and the people behind them look neither like you nor me. This is witchcraft, don't you see? Old Henry was also speechless and looked at his son with caring eyes. Landon, she's not here for the money, Langdon argued. Old Henry patted Langdon on the shoulder and said seriously, either her story is worthless or she lied about the asking price. No one will reveal something valuable for free. This is almost an explicit curse. Mary is right here. You are right, mister. Shao, what we want is definitely more valuable than cash, Mary said while holding back her anger. She was still fighting for it. Second Salem needed to grow and needed funds, and Zhao's news was a huge one. The platform to promote Second Salem is to have your reach. Millions of people read your newspaper, and they need to know the dangers of this event. Langdon chimed in. There's crazy turbulence on the subway. Look at these photos. I'd rather you and your friends leave. No, you're missing out on the news. Just take a look at the evidence. Just a look. Langdon pleaded. The biggest news today is the Steen National Bank robbery, not some damn witch fairy tale. Old Henry lost his patience and poked Langdon's chest with his finger, almost word for word. Seeing that the conflict between father and son was about to break out, Henry, who had been looking at him coldly, stood up and came to Langdon. Langdon, don't embarrass your father, and take these monsters away with you. Monster? He, Aurelius, who had been feeling soy sauce for a while, sneered his heart, pray. If you hadn't occupied the magpie's nest by yourself, you would have died because of this monster. After leaving Zhao's media building, the sky had darkened. Mary was in a bad mood, very bad. Full of hope, she drew Langdon Shaw, the son of a media tycoon, to her side, hoping to publish news in the influential Shaw News across the United States to promote the great cause of Second Salem. But what she just saw and heard made her realize that Langdon Shao had almost no influence on his father. Not only was the goal not achieved, but he was almost driven away by humiliation. Go back, Mary said sullenly to the 3 children who were traveling with her. Chastity silently pulled Modesty, while Aurelius held the leaflet. No one spoke, especially when Mary was in a bad mood. Distributing flyers is what the children of Second Salem do every day, and is also a necessary job for them to exchange for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Because Mary and the others came to the Shaw Media Building, the children in Second Salem were handing out flyers near their homes. Mary went back sullenly, leaving Castidius and Aurelius to look after the children. Aurelius still looked taciturn. When someone came, leaflets were stuffed into his ears, and curses were heard in his ears. The leaflets were thrown to the ground, and maybe even stepped on hard. With a huge amount of money, Aurelius could have escaped from this hell at any time, but he didn't. He must continue to stay here until his Obscurus fully matures. Aurelius seemed to be handing out leaflets, but his heart was actually focused on his summoner heritage. As a level 1 summoner, Aurelius can use a total of 4 summoner skills. In addition to the mark and go step that have been used, there are also healing and clarity. The 4 summoner skills all have very magical powers, but there is no damage skill. This is also the reason why Aurelius is a little constrained in his actions now. There were many things that could be easily and directly solved with force, but he had to rack his brains to ensure that the plot would not deviate too much and to ensure that his goals could be achieved. This feeling is very unpleasant, but thinking about the wonderful life in a few days, Aurelius gained the motivation to persevere again. Whoosh! There was no resistance at all, and a strange rotating force pulled him. He felt a little uncomfortable, and the next moment he appeared on a street corner. Not surprisingly, Grindelwald came to find him. You look troubled, Grindelwald said. I have to live in Tangle. Aurelius closed his eyes and leaned against the wall. Planning is very labor-intensive, and the silence in my mind is burdening my spirit all the time. My child, you are very good. Otherwise, I wouldn't let you help me, right? Grindelwald's patience seems to be not as good as yesterday. Aurelius has not brought him good news for so long. Grindelwald also became increasingly anxious. He can't stay in Magnesium Country for too long. His followers need him, and his great cause needs him to advance. Is there any new news? Grindelwald went straight to the point. Aurelius' eyelids twitched, and he lowered his head, not just to play credence, but to avoid legitimacy. Although eye contact is not a necessary condition for legitimacy, avoiding eye contact and being vigilant can greatly reduce the chance of being legitimacy. However, I don't know if this kind of resistance will be useful to a wizard of Grindelwald's level. Maybe a little, Aurelius said softly. What? Aurelius' words made Grindelwald happy. He grabbed Aurelius' arm and lowered his voice. What did you find? Aurelius blurted out. 10, Siler, Albert, Kevin, Abraham, Dolores, Joan, and Modesty should be one of them. Why? Grindelwald calmed down and asked calmly. Because they're the only ones who always stay with their mother. Grindelwald breathed a sigh of relief and warned again. Credence, I saw the great power of that child. Although I don't know whether he is a boy or a girl. He must not be more than 10 years old. Well, then Tyan and Dolores can be ruled out. They are 11 years old. Excellent. Child, continue to investigate. Grindelwald's voice became gentle and charming. His palm gently stroked Aurelius's hair and said emotionally, I also saw something else, Clay Dinke. I never told you. I saw you standing side by side with me. You're the only one in New York who had the trust of these kids. You were the key. I see. You want to join the wizarding world, and I want that too. Credence, it's all for you. Find a child, and we will all be free. Aurelius was almost moved, but he knew clearly that Grindelwald only cared about Obscurus, and he was just a pawn that could be discarded at any time. Besides, he will soon be as powerful as Grindelwald and Dumbledore, and his potential is even greater. He possesses the summoner system and can learn wizard magic. Why should he be inferior to others? I'll try my best. It's not about trying your best. It's about having to do it. Grindelwald interrupted him and took out a pendant from his pocket, a very special pendant. A triangle with a ring in the middle and a straight perpendicular line dividing the triangle and the circle into two halves. I rarely trust people so much, but you're different, Credence. Grindelwald stretched out his hand to hang the pendant around his neck and warned, As soon as you find the child, touch this symbol, and I will know. Then I will come to you immediately, and if it is done, you will be respected, and all wizards will respect you, forever. Finally, there's Grindelwald's signature loving hug, and Aurelius is a little uncomfortable with a man being too close to him. This child is dying. Credence, you are saving him. Time is running out. It really seems like you're coaxing the child. Aurelius thought about what Grindelwald had just said, and he had to admit that without his own time travel, Grindelwald had almost brainwashed Credence, a child who had been abused since childhood. He has never seen the light. Only a little bit of warmth can win him all. Grindelwald is arrogant and looks down on any human being who does not have magical abilities. In Grindelwald's chain of contempt, muggles, ordinary people who cannot use magic are undoubtedly the lowest, followed by squibs who are not affected by muggle expulsion spells but cannot cast spells. The contact between Credence and Grindelwald started from a chance encounter, which made Grindelwald think that Credence was a squib living in the muggle world. He easily won Credence's trust, making Credence willing to work for him. But he never expected that Credence, whom he thought he had under control, will be transported by a visitor from another world. I'll win you because of your poor information. The confrontation with Grindelwald is the most difficult level for Aurelius. Aurelius, who is now unable to fight back, faces one of the two top wizards in the world, and one can imagine the pressure he feels. Fortunately, they are not hostile. At least in Grindelwald's eyes, Aurelius, a cheap squib, is working for him. Fooled me again. Aurelius was in a good mood. In this happy mood, Obscurus, who kept causing him trouble, calmed down a little. But he was happy too early. When he returned to Second Salem, Aurelius met Mary's cold gaze. Where have you been? Aurelius secretly thought it was not good, but he still walked over bravely, rationally telling him not to make excuses now. Sorry, Mom, I'm late. You were distracted during my speech and interrupted the rhythm of my speech. Mary sat on the stairs, held her forehead, and spoke softly, like a devil's whisper. Sorry, Mom. You left without saying goodbye, and almost missed my business when you came back. Sorry, Mom. I asked you to hand out flyers, but you disappeared again and haven't even come back until now. Sorry, Mom. Don't call me Mother. Mary's voice rose an octave, and she stood up. Standing on the stairs, she stared down at Aurelius. I'm not your mother. Your mother is evil and abnormal. Woman. Aurelius was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Mary's sharp gaze. You know, Aurelius asked, his voice changing from its usual cowardice. I know. Of course I know. You monster. Your mother is just as much a monster. You destroyed my home. Killed my husband. Mary spoke uncontrollably in rage. But as soon as she finished speaking, Mary reacted and subconsciously took a step back, almost tripping over the steps and holding onto the handrail to steady herself. Aurelius stared at her. I am a wizard. You know it, and you have known it for a long time. Maybe she let it slip. So Mary simply broke the pot and vented all her resentment and anger for more than 10 years. How could I not know? I have a happy family and a husband who loves me. My husband is kind. When he saw you, he took pity on you and adopted you. He treated you like his own son. But what about you? What did you do? You burned him alive with fire that winter night. Mary was hysterical. Aurelius took a step back and understood. Credence showed his magical talent early on, but he was too young at the time, so he had no memory after he traveled through time, because even Credence himself had forgotten those memories. Credence's magical riot created a fire that burned Mary's husband to death. So here comes the question, why would a 2- or 3-year-old child burn to death someone who loved him very much? Aurelius also wanted to know. At this moment, his consciousness seemed to see through Mary and travel through time and space. In the cold winter, a slightly old house. There was a fat man, wrapped in a thick quilt with an awkward smile. The woman asked him why he forgot to buy firewood. It wouldn't be so difficult if the fireplace could light a fire. Then, the fire started. The entire house was suddenly engulfed in flames. Men and women were running outside like crazy. The woman escaped, but the fat man missed the opportunity because he remembered the child who was still in the house. Legitimacy? Aurelius used legitimacy? He didn't know. He never knew that Credence was a natural legitimacy. He didn't have time to think about this. His head hurt. In the memory of this tragedy, Obscurus was strengthened like never before. Death, sadness, pain, crying, all of these are the best nutrients for Obscurus, just like taking a Shirkwan Dabu pill. You hoped for a fire to keep warm, and I created the flame. Mr. Mason failed to escape, but after the fire, you found me safe and sound among the ruins. Aurelius reluctantly said, You hate wizards, even more so. Is this why you hate me? Shouldn't I hate you? Shouldn't I hate wizards? My grandfather told me about the existence of wizards. He told me how hateful wizards are, but I thought he was telling me a fairy tale. I didn't take it seriously. I hate that I didn't take it seriously. Mason is so kind. He treats everyone with kindness. Everyone says he is a good person. Mary burst into tears. Her red eyes were fierce, and she held on tightly. Aurelius's face, such a good man. He treated the world with kindness. But what did he get? He was burned alive by you, an evil wizard. You say, shouldn't I hate you? I can't wait to kill you. Mary's tone and eyes were very convincing. She hated Aurelius to the core of her being, and it only grew deeper as time went by. But you didn't kill me. Of course I can't kill you. I want to keep you. The flag of Salem is red, the red of the flames, and the blood-stained red. Of course I have to keep you, and I want to swear an oath in the second Salem. I will personally burn you to death with a pyre at the conference. I will use you, this evil wizard, as the first sacrifice. Boom! And Mo went berserk in an instant, the kind that Aurelius couldn't stop even if he wanted to. This was the first time he had gone berserk while sober. Silently tore at his body, constantly fighting for control with him. Aurelius failed to stop him, and he had no ability to continue suppressing it. Aurelius contracted the last of his spiritual power, allowing him to say the last words of his life to Mary. I'm sorry, but goodbye, Dash. What? Call. Aurelius' body was shattered and turned into wisps of black smoke, and screams echoed in the black smoke. An unknown head rushed toward the frightened Mary, wrapped in black smoke. Almost instantly, it penetrated Mary's body and took away her life. Sora left behind a body that seemed to have been drained of blood, with shrunken skin, a frightened expression, an extremely miserable body that fell down the stairs and rolled to the floor. The Obscurus is wreaking havoc in the Second Salem camp, and the flag of Second Salem that Mary crafted with her own hands, the thing she cherishes most, is now being wantonly torn apart by the Obscurus. Almost instantly, it broke into pieces and scattered all over the place. Chastity's scream stopped Obscurus' violent behavior. I felt pity for Chastity's horrified look, silently paused for a moment, broke through the roof as if escaping, and disappeared into the night sky. Tonight, no one knows the violent silence. Tonight, the demon that has been suppressed for many years is finally released. Tonight, there is no moon. It's destined to be a bloody night. New York Diamond Business District. This is the largest jewelry trading market in New York, filled with dazzling jewelry and diamonds. Hands, raise up. A group of police officers armed with long guns aimed at Jacob and Newt, who were wearing gold and silver. Cough, lion. Jacob raised his head high and pointed to the side. Roar. A majestic male lion is walking majestically in New York's shopping street. Gah! There was a scream from the sky, and the lion fled in panic, as if facing the most terrifying thing in the world. What? The police were confused. Newt, who was holding the troublemaker Sniff in his arms, looked more solemn than ever before. It's impossible. I confirmed that it didn't escape. What? Jacob looked up in confusion. Let's go. Newt picked up the box, grabbed Jacob, and disappeared instantly. Town Hall. A grand dinner is being held, or in other words, a gathering with ulterior motives. The gorgeous hall is carefully decorated, with blue and white stars and stripes everywhere, and patterns and words representing the magnesium country everywhere. Every guest is dressed up, and everyone here represents New York's upper-class elite. It is no exaggeration to say that this group of people controls New York. In addition to the rotation of the sun and the moon, they can even determine the food, clothing, housing, transportation, birth, old age, illness, and death of millions of people in New York. On the only stage, a huge character poster highlighted tonight's protagonist Henry Shaw. The senator, who is less than 40 years old, even announced his candidacy for president in a high-profile manner. On his huge portrait, there's an enlarged and conspicuous slogan, "The future of the country." The host stood behind the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's guest speaker does not need any further introduction. Some people have already called him the future president. If you don't believe it, please read him. Father's newspaper, a piece of American humor, made everyone present burst into laughter. Ladies and gentlemen, I will bring out New York City Councilman Henry Shaw for you. Amidst warm applause, the young and arrogant Henry Shaw came on stage. His carefully managed hair was not messy, and his confident smile made him feel free and easy in front of a group of nobles. He doesn't have the stern look in the pictorial. That cool expression is only suitable for appearing in the pictorial. As a congressman and a presidential candidate, you still need a persona that is close to the people. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Henry thanked people. In the crowd, a 15 or 16-year-old boy sneered. In his eyes, Henry, who was polite on stage, was just a peacock showing off his tail feathers wantonly, just to cover up the ugly, but behind him. Howard, stay graceful. When the young man heard this, he reluctantly clapped his hands twice. Just as Henry was delivering his speech, a disaster was happening a few blocks away. The lights on the street went out one by one, and the darkness continued to swallow up the light. Boom, boom. The floor tiles were lifted up and fell like hailstones. The cars on the street were blown away like toys, and even the windows of the businesses on both sides were not spared and shattered. Everywhere he passed was devastated. The few pedestrians were frightened, and each of them screamed in the silent night. They saw nothing, but this invisible fear made them even more frightened. A building blocks the end of the road. Gah! Amidst the screams, a huge hole was knocked out of the wall in an instant. There is no stopping you. Keep moving forward. Yes, we have made some progress, but laziness will not be rewarded, just as those boozy saloons have been banned. The sound of electricity in a microphone suddenly interrupted Henry's speech. Old Henry, who was sitting below and immersed in the excellent eldest son's speech, turned his head in displeasure. Today's dinner was so important, and he had already warned not to make any mistakes, even a little bit. Unexpectedly, something went wrong. Old Henry wanted to fire the guy in charge of the sound system on the spot. Henry couldn't help but frown, but he couldn't let everyone's thoughts be taken away. He continued, "Now it's the billiard room again, and those private parlors." Before he could finish speaking, the lights in the entire hall instantly went out. Power cut? Henry could hardly hold back his furious heart. But the sound of electricity in a microphone sounded again, more harsh than before, and even the grinding sound made people shudder. Empty, empty. The dull noise seemed to come from all directions. The hearts of everyone attending the meeting couldn't help but feel anxious. This feeling was very bad. It was like being swallowed into the stomach by a giant creature. In the thick gastric juice, a strong and powerful heartbeat shook the entire stomach cavity. People started whispering. Unease is spreading. All the strange noises fell into strange silence, leaving only darkness and an unknown crowd. This is the darkness before dawn. It's the last drumbeat before the battle begins. Suddenly, something burst out from the closed wall. It was a huge, black, terrifying giant with shining bloodlines. With a shrill roar, it launched a brazen attack in the splendid hall. Neatly arranged small round tables flew up one after another. Upper-class people in suits and ties fell to the ground one after another. The bright light bulbs were smashed and fell to the ground, making an extremely noisy sound. The entire city hall was in chaos. A group of unlucky souls were passed through in silence, and their fate was the same as Mary's. They would all be drained of blood and become ugly mummies in gorgeous costumes. Even if you avoid the front ones, they still feel uncomfortable. It's as if they were hung on a street lamp to dry for several days. Their skin is dry and even cracked. That thing rushed straight to the stage, and everyone abandoned the so-called upper-class elite's cultivation and etiquette, leaving only the instinctive and terrifying screams. Standing alone on the stage, Henry Shao had no time to react. In an instant, he was sucked dry by the terrifying power and then torn apart. The dry head rolled off the stage. All these disasters come and go quickly. A big hole was opened in the wall where the poster was originally hung, and there was no movement except for people's screams and cries. Only then did people believe that the terrifying thing had left. Old Henry staggered through the mess. He was so confident a minute ago, but his proudest son had turned into pieces before his eyes. Old Henry knelt down next to his son. The white-haired leader of the media empire completely lost his former wisdom and calmness at this moment. Tears were streaming down his wrinkled face, and he held the painful and frightened heart tightly with both hands. His withered head was filled with grief. It's a wizard. The scene in the city hall is just a microcosm. In fact, this unprecedentedly powerful Obscurus has brought unprecedented devastation to the city. Under Aurelius's deliberate indulgence, Obscurus no longer concealed his whereabouts. It floats in the sky like a black cloud, and nothing can block its path. Cars are its playthings, and buildings made of steel are no better than paper. It's like a naughty kid playing around in New York City. People who were awakened by the disaster were screaming and wailing. Such human tragedies continue to spread around until they spread to the entire city. Ahem. Hadir, are you having fun? Aurelius's voice sounded from the black mist. The crimson light tore through the black mist of Obscurus. 6 floating mysterious runes together formed a cubic cage, locking Obscurus firmly in the center. Turning around, one rune after another was integrated into Obscurus' body. Contract. The contract from a summoner has been simulated countless times by Aurelius. Everything is for this moment. Silently screamed, and quickly fell to the ground. Amid the chaos, Aurelius' staggering figure reappeared. Ahem, dash, maybe there was too much dust here. So Aurelius coughed twice and stumbled out of the ruins. His body was a little tired, but his spirit was extremely exciting, so relaxing. An unprecedented feeling. It was as if the mountain I was carrying on my back had disappeared. All that is left is the silence lingering in my mind, like a good baby. Aurelius even went too far with the contract, made from the heart. He bullied Obscurus into not having his own consciousness, and relied on his understanding of the contract from his inheritance to tamper with the contents of the contract without authorization. This is not the usual equal contract between summoner and defender hero at all. It is even more impossible for Aurelius to silently conclude an equal contract with a negative energy body that has no consciousness and relies solely on instinct. This is an unequal contract. It can even be called a slave contract. Under this contract, Aurelius can maximize the control of Obscurus' power for his own use. This is something every summoner knows, but it is also a taboo for every summoner. Not to mention that it is impossible for the defender hero to agree, even if he is coaxed into signing a contract. If the hero wants to do something during the battle, the consequences will be disastrous. Only Aurelius has this condition. Obscurus, who cannot give birth to consciousness, would not oppose him. He is the absolute leader in the contractual relationship. This wave is not a loss. Feeling the power of Obscurus, Aurelius showed a wanton smile on his face. The moment the contract is completed, Obscurus' power is in his hands. Another small advantage of the slave contract. What surprised Aurelius was that the heroes in Valoran all had obvious preferences, such as warriors, mages, tanks, assassins, etc. These are all derived from the skills chosen by the heroes themselves and the heroes themselves. Determined. Most other summoners follow certain systems when cultivating heroes, but Obscurus didn't. Under the dual effects of the slave contract and the special existence of the Obscurus itself, the Obscurus can almost be regarded as a blank sheet of paper. Obscurus's growth is completely at Aurelius's will. This is both a freedom and a restriction. With no precedent to rely on, the height that Obscurus can reach in the future depends entirely on the training of Aurelius. I haven't been exposed to magic yet, and I know nothing about magic. I can't act recklessly. If I go the wrong way, I won't regret selling the medicine. Aurelius thought about the consequences and made a decision. The training of the Obscurus wizard in magic should be postponed, at least until he has a sufficient understanding of magic before making a decision. In terms of growth, you can get started with part of the summoner system. He directly accepted the inheritance, and no one understands the summoner system better than him. Upgrading the hero level and constructing runes can be put on the agenda, but none of these can be effective in a short time. For now, the only thing he can rely on is the power of Obscurus itself. This is enough. Obscurus is powerful enough. Apart from Lao Galao Deng, there are probably not many people left who can defeat me. Noticing the gathering crowd, Aurelius knew it was time to leave. With a thought, the hero possessed him, and Aurelius suddenly turned into a black mist. Summoning a hero for the first time was a wonderful experience. He is both Obscurus itself and seems to be independent from the outside. No negative emotions affect him, but he can use his fingers like an arm. It's hard to say anything else. I'm definitely good at learning black magic, good guy. The most dangerous influence of black magic is completely useless to me. As for Obscurus, who endures those negative emotions, Obscurus is afraid of negative emotions? Directly disappearing into a transparent and invisible form, Aurelius left quickly. Compared to the big scene when he arrived, he left quietly. Aurelius left with a slap on his face, but the mess he left behind almost drove Chairman Picari crazy. What the hell is this? On the Mac's huge wheel engraved with the threat level of magical exposure, the metal pointer moved from serious to urgent, accompanied by a low, buzzing alarm sound. The wizards who were still in the Magic Congress and had not gotten off work gathered together in twos and threes, whispering nervously to each other. The topic was all about the sudden death of No-Maj. From time to time, they would look up at the turntable and say words like No-Maj, president, magical creatures. Unfortunately, under such a huge crisis, there is no joy in the magical Congress. President, a No-Maj presidential candidate, was killed openly, in full view of everyone. Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared at him. Half of New York was destroyed. Merlin, hundreds of years. A disaster that has not happened in hundreds of years. Picari roared angrily, almost denting the table in front of her. More than a dozen powerful wizards in the magical Congress remained silent. Faced with the biggest exposure crisis in the hundreds of years since the Secrecy Act was implemented, everyone felt desperate. The war that made them fearful seemed to be unstoppable this time. Chairman Queenie. A large group of people burst into the door. The person who spoke was a Latin witch with an extremely outstanding temperament. She was dignified and charming. The witch's mysterious temperament and high-ranking majesty were vividly displayed in her. Vecchia, I'm sorry, I don't have the energy to receive the delegation from the International Federation of Wizards right now. Picali said, exhausted. Please call me Minister Santos. The witch looked serious, glanced at the Maca officials, and said, we didn't expect that the matter has become so serious. Chairman Picali, how long are you going to hide it? You said it was just a few accidents, but what we saw was half of New York that was almost destroyed. This is no longer just a matter of the Magic Congress. The delegation unanimously agreed to urgently convene the New York Secrecy Act Crisis Emergency Meeting. This is not a discussion, but a notification. After finishing speaking, Vecchia Santos left with a sigh. Everyone in the group also followed and left. The top management of the Magic Congress were left in a state of panic, almost exhausted. Mr. Graves, call all the Aurors to control the situation. New York must not be destroyed anymore. Picquery lay on the chair, his eyes closed and weak. Graves, disguised as Grindelwald, responded. After Grindelwald left, Picquery said pessimistically, everyone, go to work and pray that we can still save the day this time. If even the International Confederation of Wizards can't do anything to gather wizards from all over the world, then the only thing waiting for us is war. Think about Salem a few centuries ago. What we will face will no longer be a few purifiers or a few villages bewitched by the purifiers, but billions of No-Majs around the world. Second Salem, a twisted figure emerged, and the courageous and suave Grindelwald appeared. He is in a hurry. He knows very well that the only person who can cause this disaster is Obscurus, but he has not found it yet. But he was also happy, even excited. A dark force capable of destroying half of New York. This Obscurus was more powerful than he expected. He was impatient and couldn't wait to appear in front of him. But that useless squib, Credence, never contacted him. He even had a lure about tonight's attack from the Magic Congress, which was ridiculous. So what's the point of him wanting that squib? Grindelwald no longer placed his hope on Credence, a useless squib, and wanted to investigate on his own. If Silence shows up tonight, then Second Salem will definitely find something. With his wand in hand, Grindelwald stepped into the gates of Second Salem. Ruins and broken walls. A huge hole appeared in the roof, and Mary's shriveled body lay on the ground. There were low sobbing sounds from the frightened children. Grindelwald leaned down and looked at the descendant of the Purifier, firmly anti-wizards and muggles. Of course, he didn't know that Grindelwald paid much attention to a character who was like an ant. But her wounds deserved his attention. How could it be? It shouldn't be like this. Grindelwald whispered, full of doubts. He asked himself that there were few wizards in the world who could compare with his understanding of the Obscurus. The circumstances of Mary's death were nothing like he knew. Tell me, where is Credence? Grindelwald looked at Chastity, who was blocking the children behind him. The girl was scared, but she mustered up the courage to protect the children who were younger than her. No, I don't know. Mom is dead, the house collapsed, and I haven't seen Credence since evening. Chastity said timidly. Grindelwald licked his hair with both hands and couldn't help cursing in his heart. You are an unreliable squib. Who else is not here? Grindelwald suppressed his anger and asked Chastity in the gentlest voice in his life. Chastity hesitated for a long time and moved his mouth several times, but no sound came out. The atmosphere became anxious. "It's Kevin." Aurelius's voice broke the weird atmosphere. He broke in, gave Chastity a reassuring look, and said to Grindelwald, "Kevin Bearburn, I saw a puff of black smoke turn into him." Upon hearing this, Grindelwald appeared in front of Aurelius almost teleportingly, grabbed his collar, and pushed him against the wall, almost gritting his teeth. "Why didn't you inform me?" Aurelius lowered his head. He was still afraid of legitimacy. Before he learned a clemency, or before he verified a conjecture, he might never be able to look directly at Grindelwald. "I lost track. I'm here. I saw him on the street corner. He was very scared when he saw me, and almost instantly turned into black smoke and disappeared. I even thought I might have seen it wrong. Damn it." Grindelwald slapped the wall hard, sending down a burst of dust. He stared at Aurelius fiercely. "Aurelius, you damn squib. I trust you so much. I gave you chance after chance. Do you know what happened? He is in New York City. He was wreaking havoc here, and he destroyed most of New York. And you, the only person who has ever seen him, lost the only chance to catch him." Aurelius closed his eyes and looked regretful. "I'm sorry. I will definitely help you find him. You have no chance. You squib. I should have noticed it the first time I saw you. Your ancestors have magic, but you have no magic." Aurelius leaned against the wall. He was not angry. What was there to be angry about when he already knew something? He only saw an angry dark wizard and a cold-blooded careerist. There are many people who are immersed in Depp's white-haired charm, but they can put aside these personal charms belonging to the actor. This character, Grindelwald, is nothing more than a cold-blooded careerist. He needed credence to help him find the Obscurus, and before he could get it, he coldly abandoned this squib who had done so much for him. But when he realized that the real Obscurial was Credence, he looked as cheerful as if the cold words before were not his. The capricious behavior of a villain. Is this really the behavior and means of an ambitious man who wants to subvert the world? Maybe Grindelwald has the best combat power in the world, or maybe his charisma is enough for him to have thousands of supporters. But in the eyes of Aurelius, he was still just a careerist with great ambitions and little talent. In this magical world built by Rowling, magic is not the only thing. Power can do many things, but not everything can be solved by force. As a wizard, Grindelwald is undoubtedly powerful, but as a leader and an ambitious man who wants to subvert the world and rebuild it, his methods. "Oh, that's all." Aurelius smiled sarcastically as he watched the furious Grindelwald disappear before his eyes. "Credence, Kevin. Who is Kevin?" Chastity came over. Aurelius shrugged. "How do I know who he is? I'm just talking nonsense." He casually tore off Grindelwald's pendant around his neck, and the black mist escaping from his palm corroded it completely, turning it into a piece of waste. "Iron. Mom is dead. What should we do?" Chastity felt confused about the future. Mary was not kind to the children. Although she was not as cruel as Aurelius, it was common for them to be starved and forced to stand when something went wrong. She was like a big mountain weighing on the hearts of these hundreds of children, but when she was dead, the mountain disappeared. Facing a strange world, these children, who are only 16 years old at most, are full of confusion and fear of the unknown. "What should we do?" Aurelius looked at her and smiled. "Don't worry. We could take good care of them." Chastity looked at Aurelius. She felt that Aurelius was a bit strange. Is this still the submissive Aurelius? But she was smart and didn't speak. Her room was on the second floor. The quarrel before her mother Mary's death was hidden from her ears. But the little girl is smart. She won't hear it, and she can't hear it. She was sleeping soundly, until she was awakened to find that her home was destroyed and her mother was dead. She had never seen Credence, not since he distributed the flyers in the evening. Didn't you catch up?" Newt and the dizzy Jacob stood in the ruins with their arms akimbo. The place was severely damaged, and the upper half of the two buildings were smashed to the ground. Fortunately, this does not seem to be a residential area, but an office building. Otherwise, Many muggles will be killed by such destructive power. I vomit. Jacob vomited, and the strudel that his goddess had carefully prepared for him was vomited all over the floor. Sorry, Jacob. It will be a bit uncomfortable for people who are not used to having their entourage appear multiple times in a short period of time. Newt apologized. No, I'm fine. Just a little yuck. The farce is over, Mr. Scamander. Tina appeared in front of them with a wand. The wand flashed faintly, and the spell was ready to go. Tina, you don't understand the seriousness of the matter. That is a terrible creature. Newt defended. Yes, it's terrible. Very terrible. I saw it. It destroyed several blocks. Tina interrupted Newt rudely. She looked at Jacob, who was vomiting, and looked at Newt hatefully. What did you do to him? He's still a patient. It's just the after effects of the follower's appearance. It will be fine after a while. I'm sorry, Mr. Scamander. I have to take you to the Magic Congress. What you did can no longer be described as negligence and accident. Tina flicked her wand. Newt was instantly disarmed, and his hands were forcibly tied behind his back, and the suitcase in his hands fell to the ground. Tina, no. We have to find it quickly. Newt's mouth was sealed, and he could only whine helplessly. Tina grabbed Newt with one hand and supported Jacob with the other. Sorry, Mr. Kowalski, I promise you, this is the last time dash. Magical Congress, outside the Pentagon office. Ms. Pickquery, president of the Magic Congress, talks with her most effective deputy, Mr. Graves. Did you find it? No. All our personnel have been dispersed, but most of them are maintaining the situation, cleaning up memories, and restoring destroyed streets and buildings dash. Is this what Aurors should do? I want you to find the culprit. Mr. Graves, look. Pickquery pointed at a magic map, which kept flashing and disappearing. That is a real-time magic map of New York. Through this map, the Magical Congress can grasp the situation in New York at every moment. But this is just a side effect. The real purpose of the map is to supervise the owner of each wand. The map of destroyed street communities continues to grow. Although the magnitude of the damage decreased, the scope of the damage expanded, and even the east and west ends were attacked simultaneously. Grindelwald frowned. Pickquery didn't he know? He was almost obsessed with searching for Obscurus. As early as after leaving Second Salem, Grindelwald ran towards the location where he was attacked. But what he saw was not the Obscurus he expected to see, but a bird snake, an invisible beast, and several other magical animals. I'm at a meeting now, Mr. Graves. I hope you can hear good news before the meeting ends. Pickquery turned and entered the office. The Pentagon office is used as the office of the President of Congress on weekdays and is also used for receptions by the President. But today, it is the place used by the Magical Congress of Magnesia to hold a grand meeting. The Pentagon office was influenced by the design of the debate rooms of the British House of Commons and the House of Lords, and the overall presentation is in the style of a Gothic debate room. There are stepped seats on both sides. These seats are usually hidden by magic, but at this moment they are filled with participants who have rushed from the Ministry of Magic around the world. Chairman Pickquery sighed secretly and took the position of Speaker of the House of Commons inside. This is not because the Magic Congress is the host. If there is no way to solve the crisis of the expiration of the Secrecy Act, her current position will be the altar of the flag. Our friends from Magnesia can actually allow loopholes in the national secrecy law, threatening to expose everyone. Heinrich Eberstadt, representative of the Swiss Ministry of Magic, directly expressed his dissatisfaction and condemnation of the Magic Congress of Magnesium. Picklin couldn't hide the look in her eyes that she wanted to kill someone. The chaos of the past few days had made her exhausted. Regardless of whether he is a wizard or not, whether he is in a high position or not, whether he is a genius or not, the first thing to understand is that Pickquery is a woman in rage. The guy who let Gellert Grindelwald escape has no right to lecture me here. Eberstadt was choked. To be honest, although the Magical Congress of Magnesia is not as powerful as the Muggle world and the Wizarding world, it is definitely not comparable to the Swiss Ministry of Magic, considering its land area. In terms of a number of wizards, Switzerland cannot compare with the Magical Congress. There is an unwritten rule in the wizarding world. Having a wizarding school is the benchmark for measuring a ministry of magic. At this point, the Magical Congress, which monopolizes Ilvermorny, is far from being comparable to Switzerland, which shares Durmstrang with so many countries in Europe. On the other hand, the failure of the recent operation against Grindelwald launched by the Swiss Ministry of Magic has also greatly damaged the prestige of the Swiss Ministry of Magic. If it weren't for the tiger skin from the International Federation of Wizards, Eberstadt would not dare to say anything. But he never expected that when he became a pawn, he would be stabbed in the lungs by Queenie. Sprinkling salt on the wound is not enough. This is opening up the trigeminal nerve and stuffing a ton of snowflake salt into it. There were hundreds of delegates, and there were always those who wanted to watch the excitement, and their playful glances further hurt Eberstadt's heart. Isn't this a convention to criticize the Magical Congress? He didn't even think about the fact that criticism and struggle still come and go. Just when Eberstadt was sweating behind him, the one who came to the rescue was someone from the Magic Congress. Mr. Chairman, I'm very sorry to disturb you, but the situation dash. Tina dragged Newt and supported Jacob as she stomped into the room. The sudden gazes from hundreds of pairs of eyes made her heart ache. With a click, the words that came to my mouth suddenly fell silent. Emergency. Even a fool can know that so many people gathering here in the middle of the night are definitely not discussing what to eat for breakfast. Tina was crying in her heart. Why weren't there two people standing at the door of such a big meeting? Newt and Jacob were also stunned. Jacob had never been noticed by hundreds of people at the same time, let alone hundreds of wizards. As for Newt, his mouth was sealed, but the horrified look he looked at the British representative said everything. Goldstein, you'd better have a reason. Queenie looked at her coldly. Tina's face turned pale, and she knew that she couldn't get over it this time. Not to mention that if the officer is reinstated and continues to be her elite auror, I'm afraid the entire Magic Congress will no longer have a place for her. But she spoke anyway. She couldn't turn a blind eye to New York's disaster. In the magical world of the Magnesium Kingdom, where the auror profession is overly worshipped, Tina's passion for pursuing her predecessors is still there, and that sense of justice is still there. Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. Tina took a deep breath and took out the box confiscated from Newt. There are many magical creatures in this box. Unfortunately, they escaped. Magical creatures? Could it be that the streets of New York? Where did this box come from? Did Grindelwald do it? Just to use magical animals to do the same thing in Magnesia that he did in Europe? The participants were talking a lot, and the British representative looked ugly. Newt is an employee of the British Ministry of Magic, or at least he used to be. No one understands the Hufflepuff's ways better than they do. The Brazilian representative, the charming female minister, also looked at Newt with a strange expression. Newt has been to Brazil before, and as the Ministry of Magic values magical animals and magical plants the most, they are very welcoming to any wizard who loves these little guys. Newt, on the other hand, is a master in the field of magical creatures, and their exchanges in Brazil were very pleasant. Coincidentally, because of their close friendship, they knew that Newt had a magical suitcase. Grindelwald, who was sitting with him on the stairs, said smoothly, "My aurors told me that they found a poisonous horned beast running wild in New York Central Park, and there are other magical animals all over New York." These words were very tempting. At least Queenie, who had been sitting in the Magic Congress, believed it. She asked, "Whose box is this?" Without Tina's need to answer, everyone naturally found Newt and Jacob, who were bound. With a wave of the wand in Queenie's hand, the seal on Newt's mouth was lifted. "No, Mr. Chairman, the destruction of New York is definitely not caused by magical animals." Newt shouted out, but faced with the pressure of hundreds of people, Newt, who was already a little afraid of society, instantly lost much of his momentum, at least not at all. "Did you arrive in Magnesia yesterday?" Queenie looked at Newt. Newt didn't know why and nodded subconsciously. Queenie laughed angrily. "Huh, an unregistered wizard let loose magical creatures in New York." "No." Newt opened his mouth. He wanted to defend, but he couldn't. He did not enter through the Ministry of Magic, but went through Muggle customs. He was smuggling into the country. Although smuggling into the magical world is not a big deal, it is definitely not something that can be stated openly. The Magical Congress of Magnesia prohibits magical animals from being raised in any form. This was something he only learned from Tina during the day. The two faults are added together, and the fault comes first, which makes his argument very unconvincing. And you Picali rushed to Tina. You didn't think you should come and tell us until someone was killed, until half of New York was destroyed in a terrible way? Tina was horrified. No, sir, I just found out about it too. Enough. Picquery rudely interrupted Tina's defense again. Under the influence of preconceptions, Picquery would not believe any letter Tina said. Arrest them. No. Tina's wand was instantly withdrawn, and she and Jacob received the same treatment as Newt. Their hands were tied, and they were clipped behind their backs. No, don't hurt those creatures, please. You don't understand. They won't cause harm to anything. Newt begged in panic. Picquery sneered. It won't cause any harm. Almost word for word, she waved her magic wand, and photos of the tragedy on the streets of New York were printed in the air. Among the ruins, the injured were wailing, and the tragic body parts of the deceased were clearly visible. These victims would have seemed familiar to Aurelius if he had seen them. These people who were killed were all people who had sinned against Credence in one way or another. The final highlight is, of course, Henry Shao. This young and promising presidential candidate has even been regarded as a future president. Aurelius didn't even intend to care about this unlucky guy, but with Obscurus, simple hatred turned into a way to kill him. Newt's eyes suddenly lit up, and he seemed to have found the only hope. His voice became sharp. No, this was not done by a magical creature. No magical creature can cause such death. After hearing Newt's words, many people hesitated. To be honest, most of them are politicians, not magical beast experts. In fact, before Newt became famous, magical beasts were not taken seriously by wizards, and their understanding of magical animals and magical plants was very superficial. They were a little unsure whether Newt was telling the truth or not. Of course, politicians don't care about the truth at all, but this time, they're facing the entire wizarding community and muggle community, and they must know the truth. Picquery also doesn't understand magical creatures. In fact, there are only 2 people in the entire Magnesium country who do, because the Magnesium country completely prohibits the breeding of magical creatures. She couldn't help but look at the Brazilian Minister of Magic, Vecius Santos. Brazilian wizards are good at controlling magical creatures, and Santos is no exception. After making eye contact with several wizards from Brazil, she gently shook her head at Picquery. Really? Picquery was stunned. She was about to blame the British Ministry of Magic. What's that? Mr. Scamander. Newt approached with his hands behind his back, and Picquery also brought the reappearance of Henry's death and several other people in the same death state to Newt. Newt looked at it for a long time, and he suspected it was Obscurus. He had seen people killed by Obscurus, but the death conditions of these dead people were different from those killed by Obscurus. It's an Obscurus. Although the death situation is different, it matches the characteristics of an Obscurus attacker. Newt nodded heavily. These dead people are like mummies, but they are not drained of blood. In fact, their blood is still in the body. This is very similar to the characteristics of the Obscurus attack. People killed by the Obscurus will also be described as haggard. Mira, impossible. Absolutely impossible. This time, the uproar was even greater. Picquery narrowed his eyes. Don't go too far, Mr. Scamander. There are no Obscurials in America. The country of Magnesia was once a place where obscurities were rampant. The reason is the same old story. The Salem witch hunt. Due to the large number of hunts and killings of wizards, those young wizards had to suppress their magic power, and even had a desire to survive and aversion to magic power. This led to the frequent occurrence of Obscurials, and then the destruction caused by the Obscurials, which caused No-Majs to hate and hate wizards even more, and the cycle started over and over again, forming a vicious cycle. But after the implementation of Rappa Potter's law, wizards and No-Majs were isolated from the world, and the birth of Obscurus inevitably required the young wizard to suppress his magic power. Is this possible something that would happen to wizard families? Newt pointed out that the attack may have been carried out by the Obscurial, which was a slap in the face to Chairman Pickquery. It is almost equivalent to accusing the Magical Congress of Magnesia of failing to protect wizard children and failing to enforce the secrecy law, resulting in wizard children living in the No-Maj world. Only in this way can it be possible to give birth to Obscurus. Good guy, just now he was planning to blame the British Ministry of Magic, but now Newt is going to blame the Magical Council of Magnesia? Can this be tolerated? Anyway, she couldn't bear it for Pickquery. Graves, seize that box. Take them into custody, all Aurors. Capture all the magical animals in the city, and if necessary, kill them. No. Second Salem. Okay, children, go back to bed first. Aurelius used a gentle voice to send the tired children to the backyard. Second Salem is actually very big enough to house hundreds of orphans. This used to be the church's almshouse, but under Mary's deliberate intervention, she became the owner of the almshouse. Only the almshouse could take in hundreds of children without any trouble. Since the main building was destroyed, although there was no collapse, the big hole in the ceiling had already made the main body crumbling. Of course, Aurelius couldn't let the children live in a dangerous house. Although he didn't mind killing, he was not a murderer. There were a lot of killings tonight. Even if he didn't do it himself, it was still the result of his deliberate indulgence. More than half of New York was destroyed, and one could only imagine how many people would be buried under the rubble. He didn't want anything to happen again. Chastity, take good care of the children. Let them squeeze in for a few days. I will go to the insurance company. Mary has paid the insurance. After Aurelius sent the children to other rooms, he followed Chastity. Stiddy said. Chastity pursed her lips and just nodded without saying a word or asking anything else. Aurelius also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't ask. It was best not to ask. He straightened his clothes and planned to go out again. He monitors Tina and makes a discovery. You want to go out? Chastity asked. Aurelius touched her hair and smiled. Don't worry, Chastity, it was just a nightmare. When I woke up, it was still the warm sunshine. A 16-year-old girl. It's hard for her. Aurelius stepped into the ruins of the main building and was about to leave, but suddenly his mind moved. He had a minor question and wanted to take the opportunity to get some explanation. With a movement of his body, he appeared on the second floor in a blink of an eye. That's Modesty's room. Modesty was Mary's favorite child before. Mary adopted her from a family of 12 because she couldn't afford to raise them because there were too many children. It is also the child that Credence, the predecessor, thinks is the child Graves is looking for. This little girl is very strange. Somewhat lonely, I often sing the song Witch's Broom and Hopscotch when I'm alone. In the original plot, Credence found a small wooden stick that looked like a wand from under her bed. This was the direct reason why Mary wrongfully accused Credence and caused Credence to lose control and kill her. Is it a magic wand? Aurelius longed for a magic wand. Although he had the superpower of Obscurus, he still knew nothing about magic. The prerequisite for casting spells is a wand. You can't expect Aurelius, who has never even started magic, to learn to cast spells without a wand. The atomized hand pulled out a small wooden stick from under Modesty's bed, and a strange feeling burst out from the bottom of her heart. Is it really a wand? Aurelius murmured. Although he had never seen a real wand, it looked similar and had this wonderful feeling. He couldn't think of any other possibility other than a wand. Is Modesty a wizard? Why does she really have a wand? Aurelius had countless questions in his heart. He thought it might be necessary to get to the bottom of it. But not now, not today. It was a rare opportunity, and he had to find a way to get some magic books. Rolling up his wand, Aurelius turned into black mist and escaped under the cover of night. Brownstone Apartments. The owner of this apartment is Mrs. Esposito, an old lady with eccentricities who hates single female tenants bringing men back. Tina Goldstein and her sister Queenie Goldstein lived here. Through the marks on Tina's body, Aurelius could easily know where they lived. At this moment, Tina, Newt, and Jacob were imprisoned in the temporary prison of the Magic Congress, and only Queenie Goldstein was worried at home. Why haven't you come back yet? Queenie was wearing some thin pajamas, lying on the windowsill with her chin in her hands. Her beautiful face looked nervous, and she felt a bit like Shiz's European and American limited edition. Call! A strange gust of wind blew the screen window, and Queenie seemed unaware. Compared to her former Auror sister, Queenie behaved in a harmless way, especially in terms of vigilance and tactical literacy. If her natural legilimency hadn't told her that there was a chaotic and dark soul behind her, she wouldn't have noticed that there was an uninvited guest in her room. "Who are you?" Queenie was a little nervous. This was an emotion she rarely felt. Nervousness and fear come from the unknown, and for a natural legilimency master, no one can hide their thoughts in front of Queenie. Except the person in front of me. He looked very young, with unhealthy fair skin, thin, and seemingly harmless appearance. Queenie, who may have insight into the soul, regards it as a great horror. That dark, chaotic mind and countless terrifying thoughts impacted Queenie's mind, causing a dull pain that even made her cry out in pain. "Queenie Goldstein, a born legilimens, doesn't she know why I'm here?" Aurelius said with a false smile. I can't hear what you're saying. It hurts." Queenie covered her head. The more she wanted to know what the person in front of her was thinking, the more chaotic thoughts destroyed her brain. It seems that my guess is right. No one can penetrate my memory and thoughts." Aurelius chuckled. He's not immune to legilimency, of course, but Obscurus is. A chaotic mass of dark energy without will. What does the legilimency read? The more you read, the faster you go crazy. This was what Aurelius thought of after the contract was silent. But since there was no confirmation, he did not dare to use it rashly in front of Grindelwald. Then he thought of Tina's sister. A natural legilimency master is more powerful than an ordinary legilimency master, and Queenie's own combat effectiveness is far inferior to Grindelwald. If even Queenie was immune to legilimency, Grindelwald wouldn't be able to peer into his brain. And if he wasn't immune to legilimency, it would be much easier to kill Queenie than to silence Grindelwald. Fortunately, Aurelius confirmed his guess. He only needed to change his brain into the form of Obscurus to be immune to or even damage legilimency. Queenie, on the other hand, unknowingly escaped a fatal disaster. "I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't have the idea of peeking into my brain." Queenie, who was still frightened, crossed her arms and stood up. I felt pity for that look. Queenie's appearance definitely didn't fit Aurelius's taste, but the timid smell of tea was really hard to bear. In particular, Queenie's pajamas were too thin. "Sorry, dear, to disturb you so late." Aurelius was very graceful, but Queenie obviously didn't think so. She only felt that the man in front of her was scary. "What do you want?" Queenie glanced at the wand in Aurelius' hand, and of course she thought he was a wizard. "Make a deal." Aurelius sat beside Queenie's bed, stroking his wand and crossing his legs as if he was at home. Queenie didn't dare to look at him. This was the bad thing about Queenie. She didn't practice and master her superhuman talent at all. She just took it for granted and sometimes even hated her own talent. She always couldn't help but read the thoughts of people around her, and when facing Aurelius, this side effect that was just a little annoying turned into a kind of torture. She avoided eye contact and read more. "I don't know what I can trade. I'm just a small Mac employee, and I'm still a little transparent," Queenie said, but Aurelius's eyes noticed that Queenie couldn't help but go look at the wand beside the bed. Aurelius waved his hand playfully, and he sucked back the wand on the bedside and held it in his hand. He put on the tip of his nose and smelled it, and a fragrant fragrance penetrated his nostrils. Rosewood? Beauty, love, and heart. It is indeed a perfect match, Miss Goldstein. Let's stop talking. Ilvermorny is the only magic school in North America, and I think Miss Queenie is no exception. Aurelius pinched the mother-of-pearl handle of Queenie's wand and shook it gently. He moved Queenie's gaze and stated his purpose. "I would like to borrow all of Miss Queenie's textbooks. Is that okay?" "Oh no, What did you say?" Queenie subconsciously refused, but before she finished speaking, she couldn't help but raise her head, as if she heard wrongly. "Is it difficult?" Aurelius asked. Queenie shook her head. She didn't know what the mysterious wizard wanted with her textbook, but Queenie didn't think it needed to be kept secret. It is no exaggeration to say that all wizards in the Magnesium Kingdom have a complete set. Maybe the exception is the tear-up book after graduation. But considering the price of books, I'm afraid not many people do this. There's really no need to keep such shitty stuff secret. In order to protect her own safety, Queenie obediently took out a dusty wooden box the size of a pencil case from the back of the cabinet. It looks like it must have been in the box for at least a few years. Well, it's been a long time. I don't remember that I haven't lost any textbooks, but probably not. If someone takes them away, I will know. Queenie twisted the door of the wooden box, and there was no textbook in the wooden box. Arriving at the 2-centimeter-high books with their spines facing outwards, she took out one. It miraculously changed from the size of a thumb to the size of a normal book. Awesome. Aurelius was so satisfied looking at this little box. He also thought that if there were too many, he might not be able to take them away. Thank you, Miss Queenie. Aurelius reached out and held Queenie's hand, slowly pushed the book back, and then put the small box into his pocket as a matter of course. Hey, Queenie was stunned for a moment. Aurelius, who was about to leave, smiled and put her wand back where it belonged. It's a good wand. Of course you should cherish it. Miss Queenie, since it is a transaction, there will be comings and goings. Your sister has been arrested by the Magic Congress. It may be difficult to come back tonight. No need to wait, good night, Dash. As soon as he finished speaking, Aurelius' figure dissipated in the wind like sand. What? Queenie was frightened by Aurelius' news. She didn't understand why her sister was caught. They sisters had no secrets, but it didn't matter anymore. Sisters who depend on each other for life. She doesn't care whether her sister has actually committed a crime. Queenie hurriedly took her wand and waved it, and the clothes on the hanger floated to Queenie to change into. He stepped on her shoes and hurried out the door. Magical Congress, temporary prison. Newt, Jacob, and Tina were locked in their cells, silent. Perhaps to confirm whether she had wronged someone, Tina asked, "Is that really Obscurus?" Newt sat in the corner of the cell, tearing a piece of grass in his hand. His heart was in confusion. He was worried about his animals. I don't know, but must not be magical animals, and the wounds on those corpses are very similar to those caused by Obscurus. I can't confirm. My research on Obscurus is still too superficial, Dash. Excuse me, what is the Obscurus and the Obscurus you're talking about? Jacob was the only one among the three who was completely confused. He was locked into prison in a daze. It hasn't appeared for centuries. Tina glanced at the depressed Newt. Although Newt was not sure, Tina was sure that she had misunderstood Newt. Maybe Newt's animals did cause some damage to New York, but he definitely shouldn't bear the greatest responsibility for the disaster. I'm anxious. At least, if he hadn't rushed into the conference rashly, things would never have ended up like this. Due to Nut's fault, he would only be deported and should not be locked up in prison. Newt, who was sitting on the ground with his legs curled up, spoke silently. 3 months ago, I saw one in Sudan. There may have been more before, and they still exist now. At that time, the wizard had not yet hidden himself and was still being numbed. When people are being hunted and persecuted, young wizards and witches sometimes suppress their magical powers to avoid being killed. Not only did they fail to learn how to harness or control their own magical power, but they gave birth to something called an Obscurus. Tina added, "It is an unstable, uncontrollable dark force that suddenly breaks out to attack and then disappears without a trace." Tina suddenly stopped. She seemed to have thought of something and quickly confirmed to Newt, "The lifespan of the Obscurus is not long, is it? There is no documented case of an Obscurial living to be 10 years old. The little girl I met in Africa was 8 years old. She was only 8 years old when she died." Newt's eyes turned red, and he seemed to see something again, the look in the helpless girl's eyes when she was about to die. What? What do you mean? The person who killed Senator Shao was a child. Bias. Common sense. Because people believed too much in what they thought was the truth, Aurelius now sits firmly on the throne. As long as he doesn't go out and tell the world that he is the Obscurial, no one can doubt him. Even if he said it, he might be regarded as a lunatic and would just laugh. Because no one believed that the Obscurus, who was destined to live less than 10 years old, could actually reach adulthood. No one believed that the uncontrollable Obscurus behaved like a baby in the hands of Aurelius. No one believed. It was that simple. Sitting majestically on top of the Woolworth building, the backlight did not affect Aurelius' vision at all. Obscurus is not affected by light. Aurelius only needs to turn his eyeballs into obscuras to be able to see in the dark night. To be honest, this was much better than Aurelius' own vision. The dark eyeballs, without the whites of the eyes, make people shudder to look at them. Leaning on a lightning rod, Aurelius held up a book with one leg and swung the other leg outside the wall. It was a pity that he didn't have a bottle of wine. Otherwise, buy would have been enough for the COS. When a winter wind blows, hey, this brain is full of energy, just perfect for reading at night. This is the place he specially chose. There will be a good show to watch later. What he holds in his hand is a book called The Magic of Chadwick, written by a man named Chadwick, but this is the first volume of 7 volumes in total. It has been nearly 300 years since the 7 volumes of Chadwick's Magic were selected as the spell's textbook in Ilvermorny. Ilvermorny was originally founded as home teaching, but as the number of students increased, it gradually became the Ilvermorny it is today. The original intention of its creation was that 2 young wizards dreamed of going to Hogwarts. Out of their admiration for Hogwarts, Ilvermorny was very similar to Hogwarts. The courses are also very similar. Defense against the dark arts, hexes, potions, transfiguration, and more. These 4 courses are also what Aurelius values most. It doesn't look like Hogwarts. Although Aurelius never went to Hogwarts, he had read books and watched movies. The textbook used at Hogwarts is the Standard Spells series. Linlin thought about it for a while and concluded that there are probably such spells as the levitation spell, the lock-picking spell, and the illuminating spell. But none of the spells that Aurelius recalled appeared in Chadwick's Magic. In the first volume, almost half of the book is about the theory. There are only 2 magic spells. One is Quickly Open, and the other is Movement Spell. Quickly Open is similar to the lock-picking spell, which is used to open locks, but it is not a magic spell. The wizarding world is spread all over the world like the Muggle world, and it is normal to have spells with similar functions. The same goes for the Movement Spell, which can levitate objects and control their movement. Compared with the levitation spell, the moving spell can fly at a very limited height, but it is superior in displacement control. Is it reasonable to spend the entire first grade learning 2 spells? Very reasonable. Aurelius felt that this setting was very reasonable. Magic, as a subject that combines theory and practice, is relatively risky in practice. In this case, it is particularly important to consolidate the theoretical foundation. He doesn't think magic is a kind of I'm thinking. In the same world, why does Muggle technology have to follow the rules of the world, while wizards can? I'm thinking. In the past, trains were also regarded as steel monsters, and thunder and lightning were also regarded as miracles. Magic doesn't make sense? That means we haven't found the reason yet. But now there is no time for Aurelius to slowly study the theory. He needs to learn a spell first, a spell that he needs very much. Temporary prison. The Obscurus and the Obscurus are symbiotic, right? It cannot simply be said to be symbiosis. Newt shook his head. The Obscurus is special. The Obscurus is the product of suppressed magic. In the final analysis, it is still another form of expression of magic. Jacob raised his hand curiously. Ombuses, can you survive alone without the host? He asked very pointedly, because he remembered the black mist encased in a transparent bubble that he had seen in Newt's box before. No, usually when the Obscurial dies, the Obscurus will dissipate. Newt shook his head. The Obscurus is like water in a bottle. The bigger the bottle, the more water there is, but the thickness of the bottle remains the same. Once the wall of the bottle cannot withstand the pressure of the water inside, the bottle will be burst by the water. This is also the reason why those Obscurials cannot live beyond the age of 10. Wait, Newt suddenly stood up. If the bottle is thick enough, then it can hold more water. Then, An unprecedentedly powerful Obscurus can cause more terrible wounds. Those corpses! Jacob and Tina shouted out simultaneously. No, it won't. No Obscurus can live to be 10 years old. 10 years old? Could it be that suppressing one's own magic power from birth creates an Obscurus? Newt leaned against the fence dejectedly. He felt that his scalp was numb, and it was extremely painful when the speculation seriously conflicted with his knowledge. Newt's commander, Tina Goldstein, Jacob Kowalski. 3 people in white coats appeared in front of them. They put iron chains on them one by one and led the 3 people out of the cell. Where are we going? Newt asked. Interrogation. A cold voice responded to him. Interrogation. Jacob couldn't help but reveal his unlucky eyebrows, and his mind had already started to flood with all kinds of tortures in those medieval stories. But when he thought about Queenie, he suddenly felt more at ease. Legitimacy. Yes, there is legitimacy in a magic world, so there is no need to force confessions by words or deeds. Trial room. It was an empty room, with a table and 2 chairs, the only facilities. Graves, or to be precise, Mr. Grindelwald, disguised as Graves, has been waiting for them for a long time. Jacob and Tina were guarded by 3 men in white, standing not far behind Newt. Newt was interrogated first, and, as a preferential treatment, he could sit on a chair. Newt doesn't like to look at people. Unlike Aurelius, who is wary of legitimacy, he is purely socially anxious, and looking at people makes him nervous. Grindelwald crossed his legs, still looking confident and calm. You are quite interesting, Mr. Scamander. Mr. Graves Tina couldn't help but want to speak out to tell the truth, but was interrupted by Grindelwald. He put his fingers between his lips and shook his head gently at Tina. Out of trust in her old boss, Tina retreated obediently. Grindelwald looked at the information in front of him. You were kicked out of Hogwarts because you endangered a human life. It was an accident, Newt said firmly. Involving magical creatures? Grindelwald looked speechless, all because he saw the next description. But one of your teachers defended you in every possible way and did not want you to be expelled from the school. He was a little confused and looked at Newt carefully for a while. He really didn't know what the advantages of this little freckle-headed guy were. He was a little annoyed, but he couldn't help but say, So, what makes Albus Dumbledore like you so much? What makes Albus Dumbledore like you so much? Newt was stunned for a moment. Is this related to what happened today? Why would this head of the Magical Security Department and director of the Legal Enforcement Department of the Magical Congress of Magnesia ask this? Newt was confused. Dumbledore's fame in Britain and even in Europe was due to the discovery by Dumbledore and his friend Mr. Nicola Flamel of the 12 uses of fire dragon blood many years ago. But this is an academic achievement. Although Newt is autistic, he also knows that academic achievements are often something that ordinary wizards will not pay attention to. So, why would a head Auror from across the ocean from the Ministry of Magic of Magnesia, who specializes in fighting and arresting dark wizards and criminals, pay special attention to a school teacher, a British scholar? I don't know, sir. Newt shook his head. Grindelwald knew he had made a mistake, but he was always a little sensitive when it came to his old friend. He adjusted quickly and immediately changed the subject. So secretly releasing a group of dangerous magical creatures here is just an accident, right? Newt retorted. Why did I do this on purpose? Want to expose the wizarding world? Want to provoke a war between the magical world and the non-magical world? For the greater good? You mean this? Newt was puzzled. That's right. Grindelwald fired at himself unceremoniously. Newt almost laughed angrily, and he emphasized, I am not a fanatical believer in Grindelwald, Mr. Graves. Great, but I want to know, how do you explain this to me? Grindelwald smiled and waved his hand, and the Obscurus, trapped in the bubble, slowly rose and floated in the air. Tina was stunned. Mo ran. She had only seen this picture book in the library. Newt, he raised the Obscurus. Did he lie to himself again? Newt turned his head. He ignored Grindelwald, who was interrogating him, but looked at Tina and Jacob. This is an Obscurus, not what you think. In Sudan, when I tried to save the little girl, I separated it, but I couldn't save the child. I wanted to take it home and study it, but it couldn't survive outside. It wouldn't hurt anyone. Human, Tina, Newt explained anxiously. But Tina said nothing, just looked at the silence with a pair of sad eyes. In other words, it is useless without a host. Grindelwald felt like his heart was being hammered hard. Then why has he endured the humiliation for so long? How can an Obscurial, one whose lifespan is destined to enter a countdown, help him win greater benefits? Useless? Newt woke up and looked at Grindelwald in surprise. It was because of the parasitic cannibalism of that magical power that he killed child. What can you use this kind of thing for? The horror of Obscurus is well known. Such a destructive, and uncontrollable, terrifying black magic power. Why would anyone discuss whether it is useful or useless? Newt, a scholar who was not good at words, could detect anomalies. Tina, the keen former Auror, was also awakened by a word that woke her up from her sorrow. She looked at Grindelwald with disbelief. Grindelwald's heart skipped a beat. Oops. The secret is revealed. With a heavy eyelid, Grindelwald decided to silence him. You can't fool anyone, Mr. Scamander. You brought this thing to New York in the hope of provoking a large-scale conflict, trampling on the law of secrecy, and exposing the magical world to the public. Newt even forgot about his social fear. He stared at Grindelwald and argued. You know it won't hurt anyone. You know very well. You have committed the crime of treason and betrayed the wizarding community, so you will be sentenced to death immediately. Grindelwald didn't care about Newt's defense at all. He wanted them to die. Miss Goldstein and Mr. Kowalski will be sentenced to the same sentence as your accomplices. Execute immediately. Upon hearing her fate, Tina couldn't help sobbing, her eyes always looking at the cold judge. She is not afraid of death, not because he was wrongly accused. She couldn't accept that the person who had wronged her and wanted to kill her was actually her guide and her most respected commander, Mr. Graves. She didn't say a word, but her look was enough. I will inform President Picari personally. Please. Grindelwald still maintained his demeanor, but what he said was the coldest words. The three executors pressed their wands against their necks. Jacob panicked. Didn't he just need to clear his memory? Why did you hang up? Tina was just crying. There is no greater sorrow than the death of one's heart. She didn't understand why the Graves family would do such a thing, and why Mr. Graves, who she had always regarded as her idol and goal, would do this. In a word, three views exploded, as Aurelius thought. It is always difficult to accept when reality is contrary to what people think is the truth. Faced with this collapse of faith, it is normal to have an emotional breakdown. Rooftop. Tina's howl cheered Aurelius up, and he closed the Transfiguration textbook in his hand. He rubbed his temples with his hands. Fortunately, my talent is higher than I thought. Aurelius smiled. The plan worked. The only difficulty in the whole plan was that he only had a few hours to learn a 5th and 6th grade spell. Luckily, he lived up to his fate. Facing the sun, Aurelius turned into darkness. The dense black mist gradually became transparent, and with the help of the mark's positioning, Aurelius teleported again. Basically, every Ministry of Magic has anti-apparition within it. But obviously, the anti-apparition in the wizarding world cannot even stop phoenixes and house elves, let alone summoner skills that are not in the same system at all. No one noticed that Aurelius was in an invisible state, so he marked Newt again, and Aurelius sneaked into Magic Congress. He came for something else. He didn't take action to save the three of them. They would have done it themselves. Even if it didn't work, Queenie, who had been preparing for a longer time, was the second insurance Aurelius had prepared for them. He just needs Newt and his team to cause trouble at the Magical Congress, so as to give him a chance to fish in troubled waters. Thanks to Tatiana, although he didn't get all the maps of the Magic Congress, he still knew the general terrain. The answer is the floor buttons in the elevator, which have the location of each department marked on them. Aurelius's target is the library of the Magic Congress located under the Major Crime Investigation Department. The Magical Congress of Magnesium was established in an era when wizards and No-Majs were in serious conflict. This makes the MAC more like a military government. There are no nobles in the magical world of Magnesia. Those with high status are the descendants of the 12 Aurors, the Butte family, and other families that have made outstanding contributions to the magical world of Magnesium. Graves, who was replaced by Grindelwald, is the descendant of Fuji Graves, one of the 12 Aurors. Therefore, the laws enacted and implemented by the Magical Congress of Magnesia are very strict. This place is more like an archive. No one will come here to read, and there are strict guards patrolling it. The Library of the Magical Congress is a backup in case the magical world of Magnesia is attacked and the inheritance of knowledge is cut off. For Aurelius, he could find any book he wanted here. This is an absolute gem. Walking through the huge bookshelves, Aurelius lay dormant and waiting. Now that the guards were still there, he couldn't reveal himself to get the book. And he also noticed that there were alarms or defense devices on these bookshelves. Queenie, thank you so much. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get the books here in a short time. Aurelius said hello. It was only after he came in that he discovered the difference between this library and the library. Wait quietly for Newt and the others to cause trouble, and it would be best to attract the guards here. Other than that, Aurelius just wandered among the bookshelves, looking for his goal. The original plan was to leave a mark here so that he could read books at any time. The 300 years of accumulation of the Magical Congress of Magnesia would become his own private library. But when he discovered that this place was not a library but an archive, Aurelius changed his plans. He could only take advantage of the chaos and take away some of the books. It was impossible to take them all away. If it weren't for Queenie's gift of a book box, he could only take away 3 or 5 books, which would be amazing. His main target is black magic. Ordinary magic can always be obtained somewhere, but truly high-end and top-notch black magic is difficult to obtain. After wandering around for 2 times, Aurelius locked in some target books, some of which were old friends he was familiar with, and some new friends. Secrets of Advanced Black Magic and Curse and Counter-Curse. These are all magic books that appear in the original work. There are also some that he has never heard of, such as Awakening Your Loyal Servant, The Fire of Hell, Bloody Ritual, and Puppets, Torture and Killing, a book that you will know what it is about as soon as you hear it. I hope it works, but don't waste your efforts and make a bunch of useless stuff. Aurelius said to himself, black magic is powerful and has strange effects, but it has serious side effects. Aurelius wanted to learn it because he felt that he was probably immune to the side effects of black magic. If he learned black magic but couldn't resist the negative emotions caused by black magic, then Aurelius would rather not use black magic. He didn't want to let his emotions control his mind, nor did he want to be corrupted into a madman by black magic like Voldemort and those dark wizards. As it started, marking the perspective, Newt began the most exciting period of life and death escape. The autistic little freckle started his yo-yo trick. Winged Demon, a dangerous magical animal that sucks brains. It spreads its wings like a big butterfly, but its terrifying face looks like a reptile. Newt learned to carry the Winged Demon with him when he was in Brazil and learned from the wizards there. Brazilian wizards specialize in harnessing and taming magical creatures to fight. Based on his understanding of various magical creatures, Newt chose to carry the Winged Demon, which curled up to the size of a palm, like a green spiny pupa. Once released, he will transform into a terrifying killer with an arm span of 1 meter that sucks people's brains. Without a wand, the Winged Demon became Newt's trump card, helping the 3 of them defeat the 3 executioners and escape quickly. But the Winged Demon cannot replace the wand. Tina without the wand is a pure burden, and Newt instinctively feels uneasy without the wand. They don't know how long they can escape in this magical country where wizards and aurors are everywhere. Queenie, a door opened, and a figure appeared in front of Newt. He subconsciously was about to launch the Winged Demon attack, but luckily Jacob's surprised shout stopped Newt. Come in. Queenie clapped the suitcase in her hand. It was Newt's suitcase, and in her hand were the wands belonging to Newt and Tina. Aurelius was a little dumbfounded. No, I've given you several extra hours to prepare, but you ended up hiding in a box and escaping. Newt and the others' escape was part of Aurelius' plan. He had often acted to maintain the plot before, because that allowed him to maximize his interests. But that's not now. What he wants now is for Newt and the others to cause chaos, so that he can fish in troubled waters. What plot will you follow at this time? The only result of asking Queenie to prepare in advance is that the chaos will be smaller than the one in the plot. 10,000 grass mud horses gallop past. It's true that the plan can't keep up with the changes. Aurelius shook his head, but it didn't matter. Aurelius had learned experience after the failure of seeking Matla Rat. Plan A failed? Don't worry, he still has Plan B. It's a pity that I learned my original form immediately and didn't use it. When Queenie successfully left Magic Congress and Newt and the others were released again, Aurelius appeared instantly and destroyed the defenses on the bookshelf with one force, triggering the alarm bell. He rolled up his target and stuffed a total of 80 or 90 magic books into the book box. Before the guards arrived, he activated the second stage teleportation effect of the Mark Summoner's skill and disappeared into the library. Where are we going now? We need a repaired place. Those animals are still wandering around. I can't watch them being killed by Aurors. Newt said anxiously. Newt, don't worry, it won't happen. Chairman Pickery's order is to arrest, and the Aurors won't kill him unless it's just in case. Tina comforted. No, the invisible beasts are okay. They are not easily discovered by Aurors, but the poison-horned beasts and bird snakes are still outside. They are XXXX level magical creatures. Aurors who don't understand their habits have no way of catching them. Once they are provoked and the Auror is injured, the Auror will definitely attack. Newt said eagerly. Jacob suddenly suggested, My house, no, my grandfather's house. They have passed away and no one lives there. We can go there first. Okay. Tina nodded, turned to Newt and said, Don't worry, it's been several hours. If something happened, it would have happened a long time ago. We need to confirm again how many animals you have wandering around. Newt looked at the other three and nodded. No one noticed that an uninvited guest came and left again. Second Salem. When Aurelius appeared and walked in from the door, Chastity came up to him. Credence, you are finally back. Call me Aurelius. That's my real name. Aurelius looked at her doubtfully, then at the other eager children, and laughed and said, Why are you all just sitting there? Have you eaten? The children didn't dare to say anything. Chastity said sheepishly, I don't know how to cook. Aurelius couldn't help but laugh, and then he touched Modesty's head next to him. Okay, let's take everyone to the restaurant. Forget it, let's go to the yard. Before the house is repaired, we may have to eat in the yard. After the two older children led them to the courtyard in the middle of the orphanage, Aurelius said to Chastity, Help me, can you? Chastity smiled. Of course. Chastity went to the kitchen to prepare, but Aurelius came to Mary's body. He leaned down, not afraid of Mary's horrific death state, and sat next to her. I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't kill you. Maybe I should. I hurt Mr. Mason unintentionally. I don't know if it should be my fault, but you have abused me for 15 years and you still want to use me as a sacrifice. Then I step back and stand by. Does that seem to make sense? Aurelius smiled, stretched out his hand to close Mary's eyelids, covering her eyes that were still frightened until she died. Perhaps no one is right or wrong. Goodbye, Mom. I will find you a feng shui treasure. With a wave of his hand, the wreckage on the ground was shaken. The wood, gravel, and rubble danced under the drive of Aurelius, wrapping Mary's body softly like a spring breeze. Eventually, it condensed into a coffin that was 5 or 6 feet long and 2 feet wide. He didn't know what funerals were like in Europe and the United States, so he simply went to his hometown in his previous life. He planned to let it rest for 7 days and then bury it. Dusting off his butt, Aurelius went to the kitchen. In fact, he doesn't know how to make delicious food, but he can still make random stews. Wash and chop various vegetables. Throw them into the pot, mix them with the noodles and puree, and cook them together, and the steaming soup is ready. The meal was not difficult to prepare, but it still took a long time for these hundreds of children. Chastity took the children to wash the dishes, while Aurelius leaned aside and read a book. It's not a black magic book. No matter how arrogant Aurelius is, he can't read a black magic book in front of hundreds of children. Clay, Aurelius. Aurelius looked up and saw a little girl named Kyle. At these child ages, girls develop faster than boys and develop self-confidence more easily. Of course, you can't have any confidence with Mary, but in general, girls are more in charge. What's wrong, Kyle? Aurelius asked softly. Don't we have to hand out flyers? Kyle asked in a low voice. Aurelius looked at the group of little guys who were paying attention and nodded. Yes, there is no need to hand out flyers. Then do we have anything to eat tonight? Kyle didn't even ask about lunch. When Mary was presiding, if there was no meeting or leaflet distribution in the afternoon, there would be no food at noon. Of course, Aurelius just finished speaking, but he paused again, and he suddenly had an idea. You go and play, just don't run out. It's very dangerous outside. Aurelius touched Kyle's golden hair. After getting Aurelius's approval, a group of little guys were happy. If Mary were still here, Mary would have reprimanded him at this time. But who told Mary to lie down? Aurelius had had enough of the overly oppressive environment. A place with hundreds of children was as oppressive as a prison. What did this sound like? Chastity yelled to stop a group of naughty children who were having fun. As soon as they shouted to stop, they started to find something else to do. After a while, Chastity was running, sweating profusely before gathering the children to a suitable level for playing. Oh, these naughty guys, Chastity scolded, but the bright smile on her face also showed that she was very happy. Without the devil-like Mary, all the children have a huge mountain on their heads. Aurelius, what are you doing? Chastity looked at Aurelius, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating, and asked curiously. Well, just think of it as kung fu. Aurelius said casually. Kung fu? What is that? Aurelius then remembered that it was only 1926, and it was still far away from the kung fu craze. He is familiar with the code of blades and the inheritance. Aurelius not only received the summoner's inheritance. To be precise, he received the War Academy's inheritance. All of it, including the most important summoner system, the drawings and runes of the War College facilities, the crystal trace, the twisted jungle, and even the summoner's rift. He can rebuild them one by one given him time and materials. However, simple reproduction is meaningless. These are two worlds. Valoran could make a college a world tribunal, which is not feasible here. Code of Blades was compiled by a large number of the most outstanding heroes on the continent. It could be said to be an encyclopedia of magical secrets in cold weapon combat. It contains the lifelong efforts and inheritance of dozens of warriors and heroes. Let's put it this way, if you can fully understand any of them, you can jump from a cannon fodder level ordinary soldier to a hero. What is a hero? The summoner can contract any creature and turn it into a defender, but not every defender can be called hero. The difference between heroes and non-heroes is huge. How big is it? Have you seen the military line? Melee minions are where most warriors belong, long-range minions are where most mages belong, and tech guys are better, but they are nothing more than cannons and super soldiers. Thanks to the diligent miners of Crystal Trace, the crystals they mined created the Crystal Hub and used magic puppets to form a military line, so that these ordinary warriors and mages would not become cannon fodder. The Crystal Hub used their power to create magic puppets, so that there were no actual casualties in Summoner's Rift. This allowed various disputes on the mainland to be resolved in Summoner's Rift for a long time, avoiding the occurrence of war, and incidentally let the War College have a transcendent status. Powering the Crystal Nexus is the only way out for these non-heroes. Aurelius didn't expect to cultivate a hero, but the Crystal Nexus in Summoner's Rift gave him a wonderful inspiration. In Valoran, due to the intervention of the War College, any war was prevented from happening, but there cannot be no conflicts between countries. Therefore, Summoner's Rift and Twisted Jungle were created, where any disputes between two countries or forces could be resolved. The Zhanzhan College was the guarantee, and the contract was made. Summoners from each country came forward to summon heroes to fight. In an offensive and defensive battle targeting the Crystal Hub, the winner won the bet. It can both resolve disputes and ensure peace. These were the rules of Valoran in the past. The War College teaches the Code of Blades, to train ordinary warriors and mages. When a duel occurs on Summoner's Rift, these warriors and mages provide power to the Crystal Nexus to create a line of troops. But in the eyes of Aurelius, the military line created by the Crystal Hub can be described as a war machine with unlimited potential. An endless army. No matter how many deaths there are, they're just puppets created by the Crystal Nexus. The Crystal Nexus and Summoning Crystal are not broken, and the soldiers controlling these puppets are not dead. At most, they only need to spend some mana. After 10 minutes of rest, they can join the battle vigorously again. This is very suitable for some ambitious people. Aurelius belongs to the magical world, but at the same time, he doesn't have much sense of belonging to the magical world. The magical world will definitely be exposed in the future, and this cannot be avoided by any confidentiality laws. Grindelwald saw this, and Aurelius, the time traveler, saw it even more clearly. The question then arises, as a tall man in the magical world who is destined to be exposed, can he hide if the sky falls? Maybe, but Plan B is still needed. These kids are his Plan B. He needs followers. At least until he couldn't have the power to suppress the world, he still needed manpower. Followers, where do they come from? Magical world? There are not many people, but there are many thieves. Ordinary people? Unless we can establish a country and enter the rules of the game for ordinary people. But this is not what Aurelius wants. Until there are not many changes, Aurelius plans to circle the territory and watch the changes. He plans to teach the Code of Blades to the children in these orphanages. Of course, not the entire church. He didn't expect that hundreds of children in this small orphanage would give birth to heroes. It's not that Aurelius is too proud of himself, or that he looks down on these children. In Valoran, elites selected from all over the continent enter the War College, and the Code of Blades is a required course for every War College student. But was any hero ever born? The inheritance told him no, not a single one. Theoretically, the lifelong efforts of dozens of heroes in the Code of Blades can be regarded as inheritance. But it is so sad that for so many years, no student from the War College has become a hero through the Code of Blades. All the elites in Valoran can only work as soldiers in Summoner's Rift. Aurelius, who directly accepted the inheritance, didn't think he could become a hero. Why should he open this small orphanage in Salem? Can talents emerge in large numbers? What if this is Arkham? It's not feasible to expect to cultivate heroes by yourself, at least not now. Instead of trying to cultivate heroes, it's better to just blast the troops. He needs a group of followers who are capable of fighting, but he also doesn't want to be stabbed in the back, so he must have the ability to control these followers. He doesn't like to use Grindelwald or Voldemort's methods, and he doesn't like to force anyone. The Crystal Nexus system in Summoner's Rift is a good idea. He wants these children to become batteries and control the soldiers in the military line. These children themselves have no fighting ability and are certainly not dangerous. The most critical Crystal Hub is firmly in his hands. Those who are willing to serve him will win the right to use power. Those who are unwilling to serve will also lose their power and gain freedom. Fair enough, right? The War College only regarded the Crystal Hub as a cannon fodder line in the canyon, but Aurelius felt that it had huge potential. It will not cause actual casualties, and it can provide a steady stream of combat power. The most important thing is easy to control. How could he not pay attention to such a war machine? It's just that the Crystal Hub and inheritance is not enough. Whether it is melee soldiers, long-range soldiers, or even artillery vehicles and super soldiers, their combat effectiveness is a bit unsatisfactory. If you do it exactly according to the inheritance, it's really cannon fodder. The War College does not pay much attention to the Crystal Nexus minions, and no one is going to further upgrade and transform them. Maybe there are short-lived summoner skills, promotion, and equipment banner of command. If you want to use Aurelius, you must upgrade it. This matter is not easy to say, nor is it difficult to say that it is difficult. But you can be sure that it will be enough in a short period of time. He doesn't even have room for crystal hubs and summoning crystals. These are just a flash of inspiration from Aurelius, and more will be planned slowly. During the past few days, his attention has been focused on Obscurus. Despite his contract, Obscurus seemed to have gained unprecedented power, but in fact, even as a summoner, he missed a lot of classes. His training as a summoner was just beginning, so he couldn't be dismissed as a rookie based on Obscurus's tyranny. In the War College, summoners also have to learn the Code of Blades. After all, summoners summon heroes to fight, and these heroes are either warriors or mages. They don't know how to fight. Even the number one hero in the contract has how much combat effectiveness? It is worth mentioning that warriors and mages only represent their main damage types. Warriors cause physical damage, and mages cause magic damage. It's not a simple difference between melee and long range. Obscurus had endless potential, but Aurelius had not yet decided which direction he wanted to cultivate it. This kind of thing will affect his whole life. Aurelius must be cautious. But no matter what you choose, you must learn Code of Blades. I feel like my energy has improved a lot since the contract was silent. After running around all night, I'm not sleepy at all. Aurelius felt great. This is 80% the normal physique of a wizard who has not been invaded by the Obscurus. In the inheritance, he did not find any physical enhancements that the summoner would receive. Hiss! Wow! The big snake is flying in the sky. Aurelius looked up sharply. A giant snake that looked like a giant dragon streaked across the sky at high speed. Its wings suddenly flapped and stirred up a Category 5 wind. Bird snake. Aurelius blinked. Why did you fly here? He didn't want the entire orphanage to be rebuilt. But looking at it, Aurelius felt something was wrong. The state of this bird and snake is not right. It is neither fleeing in panic nor pursuing in anger. Seeing that it was twisting itself into a knot, Aurelius immediately noticed that it was fighting, and he seemed to know that he was going to lose. He wanted to escape from the entanglement, but couldn't escape. As if to verify Aurelius's conjecture, a huge drop of blue blood fell from the sky. When he watched the huge blood fall on Aurelius' face, it turned into a small drop. Don't let it go. Tangled ropes. Aurelius rested his head and lay down on the pillar behind him. The Aurors are here, and it looks like Newt didn't catch his little cuties, but the Aurors are after them. Birds and snakes. Aurelius muttered. He remembered that in the plot, bird and snake stayed in a tower-like building and stayed quietly for several days. In this case, how could the Aurors find out without a magical animal expert like Newt? Whoa, whoa. A timid cry interrupted Aurelius' thoughts. He turned around and saw a little guy less than Aurelius's waist squatting in the shadow of the corridor and yelling softly at Aurelius. It was an animal similar to an orangutan, covered with long silver-white hair, with a curious, wrinkled face, big dark brown eyes hidden in the long hair on the top of its head, and a grimace. Invisible beast? Aurelius was a little unsure. Invisible beasts use their superb invisibility abilities to protect themselves from danger as gentle herbivores. They rarely show their true colors, so few people have seen them. Moreover, the invisible beast has a unique ability to foresee and can have limited insight into the future fragments of some high-probability events. On the contrary, it is similar to Grindelwald's peculiar eye. Invisible beasts are listed as XXXX in the Ministry of Magic classification levels. But this is not because invisible beasts are dangerous. On the contrary, in terms of the degree of danger, the invisible beast may only be slightly stronger than the velvet. There could be XXXX levels, more so that they are difficult to catch and discover. The invisible beast is native to East Asia and was brought to the American continent about 300 years ago. However, because there was only one, the invisible beast eventually hybridized with the ugly ghoul, resulting in the invisible monster, a headache for the United States. The birth of the man-eating magical creature. But that was 300 years ago, and no invisible beast has a lifespan of more than 300 years, so the invisible beast in front of me must be the one that belongs to Newt Dougal. Oh, the invisible beast behaved a little strangely when facing Aurelius. It seemed to want to get close to Aurelius, but it was afraid of something. Hiss! As the birds and snakes fighting with the Aurors wailed in the sky, the invisible beast ran over and hugged Aurelius' thighs with two extraordinarily long arms. Oh! The invisible beast pointed its finger at the sky and shouted urgently. Aurelius looked at it. You don't want me to save that bird snake, do you? Invisible beasts are very smart, and Aurelius doesn't know if all invisible beasts are so smart or Newt is an exception. It seemed to understand, nodding repeatedly and waving its hands. Of course, it was impossible for Aurelius to feel like a girl when he saw a furry guy. After thinking for a while, he shook his head. No, little guy. He didn't want to deal with Aurelius at all. He just wanted to survive until he finished studying the books he got from Queenie and the Magical Society. In this situation, he jumped out simply to take the blame, even if it was really him who did all this. But this pot is too big for him to bear. Oh! The invisible beast jumped up and down in front of him anxiously. Aurelius never changed his mind. Seeing that the invisible beast could not change Aurelius's mind no matter what, he lowered his hands in despair. When an invisible beast gives up its invisibility, it means it is risking its life. Aurelius also knew this, but it was impossible for him to agree to Dougal just because of this. Hey, there's a woolly monkey here. Come on. With a twist, an Auror broke into the orphanage. He held up his magic wand, looking ready for war, but he happened to face the disappointed Dougal. Dougal was frightened and disappeared almost instantly. The Auror was stunned, and Aurelius was also stunned for a moment. The Auror remembered a magical animal that he had only learned about in the history of magic, and he exclaimed, "It's an invisible beast!" Aurelius was surprised that Dougal disappeared from his sight, but did not disappear from its perception. It, no doubt, Obscurus. Does M.O. Rand still have this ability? Sorry, mister. No-Majs, you saw it. No, you saw something that shouldn't be seen. I have to do something. Don't worry. It will be quick, and there will be no pain dash. Auror looking at Aurelius. He saw the children gather behind him and scratched his head. It's too bad. There are hundreds of them here. Outside. I'm afraid everyone in New York has seen them. Forget. Before he could finish the spell, a tyrannical force lifted him away. The Auror panicked. He was fixed to the wall, and he subconsciously looked at Aurelius. Aurelius was pointing his wand at him with a gloomy expression. No need here, sir. The wand was, of course, used in disguise. In just one day, the only spell Aurelius knew was still half-baked, and he was able to imprison an elite wizard Auror. Of course, he relied on the power of Obscurus. You're a wizard? Auror blinked. Aurelius removed the Obscurus, and the Auror slid down the wall. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I haven't met your husband, so I'm rude, Auror said apologetically. You should go and resolve this farce. Go ahead. Aurelius issued the eviction order. But they dash. Auror looked at the child behind Aurelius, a little embarrassed. Millions of people in New York have seen it, but these children are still missing. Aurelius asked. The Auror made a grimace. That's true. I'm sorry again, sir. After saying that, a phantom disappeared. Aurelius sighed. Such an inch. An Auror ran into the orphanage. He had no choice but to do this if he didn't want his memory to be wiped. He didn't want to test whether the Obscurus was immune to oblivion. What if it can't? The invisible beast Duggar appeared again, and it pulled Aurelius's clothes pitifully. Aurelius sighed, looked at Chastity, and bowed slightly. Sorry, Chastity, it seems I have to leave for a while. But a group of children looked at Aurelius pitifully. He was the support of these children, but he had to leave. He has been exposed, not to reveal the identity of the Obscurial, but to reveal the identity of the unregistered wizard. Once the Magic Congress settles its scores, it's best to go to jail for a few days. Look at me, Dash. Aurelius held Chastity's shoulders, asked her to look at him, and then said, Squib, Mr. Graves, we will meet again, Dash. Hold on to me, little one. Aurelius patted Duggar's head, and Duggar hugged Aurelius' thigh tightly. As soon as his mind moved, Aurelius's figure suddenly distorted, just like the Auror who just disapparated and disappeared into the orphanage. Is that apparition? Of course not. As the ever-changing Obscurus, it is not difficult to imitate a magical effect. He had to do this in order for Chastity to see it for the children to see it, and for Grindelwald to see it. It's dying. Quick, fix it. The flames are blazing. Shattered to pieces. 3 or 5 aurors were besieging the bird snake, and the scales on the bird snake's body were stained with blood. Aurelius felt very strange. The bird and snake could grow larger and smaller freely. Faced with a crisis, why did it not shrink and escape, but instead grew as large as possible to attract attention? Oh, the invisible beast wrapped in Obscurus cried sadly, and Aurelius seemed to understand. In the movie, it is Dougal who brings food to the bird and snake. As a female snake that has just given birth, she should be very manic. If Dougal can get along with it, they must have a good relationship. Although it's a bit incredible, magic is incredible, isn't it? The reason why this bird snake mother didn't shrink down and escape was probably because she wanted to protect the weaker Dougal. And Dougal is actually afraid of Aurelius. The aura of Obscurus on his body would frighten this spiritual beast, but in order to save the bird snake mother, it chose to give up all its disguises and appear in front of Aurelius. What a touching interracial friendship! Aurelius sighed. He didn't know if his guess was right, but he wanted to believe it. He took action. Before being exposed, he chose to stand by and hide himself, but now there is no need. The body expanded and instantly transformed into a giant. The huge turbulence pushed away the auror who was attacking the bird and snake, and only by holding on to the flying broom tightly did he not fall down. The aurors were a little nervous. They didn't understand these magical animals at all. The invisible silence opened them up, but in their eyes, it became the power of birds and snakes. Wouldn't it make sense that a flying snake could harness the power of the wind? But bird snake herself knew that this was a power that frightened her. The Obscurus expanded to form a huge hollow cage, which made the bird snake mother feel extremely uneasy. In desperation, bird and snake are about to make a desperate fight. Whoa, whoa. The cry of the invisible beast gave the bird and snake a pause, and it was calmed down, and its mottled scales no longer exploded, hovering in the body of Obscurus, gradually getting smaller as the body of Obscurus shrank. Soon, the sky fell into silence. Escape. An auror looked ugly. Chase. Where are you chasing? Shut up. Will you die if you stop talking? Magical Congress. Grindelwald stood in front of the map, with 2 of his subordinates behind him. How many did you find? Grindelwald said gloomily. A poison-horned beast, a big snake. Oh, an auror reported that he found an invisible beast in an orphanage. Orphanage? Grindelwald raised his eyebrows. The first thing he thought of was Second Salem, but he didn't pay much attention. From the information he knew, the Obscurial one Kevin he was looking for was no longer there, and Second Salem had lost its value. Buzz, a burning sensation rises in his eyes. This feeling is very familiar to Grindelwald. This is his unique talent. His field of vision was divided into 2. In the normal eyes was the normal world, but in the precognitive eye, a picture appeared. Credence holds the magic wand and sets off a huge wave of magic in a busy street. The dark flames turned into running demon wolves and evil dragons. Raging like a tsunami, it rushes toward the figure. Credence. He is not a squib. Grindelwald was shocked. He knows that terrible demonic fire. Fire curse. No one understands this terrible black magic flame better than him. The completely different black flame looks different from Lihua, but only Grindelwald knows that if it is an ordinary red flame, then there is no need to worry. The fire spell is a kind of black magic that is easy to cast, but extremely difficult to control. The color-changing fierce fire curse represents the ultimate in control. Someone who can have such control is not only impossible to be a squib, but must even be a peerless genius. What did he miss? A super genius who might rival Dumbledore himself? No, there is still a chance. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes. He admitted that he had been a little hasty before, and that he should not have broken the originally very strong bond between him and Credence. But he felt there was still a chance to win the allegiance of this super genius again. At least, never let him and Dumbledore stand together. With this in mind, Grindelwald carefully analyzed the scenes in the prophecy, every frame. Where is this? Who is Credence fighting? Why is he fighting? It was difficult. The prophecy fragment was too short, and apart from the powerful fire curse, it brought him too little information. This is also the drawback of Grindelwald's prophecy. He can only see a fragment through his vision, and the cause and effect are completely unclear. Although this is already stronger than the prediction ability of most prophets. Long before, he had discovered the existence of the Obscurial in New York through prophecy, and it was confirmed again and again, making Grindelwald very confident in his prophecy ability. After pondering for a moment, he lifted up his coat, turned around, and walked out. Sir, Sir Graves, where are you going? We should be in the center to provide support. The subordinates behind him shouted repeatedly, but only waited for a response of, aren't you here? He wants to save his talented subordinates. Who has the time to care about the life and death of the magical Congress? Grindelwald returned to Second Salem in a hurry. Facing Credence, who could use the fire curse to its peak in the future, Grindelwald's eagerness for Obscurus was weakened a lot. He went to Obscurus just to deal with Dumbledore, who he couldn't take action against, and Credence in the prophecy already had the possibility of targeting Dumbledore. The difference is nothing more than that one has immediate combat ability and the other needs to be cultivated. Credence. When Grindelwald appeared in Second Salem, Aurelius had already left. Grindelwald faced only a group of Muggle children. Where are Kevin and Credence? Grindelwald asked Chastity, the oldest. Chastity was very nervous. She knew that Grindelwald was not a kind person. Her throat was so dry that she could not even speak, so she could only shake her head. Grindelwald squinted his eyes, sensing that something was wrong. He pulled Chastity over and forced her eyes to look at him. Legitimacy. Chastity, a Muggle girl's brain, is almost defenseless against Grindelwald. Memories of the past flashed back one by one in just a few seconds. Grindelwald is angry. He didn't see a child named Kevin at all in this Muggle girl's mind. Credence had lied to him, and he, the great Grindelwald. I actually got fooled. What a shame. Especially when faced with Credence's last words to Chastity, he was even more furious. The contempt and sarcasm in his bones almost gave Grindelwald the idea of razing New York to the ground. Ha. Okay, late dang, see? Okay, you did a good job. Grindelwald smiled very charmingly. He scanned the children here one by one. Credence lied to him. The Obscurial was not a child named Kevin at all, and the child named Kevin did not exist. Then, the Obscurial one must still be here. He had lost his patience, and he roughly planned to look through the memories of every child here. He didn't know that the Obscurus would have no memory when the Obscurus went berserk. Even Aurelius himself surmised this based on the plot and his 2 rampages. Legitimacy. Grindelwald cursed. This is so rare. This super wizard who has almost turned spell casting into an instinctive thing actually needs to recite a spell. This means that the legitimacy Grindelwald wants to use is unprecedented. He has to read the memories of multiple orphans at the same time. But just when he was halfway through the incantation, there was a scream from the sky, and the black fog filled the entire New York, as if New York was pulled to London in an instant. The Obscurial one. Grindelwald was stunned. He had seen the familiar black fog as early as the summer of 1899, and it was only then that he noticed this unprecedented fighting force, Obscurus. But is the Obscurus so terrifying? Heavy fog filling all of New York. Looking at the black mist that gradually formed like a hurricane, Grindelwald couldn't help but take a breath. He looked back at the cowering orphans and disappeared in a flash. No need to look for it. Obscurus is in the sky. Can I ask, why should I wear this? Jacob knocked on the helmet that seemed to be made of vines. Because your skull can easily crack under a strong impact. Newt hurried forward and took the time to look back and say, Jacob almost suffered cardiac arrest. What the hell? Skull cracked. Phew. A frightened Shire horse ran wildly on the street. As a draft horse native to England and the largest horse in the world, It looked like a monster up close. Now, the largest horse in the world was as panicked as a rabbit, and even hit 2 pedestrians while running wildly. So what frightened Sharma so much? Boom! The giant unicorn broke open the houses on the roadside. Its huge horn almost grew to the length of its entire body, like a hill, and it was covered in thick, hard leather plate armor, like a rhinoceros. Gulu. Jacob was stunned. Oops. It happens to be the horned beast's estrus these days. She needs a companion. Newt quickly took out a small bottle of liquid, opened the cap, and dabbed a little on each wrist. What is this? Tina asked. The musk of the poison horn, a secretion that can drive female poison horns crazy. Keep an eye on it for me. After Newt finished speaking, he handed the box to Tina and rushed over alone. Then, eye-catching. What is he doing? Tina frowned, grinning, with an incomprehensible expression. Jacob shook his head. Wizards like Tina don't understand, and he, a No-Maj, doesn't even understand. Is a courtship dance? Queenie was a little unsure. Although Newt was silly, he was introverted. Newt was undoubtedly an elite wizard. He didn't want to, and Queenie wasn't so easy to spy on him. Brain. Is this useful? Although Tina wanted to believe in Newt's professionalism and elegance, this was too hard to believe. The poison horn is a magical animal native to Africa. It is classified as XXXX in the classification level of the Ministry of Magic, which is the same level as birds and snakes. But here's the problem. There are only 5 levels in the Ministry of Magic, which is not enough to evaluate all magical animals. At the same level, the poison horn beast is almost immune to most spells thanks to its hill-like body shape and armored skin as hard as iron. The huge horn is extremely hard and can pierce most objects, including walls, shields, and human bodies. In addition to vigorously poking, the horn of the poison horn is like a huge needle, which will inject a deadly venom after puncture. This is also the origin of the name of the poison horn. This venom will produce an explosion, which is very powerful. Although the poison horn beast is a herbivorous animal like the invisible beast, the poison horn beast has a very violent character, especially during the estrus period. In order to compete for mates, many male poison horn beasts are killed by their own kind and exploded into meat paste. Let's put it this way. In terms of danger, many XXXXX level magical animals are incomparable to male poison horns in estrus. This is a terrible monster. Of all the magical animals that have wreaked havoc in New York City, this horned beast has caused the most damage. Newt was nervous, but he was also grateful. Fortunately, the one that ran out was a female poisonous horned beast. If it had been a male, come on, baby, come in. Newt saw the box Tina opened and kept moving slowly. He wanted to lure the poison horn back to the box before the Auror chased after him. Although the poison horn beast is big, it is not bulky. Except for apparition, almost no one can catch up with it. But speed is limited, and he doesn't have much time. He had noticed that there were white scratches on the poison horned beast's body. This was evidence of being attacked by a spell. In fact, most spells could only have this effect. Quick, gah! The sky is full of black fog. The scream awakened the poison horned beast. Dark clouds are threatening to destroy the city. Even if these Uncle Sams have never heard of this poem, they still feel the same way. It's such an amazing power. Grindelwald stared blankly. As the world's top wizard, Grindelwald was not fooled by appearances. The seemingly silent power enveloped the entire New York, but due to its over-dispersion of power, it failed to destroy New York's power. With this kind of spread, let alone destroying New York, I'm afraid it won't even be able to overturn a bicycle. Does Aurelius know? Of course he knows that no one understands Obscurus better than him. The power of Obscurus is more powerful than Grindelwald imagined. Aurelius did not release all his power at all. The black mist he released looked oppressive, but in fact, it was just a tentacle. What is he going to do? Very simple, lure the snake out of its hole. Originally, Aurelius thought that Grindelwald should leave if he could not find the Obscurus. His main battlefield was Europe, and he could not ignore the situation in Europe for the sake of an Obscurus. All he had to do was hide for a while and wait for Grindelwald to leave. At that time, he can accumulate strength and expand territory until the American continent becomes his own territory. Grindelwald holds Europe, Dumbledore has friends all over the world, and the American continent is in his hands. 3 parts of the world, checks and balances. This is the best outcome for Aurelius, because he is younger than Grindelwald and Dumbledore, but has much greater potential. The super magical talent inherited from his predecessor, coupled with the inheritance of the Jean Academy, is something that neither Lao Deng nor Lao Ge can compare with. As long as the world situation remains deadlocked, he can buy time. However, when Grindelwald wanted to read the memories of all the children in the orphanage, Aurelius realized that Grindelwald was determined to win the Obscurus and himself. From what Aurelius knew, Grindelwald was very afraid of using legitimacy. He hasn't used it once in the 3 plots. Is it because he doesn't know how to do it? That's bullshit. It's just that he doesn't want to. Just like Dumbledore is unwilling to use dark magic. But who doesn't know that Dumbledore is a top dark magic master? It was quite determined to allow Grindelwald, who didn't like to use legitimacy on hundreds of Muggle children. This further shows how arrogant Grindelwald is. He doesn't look down on anyone except Dumbledore. He felt that once he got rid of Dumbledore, no one in the world could stop him. With this almost obsessive thought, does Grindelwald care about Europe? Don't attack the army, don't attack the city, don't fight for the land. Grindelwald, who is ambitious for the world, will not care about the gains and losses of one city or one place. If he can, Aurelius has no doubt that Grindelwald would give up all the power in Europe in exchange for credence and the Obscurial won absolute allegiance. Under such circumstances, it is impossible to expect Grindelwald to give up and leave on his own. Since Grindelwald will not give up and leave on his own, there is no other way. Aurelius can only drive him away. He definitely couldn't do it based on combat power alone. Then go with the flow and take advantage of your strength. The overwhelming black fog attracted not only Grindelwald, but also Aurors from all over New York and Newt and his group of fugitives. Newt, Tina, Queenie, and Jacob stood on the roof of a tall building. In an emergency, Jacob held the box and put it on the horn of the poison horn, which solved a major problem. From the edge of the roof, you can clearly see the turmoil below, chaotic city traffic, blaring car horns, people crying and calling for help. Everything seems to be at the end of the world. Oh my God, Jacob was shocked. Is that the thing called the Obscurus? Newt looked over there intently, judging the power and damage of the Obscurus, and said, "This is more powerful than any Obscurial I have ever heard of." Looking at the black tornado hovering in the distance, there is no doubt that that is the core of Obscurus. Newt thrust the box into Tina's hands and took out a thick diary from his pocket. "If I can't come back, take care of my creatures. Everything you need to know is here." He handed the diary to Tina, not daring to meet her eyes. "What?" Tina was confused. Newt turned his head and glanced at Obscurus, then looked at Tina. "I can't let them kill that Obscurus. It's still a child." Their eyes met, and silence was better than sound at this moment. In just a few days, they seemed to have some abnormal thoughts. Jacob looked at Newt, then at Tina, and rolled his eyes with a playful expression on his chubby face. And Queenie next to him had already clasped her hands on her heart with a sinking look on her face. Ahem! Newt couldn't stand the atmosphere anymore. He turned around and jumped off the roof. "Disapparate!" "Newt!" Tina shouted without stopping. She turned around and stuffed the box into Queenie's arms. "You heard it too. Take care of these creatures." After saying that, he also started to apparate. Queenie looked at the box in her hand and was about to stuff it into Jacob's hand, but she didn't expect Jacob to avoid it. "What a fuss!" Newt commented in his mind as he silently looked at the group of people as if they were about to part ways. Obscurus didn't launch any attack at all. He was just looking to bluff people. At most, this terrifying atmosphere and the dark energy of Obscurus will make most people's dark side emotions appear. The Obscurus is a natural source of chaos. It's such an old tradition. Aurelius hung 1 foot outside the wall, leaning sideways on the steel pipe behind him, stroking the soft long hair of the invisible beast with his hands. It was not so smooth even with Rejoice. Hey, 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 what is that black boy doing? Why are all the children grabbing their lollipops? The world is really in decline. Aurelius shook his head. Since the bloody incident in Greenwood District a few years ago, almost all elite African Americans were swept away, and the path for African Americans to peacefully fight for their rights was completely ruined. Then there are future scenarios. So, you can't look at things just by looking at the indications. In the future, people will be disgusted by others. In fact, some people deliberately do this. Isn't it just smashing, and looting? Isn't it just a zero-yuan purchase? How many cents is that? In comparison, it is more important for descendants to occupy the heights of the temple. Too old, these pirates no longer learn to sail ships and learn the art of war. Faced with a somewhat chaotic situation, Aurelius was able to deal with it calmly, and no one died, so it wasn't really a big scene. Here we come. Aurelius straightened up. His purpose was achieved. The purpose of spreading black mist is to find people. The mark can only mark one person, and the black mist in the sky allows Aurelius to control the entire New York. Another reason is to hire people. The Aurors of Magnesia, Grindelwald, Newt, and the others were all the guests he wanted to invite. You sing, and I come on stage. How can a good show be without good actors and audiences? Aurelius was no one-man show. Now that the guests are here, there is no need for him to let New York continue to be chaotic. The black fog in the sky shrinks and gathers into a black fire cloud. Child, do you know me? My name is Graves. I know you are in pain. I can save you. Is it uncomfortable to have it in your body? Come on, follow me. I can save you. I can take you to a world you've never seen before. Grindelwald stood in the square, holding his wand upside down, with his hands open, and spoke emotionally. However, his performance failed to make Obscurus feel the same, but it made Newt, who just arrived, confused. Graves? Grindelwald has no time to talk to Newt now, and he doesn't care whether he is exposed or not. Obscurus is right in front of him. Gah! There was a scream in the black fog, and a strong wind blew up and knocked the unsuspecting Grindelwald away. For a moment, Aurelius wanted to kill him, but he suppressed this idea. Grindelwald, who seemed to have no resistance, faced the attack of Obscurus, but his expression remained normal. This was definitely not the expression he should have at this time. He hesitated for a moment, and Aurelius was extremely glad that he hesitated. The wand in Grindelwald's hand shone brightly. An unknown magic spell actually withstood the black mist attack, just like a dementa blocked by the patron saint spell. Unable to move in. Child, I know you are in pain. Relax, relax. I can save you. Grindelwald did not do anything more. He maintained the spell while speaking in his bewitching voice. Newt, who was hiding behind a car, was staring at the standoff between Grindelwald and Obscurus when he suddenly heard Tina's voice. He turned his head, and Tina followed. Osculus went berserk. Newt shouted amid the storm caused by the standoff between Grindelwald and Obscurus. What should we do? Kill him? That's a child. Tina responded loudly. Newt was very anxious. He had seen Obscurus and even watched the girl die tragically. He didn't want to see the death of another child, but his knowledge told him that when Obscurus went berserk and even devoured its host, there was no hope. He couldn't say it. Declaring a child destined to die was difficult for this caring and introverted magizoologist, especially with the unbearable look he looked at Tina. Gah! The painful screams came again. Save the child. Tina didn't wait for Newt, the expert, to speak. She directly grabbed the words and rushed towards the back of Graves with her wand raised. Grindelwald is concentrating on appeasing the Obscurus. Although this Obscurus is just the outer body of Aurelius, it still has stronger power than the ordinary Obscurus. He didn't notice that Tina behind him raised her wand. Grindelwald is Grindelwald, worthy of the title of the most dangerous dark wizard. The moment the curse was activated, Grindelwald instantly dodged and avoided Tina's attack. But he was unable to maintain the magic to resist the Obscurus attack. Obscurus stepped forward bravely, but Grindelwald was 1 against 2 and never lost. Even for an intact Obscurus, he did not use any magic spell that might harm the Obscurus. Tina, you always appear where others least expect to see you. But Tina ignored his words. She knew that she was no match for Graves, so she could only try her best to delay his actions. Let's go. Tina Alexander, feeling the extreme pressure of her old boss for the first time, couldn't help shouting at Obscurus. Go? Go there. Grindelwald snorted, casting a spell with one hand to target Tina with all his strength, and raising the wand with the other hand to issue a spell and cast the unknown spell again to stop Obscurus. Empty-handed, casting spells without a wand, he was able to resist the full power of an elite auror with his wandless spellcasting. Expelliarmus. Newt's support has arrived. Grindelwald no longer has any hands, and Newt's spell is almost a fixed target. Even a third-grade student can't miss. But, get out. Grindelwald roared angrily, surging magic power flashing in his mouth. With just one get out, Newt's spell was shattered. Wong Defa. Aurelius, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked. He thought about the two supermasters Grindelwald and Dumbledore, but he didn't expect them to be so strong. So scary. Aurelius had a chilling feeling that Grindelwald was more powerful than he expected. He even couldn't help but have the idea of taking this opportunity to kill Grindelwald altogether. Being targeted by such a terrifying demon king, Aurelius couldn't sit still. Just when Aurelius was secretly thinking of a dirty trick, the aurors arrived. Dozens of elite aurors came from all over New York. As soon as he arrived, he saw the besieged Commander Graves. Another look at the attacker. Newt's commander, the fugitive. Tina Goldstein, fugitive. The dark monster, the Obscurial one. Do it. Save Chief Graves. Not only did someone shout, but dozens of aurors took action at the same time, and dozens of curses struck him. Tina and Newt are at best as good as one or two of these aurors. How can they escape this curse? In just a moment, Tina was knocked away, while Newt, who was more alert due to his years of adventure, rolled on the ground. Although he was a little embarrassed, he also escaped the attack. No! Grindelwald's eyes widened, but he couldn't stop dozens of curses. The silence that he had been thinking about for a long time was shattered by a large number of magic spells. The cloud like Obscurus was torn into pieces, dissipating like embers. No! Grindelwald roared angrily, his eyes looking for a knife could not be hidden. A bunch of idiots. Do you know what you just did? The aurors were frightened by Grindelwald's eyes, and they felt more confused. They didn't understand why they got so angry when they helped their commander. Killing the Obscurial is my order, Mr. Graves. Chairman Pickweary walked over from behind expressionlessly. Yes, Grindelwald wiped his hair back undisturbed with both hands. History will also record it, Your Excellency. What happened here tonight is unreasonable and ruthless. Grindelwald did not care that Pickweary was the president of the Magic Congress and almost accused and questioned him. He is responsible for the deaths of those No-Majs, responsible for this disaster, responsible for the coming war. He exposed all wizards, and he caused an unprecedented impact on our sacred laws. Ms. Pickweary, don't hesitate to speak. That law makes us like rats surrendering to the sewer. That law makes us hide our true selves. That law makes those under its jurisdiction cower in fear, lest our identities will be exposed. Grindelwald was angry. He walked towards Pickweary, who was surrounded by aurors, step by step, and each step made his momentum increase exponentially. Every step is like stepping hard on the hearts of those present. Grindelwald glanced at everyone with contempt. Let me ask you, Mr. Chairman, let me ask you, who is this law intended to protect? Is it us or those who don't know magic? He pointed his finger at the panicked muggles who were far away, but still looking here. In his eyes, these muggles were as ridiculous as silly roe deer. The Obscurus was gone, and he had lost the joy of continuing this role-playing game. I refuse to succumb to that law anymore. Grindelwald said contemptuously, turned around, and strode away. Chairman Pickale's heart skipped a beat. These words were not nonsense. What happened to her right-hand man? It's like he's become a different person. But no matter what doubts there are, as the supreme leader of the Magnesium Kingdom's magical community and the guardian of the law, Picquery cannot condone anyone's contempt for the law. Aurelius, I think you can remove Mr. Graves and his wand and take them back. Picquery gave the order coldly, glancing at Newt, who was holding Tina. A prison cell made entirely of magic surrounded Grindelwald. Grindelwald closed his eyes and held his forehead. He shouldn't have any expectations for these idiots. He turned around and looked into Picquery's eyes with cold eyes. The chill was so chill that Chairman Picquely, who held a high position, couldn't help but shudder in his heart. With just a flash of the tip of the wand, the magic prison instantly exploded and dissipated. On the verge of breaking out, the square that was finally calmed down once again turned into a battlefield. An army of dozens of Aurors besieged their former commander. Grindelwald waved his wand again, and no spell could get close to him. Phew! While resisting the Auror attack, Grindelwald even had the energy to fight back. From time to time, one or two Aurors would be knocked to the ground. What was even more frightening was that many of the curses that knocked down Aurors were cast by them themselves. This kind of strength is completely beyond the level that Graves should have. Miss Picquery opened her mouth in astonishment. The most exciting scene is about to begin. Aurelius grinned. He wished he could hold a bottle of beer in his hand and eat a handful of edamame and peanuts. He was fully focused as this year-end drama intensified and was heading towards the climax of the entire drama. Whoa. Aurelius lowered his head, and the invisible beast Dougal pointed downstairs with a small box. Well, yes, Aurelius was at the scene. He was sitting in the first-class seat, watching everything happening in the square from a high position. You want to go home, right? Aurelius asked. You heartless little guy. Aurelius laughed and cursed, and Aurelius could understand. Compared to the uncomfortable aura of Obscurus on his own body, it was obvious that his owner, Newt, was closer to him. Wait a minute, little one. Aurelius touched the invisible beast's head and continued watching the show. Seeing that Grindelwald was only a stone's throw away from Picquery, Newt took action. He released the winged demon to block Grindelwald's rebounding spell, and a rope shining with supernatural light instantly grabbed Grindelwald's hands. This is not a curse. Grindelwald is captured. Captured by an idiot he despises. Here comes the wand. Newt took away Grindelwald's wand, which originally belonged to Graves. Grindelwald looked around with deep hatred in his eyes. Especially Newt, an idiot with no martial ethics, unexpectedly attacked. Aurelius made the same movements as Newt, chanted the same spell, and witnessed the true appearance of Grindelwald. The light blonde short hair is upright, and the Mohawk-style short hair is bold and rebellious. A pair of light blue eyes as sharp and arrogant as an eagle looked indifferently at Chairman Picquery, who was walking towards him. This old boy is so handsome. Aurelius had to admit that the middle-aged Grindelwald has strange charm, not just for women, but also for men. Grindelwald, the Aurors were horrified. Chairman Picquery was stunned at first when he saw Grindelwald, but then he became ecstatic. This time there was a big mess in the Magical Congress of Magnesia, and she couldn't wait to blame anyone. Newt and the Obscurial are both targets for blame. But the pot is too big, and neither Newt nor the Obscurial one can bear it easily. But if it were Grindelwald, President Picquely's mood improved. Grindelwald was kneeling on the ground, his hands were tied, and he lost his wand, but he was still fearless. Even when he looked up at Picquery, he was still full of German sarcasm. You think you can trap me? Chairman Picquery had a smile on her lips. In her eyes, everything about Grindelwald was the incompetent roar of the loser. As a winner, even a confused winner, she had to show her demeanor as a winner. I will do my best, Mr. Grindelwald. Two Aurors gave instructions to lift Grindelwald up and take him away. But when he passed by Newt, he stopped, stared at the restless little freckled Newt carefully for a while, and said softly, Will he die? Even a little bit. What? Little Freckles was confused. What are you saying? He said, We'll see you later. Aurelius appeared next to Newt. Ooh. Newt looked around, but it was obviously impossible for him to see the invisible Aurelius. His thighs sank, and when he looked down, Dougal looked at him longingly while holding the bird and snake that kept bumping around in the box. Dougal. Great. Newt was extremely happy. I think someone should take care of these things. Jacob and Queenie walked out. One of them was a No-Maj, and the other was a wizard at the level of an ordinary employee. They were obviously not qualified to intervene in such a battle. Thank God. Newt quickly walked over with Dougal in his arms, took the box, and opened it. Dougal and Birdsnake's mother have been running outside for a long time, and it's time for them to go back. Dougal? Stay down. Dougal held the box, looked at Newt, and then looked at the place where Newt was standing just now. He didn't see anything, but he knew that someone was there. Mungming's big eyes were filled with gratitude, and he waved in that direction, and Dougal reluctantly climbed down the ladder in the box. What was it doing just now? Jacob asked curiously. Newt shook his head. Aurelius smiled. He knew it was time for him to leave, and soon Newt would let the Thunderbird take the venom of the Twilight demon to erase the memories of the entire city. He didn't want to have his memory erased at all. Any memory. Aurelius drifts away after visiting a rainstorm show brought by Thunderbirds above the clouds. Obscurus died, and the culprit Grindelwald was arrested. Nothing seemed to have changed, but everything has changed. I can finally live a peaceful life, but it's not easy. It's time to end. Newt finally became the savior. The Thunderbird's command of wind and rain, coupled with the venom of the winged demon, completed an almost impossible miracle, oblivious to the entire city. For Picquerie, this is the thing she is most fortunate about. The imminent war has disappeared. An unavoidable disaster was averted. Wizards like them can eat hot pot, sing songs, and live and die drunkenly in the little world of wizards. They're like ostriches. They bury their heads in the sand and feel at ease that all dangers are gone. Countless Ministry of Magic employees braved heavy rain and walked on the streets, alleys, high-rise buildings, and buildings of New York. They waved their magic wands and restored the entire city. But there are still troubles. The destroyed buildings can be repaired, the broken steel beams can be repaired, but the dead people, no one can snatch people from the hands of death. Even fairy tales don't dare to write like this. Urban recovery may be a good thing, at least for insurance companies, yes. But this was not necessarily the case for Aurelius, who lost a large sum of money in compensation. Not just the house's insurance, but Mary's accident insurance as well. Now that the house has been restored, he can no longer frame the insurance company that Mary was killed by a beam, right? Not only could he not get the money, but he had to spend a sum of money to bury Mary. Although Mary was not a good person and had abused him for more than 10 years, she never starved him to death. The dead are the most important. Gratitude and hatred are already in the past, so there is no need to worry about them. Aurelius returned to the orphanage in Second Salem. He said before that he was going out for a while, but now Grindelwald has been imprisoned and must leave New York even if he escapes. Now that Grindelwald is gone, of course Aurelius doesn't need to leave. The plots seem to have passed, but Aurelius became even busier. He has things to deal with in Second Salem. Mary transformed Second Salem from a church almshouse into her private property. But now that Mary is dead, as Mary's adopted son, it is obviously impossible for her other children to pay the inheritance tax and can only be passive. Give up inheritance rights. Second Salem would therefore also become the private property of Aurelius. He disliked the name Second Salem and changed the name of the orphanage to Majoris. Because she did not inherit the New Salem Benevolent Society, the society declared bankruptcy, and the members of the society that Mary had worked so hard to recruit naturally dispersed. But those anti-wizards will not disappear. This is doomed from the time when the purifiers concealed their identities and blended into No-Maj society. Aurelius cashed in some gold coins that no one could recognize had been stored in a bank vault. 100 gold coins is a large amount of money, and after paying the inheritance tax, it is enough to maintain the normal life of the orphanage. Aurelius hired an old man named Bowen to cook for the children. Bowen used to run a restaurant and was very good at it. The arrival of Bowen freed Aurelius from his temporary role as cook. Maori's second floor. Boom! There was a crisp explosion, and a hexagonal glass exploded and the runes emitting gleaming blue light gradually dissipated in the air. No, we still have to continue to look for alternatives. Glass cannot be used to create crystal hubs, but it can be used to make one-time summoning crystals. Aurelius shook his head and dumped a bed of glass debris into the trash can. Aurelius is working on replicating the crystal nexus in Summoner's Rift. This is a big project. The military line in Summoner's Rift is composed of crystal nexus, summoning crystal, rune golem, and people from the War Academy. It would be more intuitive to use a video game analogy. Rune Puppet is the character in the online game, Crystal Hub game itself. Summoning crystal is the function of creating a character. The mages and warriors of the War College represent point cards on the one hand and control the game character as a player. These elements are indispensable. Code of Blades contains the training methods of warriors, which can be separated out to allow ordinary people to cultivate magic power. Rune puppets are created by summoning crystals, so there is no need for Aurelius to bother. Summoning crystals and crystal nexus are the trouble. Aurelius wanted to use glass instead of crystal. Glass was cheap, and that alone made it worthwhile for him to try. As a result, it is difficult for glass to carry complex rune magic. It is impossible to make a crystal hub with glass. Even a summoning crystal can be made with glass, but it has become a disposable item. It's not impossible. The summoning crystal becomes a consumable, which can be regarded as an additional means of control. Aurelius thought so. Anyway, if you summon a rune puppet once, it won't be used all the time unless it needs to be updated or destroyed. Summoning crystals in Summoner's Rift can be used by multiple people for a long time. At worst, you only have one summoning crystal per person. The cost is cheap anyway, and glass will only get cheaper in the future. Summoning crystals are easy to say, just make do, but they are not unusable. But the crystal nexus is now in trouble. Don't even think about replicating it. The two worlds are different. Aurelius doesn't know if there's a crystal mine in Valoran in this world, so there's no way to find it. It would be more realistic to find a crystal mine in this world than to find a group of material scientists to create high-strength glass. After all, if glass can create summoning crystals, it can also create crystal hubs. The key to the problem is that there are too many runes in the crystal hubs, and the glass is not strong enough to bear them. When this low-match summoner plan lacked an important link, Aurelius was fully prepared in advance. He named the method of cultivating mana separately as meditation. Meditation can allow ordinary people to obtain mana, but since Aurelius deliberately did not teach combat skills and spells, the mana is useless. He doesn't know how to teach, and he can't teach. At least not possible now. While the children in the orphanage were learning meditation, Aurelius invited a retired teacher to teach them. It doesn't matter if the children don't want to follow Aurelius in the end. It just allows Majoris to play its role as an orphanage. With Aurelius free, he can learn magic. The wizard's power may not be very powerful, but its mysterious and dazzling effects can be used in many places outside of battle. The most important thing is that Aurelius's magical talent is outrageous. In just 1 month, he taught himself all the spells, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts before the 3rd grade. He also learned the 2 major black arts, the fire curse and the death curse. It has been a month since Grindelwald was arrested. It was a very dull month, far less exciting than the few days when he first traveled through time, but it allowed Aurelius to settle down for a while. The morning sun was nice. After enjoying breakfast with the others, Aurelius sat in a rocking chair and soaked up the sun. There's the sound of reading aloud in my ears, and the breeze blows on my face. Just one word, bah, is very comfortable. Although there are many lessons to make up for, Aurelius also knows how to combine work and rest. With such beautiful scenery, it's good to relax a bit. But as a shadow blocked him and the warm sunshine disappeared, Aurelius opened his eyes. 2 women stood before him. Goldstein's sisters. Aurelius couldn't help but sigh and straightened up from the recliner. He glanced at the badge on the collar of Tina's coat and rubbed his temples. It seems that you have made up for it. Congratulations, you are back among the Aurors. You're not a squib. You're not a No-Maj. You're a wizard. Tina looked at him with complicated eyes. Because of him, Tina lost her position as Auror and spent a period of time that could be called the lowest point in her life. But he is a wizard. Queenie should have told you, right? Aurelius looked at Queenie, who kept holding hands behind her. To be honest, you came a little later than I thought. Aurelius had already anticipated what would happen today. He showed up when he went to find Queenie. Queenie is a natural legitimacy. Although she cannot read her own memory, Tina's memory is almost defenseless to Queenie. Tina broke the rules because she was punished by Mary, which resulted in her losing her position as Auror. Would Queenie not know about this? Without the subsequent meeting, Queenie might have quickly forgotten it, but with that meeting, Queenie could also quickly remember it. Who are you? You are not a wizard from the kingdom of Magnesium. I checked all the information on the Magic Congress, and you are not there at all. Tina stared at him. Aurelius smiled. You ask me, who should I ask? I grew up here. Why do you think I'm not in the Magical Congress of Magnesium? Where did your magic come from? Where did your wand come from? Tina asked. Didn't Queenie tell you what I did when I went to find her? Aurelius avoided the important and took the easy. Don't try to avoid the easy and easy. You already knew how to cast spells before you got Queenie's textbook. Tina snorted. Aurelius banged his head. This girl was not bad and had principles, but she had little imagination. I can only get the magic book from Queenie. Who else? Who else did you attack? No. You're a little allergic. I didn't attack anyone. Aurelius waved his hand. He sat on the chair with the old god around. In fact, more than half a year ago, I only thought that I had superpowers, ability. What's the meaning? Have you read the comics? DC Superman, new this year, great comics. Aurelius said, I thought I had superpowers, but more than half a year ago, I met a man. He told me I was a wizard. Who is he? I don't know. He only said his name was Graves. He said he could teach me how to use my power correctly, but the price is to help him find a person, a child. Aurelius added, maybe should he be called Grindelwald now? I heard that the other day. Grindelwald. Tina's voice suddenly rose. Aurelius pretended to be ignorant. What's wrong? I know he seems to be a criminal, but I don't know. I'm just helping him find someone. I think, even in the wizarding world, helping people find someone, it shouldn't be illegal, right? Of course it's not illegal to help find someone, but if it's an accomplice, or even an accomplice, then it's a crime. Tina stared at him. How did you know that we were arrested that night? How did you know where I live? And where did your wand come from? It's very simple. My wand is from Graves. Oh, Grindelwald gave it to me. If he wants to teach me magic, I can't use it without my wand, right? Aurelius answered fluently, and he seemed very frank. As for my news, I was at the Magical Congress and saw you being taken away. Why did you go to Magic Congress? It was in the middle of the night. Tina seemed to have caught the flaw in Aurelius's story and pursued him. Madam, I live in a world of ordinary people, or even worse, an orphanage run by an anti-wizard lady. I can only learn magic secretly at night. Little Bear, Tansho.jpg. As for why I went to Magical Congress, because Graves was there, and he said that if I have any news, I could go to Magical Congress to find him. Tina asked, what news did you get that day? Of course, everyone in New York has seen it, okay? I waited at the entrance of the Magic Congress for a long time, but he didn't come out, so I had no choice but to go in and look for him. So, you don't need to tell me what happens next, right? Tina thought about it carefully, and there seemed to be no loopholes in Aurelius's words. She nodded and accepted it for the time being. Okay, Mr. Barborn. She looked at Aurelius. If you finish reading those books, can you return them to Queenie? Although they're just textbooks, they're also very commemorative to Queenie. Oh, of course. Aurelius agreed readily. Anything else? Tina shook her head. Sorry to bother you. Just as the two sisters were about to leave, Tina suddenly turned around. Mr. Barborn, if you have time, please go to the Magic Congress. Don't get me wrong. I'm sorry that you have been left outside for so many years. This is for the max fault. You can apply for a compensation payment. Oh, you still have money to get. That's really good. Aurelius looked very happy. In addition, Tina glanced at the children who were looking here curiously. The situation in the magic world of Magnesia is very special. There should be a certain distance between wizards and No-Majs. Do you understand what I mean? Is this the reason why the magnesium wizard is hiding? Aurelius had a clear look of stupidity on his face. Tina held her forehead and said, "Sorry, Mr. Barber. This is the first time we have encountered a situation like yours. I think you may need to make up for it. Your lack of common sense in the magical world is a bit serious. Can I still go to school in Ilvermorny? This may not be realistic. I will help you find a way. Please don't be offended if you interrupt me next time." Okay, you two walk slowly. Watching the two sisters leave, Queenie's final look back was filled with mixed emotions. She didn't say a word, but this just shows that there is more to this matter. Magical Congress of Magnesium. Nonsense. 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 Chairman Pickweary was furious. In front of her, Tina clasped her hands in front of her body and lowered her head. What she fears most is this unsmiling chairwoman, who can't even keep a straight face, let alone get angry. "Goldstein, I just transferred you back to the Auror office. Don't let me drive you back again." Chairman Pickweary suppressed his anger. "What do you want to tell me? A wizard living in No-Majs society? 18-year. Tina wouldn't be stupid enough to just say yes at this time. She could only respond in silence. "We have just captured Grindelwald, and we have just solved the crisis of the war between No-Majs and wizards due to the destruction of the Statute of Secrecy." Pickweary said earnestly, "We have just sent away the investigation team of the International Federation of Wizards. All the crises and all the scandals have just ended. What we need now is stability, stability. If another scandal breaks out at this time about two magnesium wizard children living in No-Majs society, you understand what this means." "What? You will step down?" Tina couldn't help but cursed. "Your boss, Mr. Graves from the 12 Auror family, has not been found so far. We have lost the director of the Department of Magical Security and the director of the Legal Enforcement Department, and we have lost an excellent Auror. The Magic Congress can no longer allow anything to happen. Do you understand?" Chairman Pickweary held his forehead and said softly, "But what should Mr. Barborn do? Pretend not to see it?" Chairman Pickweary raised his head and pondered for a moment. "Any wizard without a registration record is a stowaway and will be expelled according to the laws of the Magical Congress of Magnesium." Tina was stunned. She looked at Pickweary's indifferent expression and felt incredible. "Your Excellency, Chairman, he is just a child. He has never gone to school and has never studied magic systematically. An unstable wild wizard. You should be expelled as soon as possible, right?" Chairman Pickweary looked at her. Based on Tina's previous personality, she would definitely argue with reason. But she had to admit that after half a year of sluggish career and a few days of adventures with Newt and Jacob, Tina had changed a lot. She left in silence, but this was not acquiescence. Mayerly's orphanage, 2nd floor. Aurelius, who has finished his training as a summoner, plans to take a rest. Summoners also need to practice. Improving the summoner's cultivation level can unlock more requirements for the use of summoner skills, and can also increase the runes that can be attached to oneself. This was a waste of time. Since the quality of electric lights these days was mediocre, he would practice summoning before resting every day and put his magic studies during the day. Whoosh! To separate? Aurelius turned around. It was Queenie Goldstein. "Good evening, Queenie, but it seems that you came at the wrong time. I have already planned to take a rest." Aurelius felt a little strange, but he didn't show anything strange. He certainly doesn't think this sexy girl is here to do some adult stuff with him. "You have to leave." Queenie pulled on a slippery skirt and said, "What?" "The Magic Congress refuses to provide you with compensation. Pickweary. She is the president of the Magic Congress, and she believes that your existence and your experience are a scandal to the Magic Congress of Magnesium." Queenie looked at Aurelius with a complicated expression. As always, she couldn't see any memories in Aurelius' brain. Queenie didn't quite believe what Aurelius said during the day, because none of it could explain why she saw chaos and darkness in Aurelius's head, and why Aurelius was immune to her talent. And how did Aurelius know that she was a natural legilimens? Without answers to these questions, Queenie will not believe Aurelius. But she came anyway, and she didn't tell her sister. She had told Jacob and Newt that there were no secrets between their sisters. She lied, but in fact it was just Tina who had no secrets in front of her. able to read people's hearts. Queenie has many more secrets than she imagined. Oh, Aurelius showed a sarcastic smile. What do they want to do? Cleanse my memory? Make me and others think that I have been living in the magic world? Or it's easier to kill me? Kill me? Erase my existence as a scandal. No, no. No dash. Queenie waved her hands in a panic, stroking her long hair. Chairman Pickweary thinks you are a smuggled wizard and will deport you according to the laws of the Magical Congress of Magnesium. Oh, it's my villain's heart that judges the gentleman's belly. He said this, but his tone was full of ridicule. Idiot. Deport? What the hell is this? Whether it's tampering with memory or killing him directly, it's a one-and-done solution, but he chose deportation. Aurelius's evaluation is, let the tiger return to the mountains. Aurelius was puzzled. Does the chairman of the Magic Congress have this kind of brain? If it were Aurelius, he would definitely send someone to express condolences as soon as possible, along with compensation and a lot of discounts. Isn't it worth wooing a genius wizard who has only been exposed to magic for half a year and is able to subtly capture an adult employee of the Ministry of Magic? Frankly admit his mistakes, and then help Aurelius find his parents with humanistic care, and then find out that Aurelius is a baby from France who was exiled in New York due to the No-Majs disaster. Everyone is happy. The fault is not that of the Magical Congress of Magnesia. Their previous frankness and courage to take responsibility will turn into the reputation of the Magical Congress, and at the same time win the closeness of a genius wizard. And Aurelius can pursue his official career openly, gradually encroaching on the Magical Congress of the Magnesium Kingdom, and finally achieve his goal of occupying the magical world of the Magnesium Kingdom with his small and big skills. Killing two birds with one stone, both parties win-win. Only the French Ministry of Magic and the injured world can achieve it. Isn't this bad? Taking a step back, Aurelius also thought that the Magical Congress of the Magnesium Kingdom might take action against him. After all, a wizard baby living among the people is considered a shocking scandal in the Magnesium Kingdom, and paper wrap fire is considered a traditional entertainment. At that time, Aurelius would be able to openly and honestly become enemies of the Magical Congress of the Magnesium Kingdom, and then conquer the city and achieve the change of dynasty of the Magical Congress of the Magnesium Kingdom. Coupled with his heritage, Aurelius can build his own magical empire. Without top wizards like Grindelwald and Dumbledore in the Magical Congress, who can stop him? That's okay. Everyone is a loser, and he is satisfied with a world where only Aurelius Stone kills. Aurelius had written the script for them, but Pickweary chose to expel him. I can't handle this. No matter from any angle, it was a stupid way to expel him, but it was this stupid way that held Aurelius back. Does he resist or obey? Resist? The Magical Congress of Magnesia just wants to be deported. If he resists, he will end up becoming a wanted criminal like Grindelwald. His justice is lacking. Obedience? America was regarded as a private territory by Aurelius. You let him go? Does this mean that stupid people are blessed? A stupid idea allowed the Ministry of Magic to escape? So, you came to inform me? Aurelius looked at Queenie strangely. Why? Why? Give me a reason. We have only met twice. The first meeting should not be considered very friendly. Queenie looked at him. My sister asked me to come. She told Chairman Pickweary about your situation. She really has Tina's style. Tina's character is very strong, which may be related to the fact that her sisters were orphaned when they were young. Tina and Queenie's parents died from dragonpox, a fatal infectious disease, when the sisters were young. After becoming an orphan, Tina, as an older sister, had to take on the responsibility of taking care of her younger sister. She was said to be an older sister, but in a sense, Tina played the role of a mother. The two orphans wanted to protect themselves, so Tina disguised herself as a hedgehog. She was cold and unsmiling, and she worked hard to become excellent, as evidenced by becoming an Auror. But the kindness inside has not disappeared either. Tina has her own persistence. Although sometimes bad things happen. Aurelius's home is here, but now it is being evicted. Although the decision is not made by Tina, Tina still feels that it is her responsibility. After all, I have to leave here. There doesn't seem to be much difference between being deported and running away. At least being deported will not make you want it, Aurelius said. Queenie was stunned, and she quickly said, I didn't let you abscond. Aurelius blinked, and then he noticed that as soon as he entered the door, Queenie said that it was time for him to leave, not that he should escape. What a guilty conscience. Aurelius laughed at himself in his mind. On the surface, he didn't care, but after all, he was a law-abiding citizen in his previous life, and suddenly he became such a gray or even black figure, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Tina has written to Newt, hoping that he can help you issue an immigration application in the UK. Tina will help you find someone to pass the immigration application so that you can stay in the country. Chairman Pickquery, also no objection. Queenie told Aurelius all the ideas she and Tina had been thinking about most of the night. Tina and I will hold back the Auror who came to deport you tomorrow morning. You have to leave temporarily for 2 days. According to the law, a wanted notice will be issued after 3 days. 3 days is enough to wait for your immigration application. I am here to inform you. You have to leave here early tomorrow morning. Otherwise, you'll have to go to the temporary prison to stay for a few days. Aurelius nodded. He was familiar with the plot, but he was unfamiliar with the laws of the Magnesium Kingdom's magical world. He didn't even know these regulations existed. Tina thought perfectly. This matter was not a big trouble in the first place. At least it was less trouble than Newt had a month ago. Threatening the statute of secrecy, escaping from prison, and attacking a muggle, Jacob. Each case could keep Newt in prison for more than 10 years. However, in the end, Newt was pardoned for most of his crimes due to his achievements in brainwashing the entire New York and was finally deported in name only. If Aurelius's purpose is to stay in the Magnesium Kingdom, it could be easily achieved according to Tina's method. However, Aurelius felt very awkward. Pickquery has no objection, but I do, Aurelius said. Queenie, confused face? Aurelius has no intention of accepting Tina's offer. Joke. Aurelius regards himself as the future master of the magic world of Magnesia. Will he accept such a plan that is almost like a charity from Pickquery? It was obviously the fault of the Magical Congress of Magnesium, so he should be a victim. Not only did he have no compensation, but he also had to face himself with a lofty attitude of giving alms. Accepting this would make Aurelius feel like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Deportation? It doesn't matter. I just want to go out for a walk. I have been in New York for 18 years. The world is so big, why not go and see it? Aurelius smiled. Queenie looked at him. You want to leave? If I want to leave, I will leave by myself. Please tell the Aurors who are coming tomorrow that you don't need to come. Aurelius said calmly. I'm afraid this won't work. They won't stop coming. This is against the rules. Queenie was a little embarrassed. Rules? Queenie, don't forget who broke the rules first. New York has just experienced a disaster. The Magic Congress certainly doesn't want to see the magical world exposed again. Aurelius took out one from the bedside. A small notebook with a national emblem of America on it. I am an upright American citizen. Magical Congress has the right to deport an unregistered wizard, but it may not have the right to deport a legal citizen and taxpayer of the No-Majs government. Right? Bring it to Chairman Pickquery for me. I think she will understand of. Queenie took the certificate handed over by Aurelius, pursed her lips, waved her wand, and disappeared. Aurelius, however, went back to bed and fell asleep as if he was heartless. This is confidence. Have the confidence to flip the table at any time. He didn't take over the magic world of Magnesia, but he didn't want to do it yet. Notice, it's don't want to, not can't. Just because a lion doesn't care about ants, it doesn't mean that a lion won't dare to trample the ants to death. Don't feel exaggerated. The gap between wizards and wizards may be wider than the gap between lions and ants. Wake up to dawn. The Magical Congress exploded. Pickquery held Aurelius's certificate and wanted to crush it. She has always maintained her own identity, but she can't help but have the urge to roar like a lion from Hadon. Never before has any wizard dared to despise her or threaten her like this. Grindelwald picks his ears. What did you say? But the remaining reason still allowed Pickquery to suppress the idea of immediately sending an Auror to capture Aurelius. Aurelius' situation was too special. Since the founding of the Magical Congress, wizards and No-Majs have been in a state of absolute isolation. Except for Aurelius, no wizard has the identity of a citizen of Magnesia, and some of them are fake. But obviously, Aurelius is real. Any behavior that sets a precedent will be avoided by these politicians. This is why so many reformers throughout the ages have gone down in history. Not everyone has the courage to replace the old with the new. Should we negotiate with the No-Maj government? Wouldn't that violate the confidentiality law? If he insists on going his own way without negotiation, what if Aurelius directly exposes the secrets of the wizarding world? Aurelius told a few people that it didn't matter, but what if his behavior inspired those wizards who were unwilling to obey the Magic Congress? Is there still a day when a Magic Congress will be quiet? One question after another, each with potentially serious consequences. Do you dare to start such a first of its kind? Pick Queenie. She obviously does not have the courage. You don't even need to see the power of Aurelius. The final result can only be nothing. Making mud and pretending to be blind are also traditional arts. The Magical Congress only pretends that Aurelius does not exist, and that Aurelius is just a stowaway wizard. To be honest, this is still not a good first. Pick Queenie and the Mac are destined to suffer a miserable loss. Tina breathed a sigh of relief. Aurelius is unwilling to accept her method, so this is the best outcome. When Queenie told Aurelius, Aurelius just chuckled and added a word that was not a compliment. It's okay. I finally stopped doing stupid things. Aurelius and the Mac seem to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. But this was also the beginning of the rancor. Aurelius could care less, but he couldn't ignore it. Who knows if one day I will give myself a hard blow. He lowered his perspective from the world situation to the magical world of Magnesia, then to Majori's, and finally to his low-profile summoner plan. The occupation that controls the rune puppet battle, extracted from the summoner's rift line, was named Puppet Master by Aurelius. This was the power that Aurelius intended to assemble his followers to bestow. Although the summoner is also a legacy and can be taught to others, compared to the puppet master who can spread it at will, Aurelius does not plan to spread the summoner's legacy widely at present. In the final analysis, it is still a question of control. The puppet master can achieve a strong control effect through the crystal center. No matter how powerful the puppet master is, he will be controlled by the crystal center. In this case, Aurelius certainly hopes that the more puppet masters the better, but not the summoner. Firstly, there are only a limited number of defenders with heroic potential. Without powerful contract heroes, the maximum level of summoners is just that. If you just want to be a contract defender, you might as well learn to be a puppet master. Secondly, it's a matter of talent. Everyone can learn puppet master, it's just a matter of speed. But that's not the case with summoner. It has requirements for those who learn it. If the puppet master is a 5-axis machine tool, the summoner is the legendary 8th level fitter. The third and most important reason is that Aurelius did not think of how to control the summoner's life gate. He has a complete summoner heritage, and any interception can give him an absolute advantage among summoners. However, this only gives him an advantage, not a manipulation. These days, Aurelius is also thinking about this issue. In the end, Aurelius locked in a contract. He decided to intercept the contract. Any summoner who wanted to protect the contract would have to pay attention to the contract. He wanted to make the contract a disposable item similar to the glass version of the summoning crystal. In this way, he took advantage of the summoner's most important resource. But it's not enough. Each puppet master consumes a lot of summoning crystals, whether it is upgrading or repairing damage. But each summoner can only use the contract once. What else can be transformed into a resource monopoly? Aurelius frowned and thought. Equipment soul? Summoner skills? Or runes? It can't be gold coins, right? Why can't it be gold coins? Aurelius blinked, as if he had discovered a blind spot. Gold coins are formed after gold has been transformed into gold coin columns, used to make equipment souls. The gold coin column seems to be a basic ability that every summoner has, But who lets Aurelius decide the summoners in this world? If he can intercept the contract, he can intercept the gold coin column. No one can make gold coins except him. In this way, gold coins become a unique material. Other summoners want equipment? Yes, serve him and get gold coins. The number of equipment is limited and the equipment is permanent. Who needs gold coins after being equipped with Lucian? There are also consumables. Do you want various mixtures? Do you use various potions? Are you tempted by the life-saving stopwatch? Aren't you envious of the true eye, which has a duration but can be used as a teleportation anchor? Is the powerful thug rift, pioneer, hololess? None? If people don't care about you, what are you waiting for if you don't wait for a beating? Contract control, gold coin monopoly, and the splitting of equipment souls into independent professions, as well as the retention of runes. Nothing is a strong control, but a multi-pronged approach is already available. The road ahead is clear, and you can leave. Aurelius smiled broadly. He wasn't lying. He did plan to travel around the world. The purpose, of course, is to find materials for making the crystal hub. Puppet Master is his chassis. Without a huge puppet master to serve him, even if he uses powerful force to forcefully occupy the Magic Congress, it will not help. He can't control it. What he wants is a magical world that can be clenched into a fist in order to win the qualification to sit on the card table. Not a supervillain who pursues chaos and wants to destroy the world. All he was missing was the Crystal Nexus. Maori's is on the right track, and Chastity will help him take care of his home. Most of the children have already developed their magic power. They just need to practice step by step. When Aurelius returns with the Crystal Nexus, these helpless children will become an endless army. After handing the matter over to Chastity, Aurelius left quietly one early morning. He didn't leave directly, because before leaving, he still wanted to solve a question. Modesty, the girl who sang the witch's broom and hopscotched, why did she have a magic wand? This is also very easy to do. Queen's Sweet Bakery. Looking at the crowded shop, Aurelius smiled, held up his hat, and walked in. The chubby Mr. Kowalski was busy greeting customers, and several shop assistants were carrying back large bags of flour from outside. The whole store is filled with unique baked goods, each one full of imagination. But coincidentally, there are many Aurelius who have seen them here. The invisible beasts Dougal, Niffler, and Birdsnake. It's just a little fatter, and there are many Q versions. Many dangerous-looking magical animals have become cute in this style of painting, not to mention the already cute little guy like Shio Shio. The secret recipe inherited from my grandmother, coupled with the careful and exquisite shape, has become the secret recipe of Sweet Bakery. Jacob was so busy that he had no time to stop. He was always between the food pickup port and the counter. With a friendly smile on his chubby face, he would chat with guests from time to time. He seemed very happy and satisfied with his current life. Do what you love and make the money you love. Aurelius looked at him, and inadvertently, he could always see a little confusion and melancholy on Jacob's face. He also has troubles, and he also has some emptiness. He lost a very important person. What a coincidence! This is the purpose of Aurelius coming. He also needs a very important person. What's more, what they need may still be the same person, a woman Queenie Goldstein. Sorry, sir, we're closing. Jacob walked up to Aurelius apologetically. He has noticed this man for a long time. He came here very early, but he has never made a choice and has no intention of leaving. I'm here to see you, Mr. Kowalski. Aurelius took off his hat. Looking for me? Wait a minute, sir. I don't seem to know you. Jacob looked confused. Aurelius smiled, stopped talking nonsense, and went straight to the point. So, Queenie, do you know Queenie Goldstein? Jacob murmured the name. Queenie? Queenie Goldstein? So familiar. But where have I heard of it? Just familiarity? Aurelius asked. A what if? Aurelius frowned. This is wrong. Jacob should not have his memory wiped away. Boss, I'm leaving first. A young man came out of the kitchen and said to Jacob with a smile. Okay, Hendry, come early tomorrow. You're late again today. Jacob replied. The young man named Hendry scratched his head and walked away embarrassedly. I'm curious, Mr. Kowalski. Do you really not remember? Aurelius looked at him. Me? What should I remember? Jacob couldn't help but feel funny. He was really a weirdo. Sir, my store receives hundreds of customers every day. How can I remember who I have met? I can remember that they are familiar. It's already pretty good. I don't know if you're a spy or a policeman. All I can do is tell you what I know. Do you have anything else? Jacob spread his hands helplessly. This is a big problem. Was Jacob really wiped out of his memory? What about the other guy? Newt's commander. Jacob was startled, and he pointed at him. How did you know? What I know? Scamander. Wait. Jacob shook his head and patted his face with both hands. That's not a dream. That's really not a dream. A dream? What kind of dream? Jacob seemed to have lost his strength and sat on the chair behind the cashier. He couldn't help but said, I thought it was just a ridiculous dream. At that time, I was still a cannery worker, but I was very unhappy. I love making bread, and more than once I wanted to quit my job and open a bakery. Dash. Aurelius motioned for him to continue. That day, it rained heavily. I stood on the street and looked at the bank door. I wanted to go in and get a loan, but I didn't dare to take a step. I'm a coward. Jacob told him about his story. Delusion. I dreamed about a man named Newt Scamander. He had a magical suitcase. Can you imagine? The suitcase was as big as a world. We all experienced it in a fantasy adventure. I saw countless wonderful animals, and I made them all into bread. So, there was no person named Queenie Goldstein in your dream? Aurelius had great compassion for Queenie. The No-Majs that she never forgot about actually forgot about her. It would be okay if he forgot about her. After all, magic washed away the memory. But unfortunately, he only forgot about her, but he still remembered that shy little freckle. Queenie knew she would go crazy, right? I don't remember, maybe. It was 2 months ago. I picked up a box when I was off work, or someone gave it to me on purpose. It was filled with broken eggshells made of silver. Maybe it was what kind of artwork. There's a note inside, and it's this. Jacob pulled out a note from behind the name tag on his collar. Dear Mr. Kowalski, you are wasting your talent in the cannery. Please use these bird and snake eggshells as collateral to get a loan to open a bakery. This is a kind-hearted person. Bird and snake. This is the little guy who appeared in my dream. At that time, I was doubting that it was not a dream. Jacob pointed to the words on the note and smiled bitterly. Who would believe it? I told myself time and time again that I'm no longer a child. Such fantasies are too, you know? Okay, Mr. Kowalski, just think of it as a dream. Knowing too much is not good for you. I'm sorry to bother you. I wish you a prosperous business dash. Aurelius was about to give up. Maybe he changed part of the plot. At least the place where Grindelwald was captured was a square instead of a subway station. This may have resulted in Jacob being out in the rain longer and forgetting more things. The poison of the winged demon is not forgotten. The diluted venom can make people forget some bad things. For most No-Majs, the disaster in New York is their most vivid memory of the bad things. But for Jacob, those magical animals were a fantasy adventure. So he remembered them, but due to his incomplete memory, he thought it was just a dream. Queenie should have been here, but she discovered that Jacob forgot that she still remembered Newt, which may have made Queenie realize that the 2 days they spent together were not love. It's hard to say. However, their love was originally an unethical love under the current circumstances of the country, so it was good that it ended this way. Just when Aurelius was about to say goodbye and leave, a familiar voice sounded at the door of the store. Hi, dear, why is it so late today? There are still customers. Aurelius turned his head. Queenie. The well-dressed Queenie waved at the door with a bright smile, but she couldn't hold back when she saw Aurelius's face. Her expression froze. Hi. Honey, yes, this is my guest, but I'll be fine soon. What's wrong with you? Jacob's expression was questioning. Aurelius looked at Queenie playfully, but said to Jacob, Mr. Kowalski, may I ask who this lady is? Oh, this is my girlfriend. Jacob just started, but Queenie took over. She hugged Jacob's arm with a sweet smile. Mightily, just call me Mightily. Medley? Okay, Miss Medley, I'm Aurelius from the coffee shop across the street. I just wanted to say hello to Mr. Jacobs. I'm sorry to bother you. After speaking playfully, Aurelius C. turned around and left, walking into the coffee shop opposite. A cup of coffee, thank you. Jingle bell. The bell in front of the coffee shop rang. The anxious Queenie walked in with her bag and came to the opposite side of Aurelius. "Never mind his business. Whatever you want to do," Queenie said. "Don't be so nervous, Ms. Goldstein. Please sit down. I just want to talk to you about something." Aurelius stirred the coffee. "Here we go again. That tone again." Queenie felt aggrieved because he had spoken in this tone the day they first met. "What do you want me to do?" Queenie asked directly. Jacob's brain was unable to guard against Queenie, and it was not unusual for Queenie to know about the conversation between Jacob and Aurelius. "I would like to ask you to look after a child for me," Aurelius said. "Child? Why?" "Modesty, a child from the orphanage, is a girl. For some reason, I suspect that she may be a little wizard. I just want to confirm with you to see if she has had any magical riots." Aurelius picked up the cup and took a sip. "It's so bitter." Sure enough, he still can't be a foreigner, and he really can't appreciate this bitter coffee. Just for this. Of course that's why. Chairman Pickwery will go crazy. There are 2 wizard children living in No-Majs society. Queenie breathed a sigh of relief and was in the mood to joke. "Not necessarily. I just doubt it. Otherwise I wouldn't let you confirm it." Aurelius corrected her statement. "When? Look at you. You are the one with less time." Aurelius said. Then now. "Mayor Lee's orphanage. How's it going?" Aurelius accompanied Queenie and quietly walked out of the room where the children rested. "She is not a wizard," Queenie said softly. "Oh." Queenie looked at Aurelius with a complicated expression. She had a wand that was left behind by her grandfather before he died, but she lost it. Aurelius paused. "What else?" "She is a descendant of the Purifiers, or a descendant of wizards before the Magical Congress was established." The words basically ended here. Aurelius took out his wand and fumbled with his fingers, as if saying to himself, "I wonder why it looks so familiar. Is there anything else?" Queenie asked aloud. "Yes, I would like to ask, isn't it forbidden for wizards to interact with No-Majs in the Magnesium Kingdom's magical world?" "Why? Why did you go to Kowalski incognito?" Aurelius couldn't restrain his curiosity and asked. Queenie's lips moved, but she said nothing. "And he doesn't remember you at all. He doesn't even remember those magical beasts and that little freckled Newt Scamander. Why would you risk punishment?" "He forgot me, but I didn't forget him." Queenie finally left the sentence. Just when Queenie took out her wand and was about to leave, Aurelius suddenly spoke. "Queenie, if there's a chance for you to be together openly, how much can you give?" "All." It came out almost subconsciously. Aurelius smiled and looked at her meaningfully. "If you are willing to believe me, although I don't know why I should let you believe it, but if you are willing to believe me, there will be such a day of—" Queenie's eyes sparkled. "Really? What if?" Aurelius shrugged. "Okay, if—" Queenie nodded heavily and disappeared into the courtyard. "Hut dash," Aurelius stretched. "The result is not bad. It solved the question and planted a seed." Recalling Queenie's determination just now, Aurelius couldn't help but clicked his tongue. The love brain is so scary, especially a love brain witch. But this also gave him the opportunity to become a born legitimacy master, perhaps the only one in the world. This is real talent. If you want to achieve great things, talent is very important. By the way, talents, it seems there are a lot of talents. Aurelius suddenly thought of a person. Nagini. Nagini is beautiful. It doesn't matter. Nagini is a blood-cursed orc. That's what matters. The so-called blood-cursed orcs are a curse originating from blood. In the early stages, these blood-cursed orcs were like natural animagus, able to switch freely between humans and beasts. As time goes by, the blood-cursed orcs will gradually be controlled by their animal nature, and they will remain as beasts for longer and longer, until they completely forget their human identity and live as a beast. Aurelius was interested in the blood-spelled orcs. As far as he knew, there were not many blood-cursed orcs around the world. He is different from other wizards. Faced with the terrible ending of the blood-cursed orcs, wizards are afraid, frightened, and alienated. But in Aurelius's eyes, he only saw the tyranny of the blood-cursed orcs. A born animagus. Compared with ordinary animagus, the beast form of the blood-cursed orc has great growth potential and has very good combat power. In the future, Nagini, who has completely turned into a beast, is made into a Horcrux by Voldemort. Her combat power is also quite amazing. At least ordinary wizards can easily defeat her. As long as that bad side effect can be avoided, the combat effectiveness of the blood-cursed orcs will only be stronger with the power of intelligent beasts possessing humans. Another point is that the beast forms of the blood-cursed orcs are all kinds of strange, and these beast forms themselves can cope with different situations. Outside of combat, it can also play a unique role. The last point is that the lifespan is long enough. Wizards say that blood-cursed orcs will eventually turn into beasts. This is not true. Nagini was now in her 20s. She survived until 1998 and was killed by the Gryffindor instead of dying of old age. A 100-year-old snake? Isn't this a little basilisk? It is easy to understand that the longer the lifespan, the more valuable it is to cultivate. The blood-cursed orcs were abandoned by the world, but this was Aurelius' opportunity. The premise is he can solve the tragic side effects of the blood-cursed orcs. It seems I really have to go to the circus. That little circus is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Literally, hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Aurelius had limited connections with the magical world. But fortunately, I learned some common sense information about the magic world through Queenie Aurelius. For example, Commercial Street. The magical world of Magnesia is different from that of Britain. In Britain, there is only one Commercial Street, Diagon Alley, and Hogsmeade is half of it. The main reason is that Britain is a small place and has a small number of wizards, so there's no need for a large commercial street. The country of Magnesium is different. It is vast and sparsely populated, and the number of wizards is 3 times that of Britain. Coupled with the antagonism between wizards and No-Majs, a short history, and other factors, a business model with the characteristics of the magical world of Magnesium was formed. There are almost no commercial streets in Magnesia. Family life is the norm for wizards in Magnesia. To put it bluntly, it is a small-scale peasant economy, and most wizard families are self-sufficient. And because of the existence of apparition, the geographical gap has been narrowed. Some families are unable to produce enough goods and sell them in shops located in various towns in the country. Later, several commercial streets actually appeared one after another, but they were all small in scale. There were obviously several times more wizards in the UK, but the scale of the commercial streets was less than 1/3 of the size of Diagon Alley. The Magical Congress has only moved to New York a few years ago, and the largest shopping street in the country is not in New York either. New York is an emerging city, and all cities in the country are emerging cities. There is no saying from ancient times, and it is obvious that No-Majs will not reserve space for wizards to build a commercial street. Therefore, the shopping street in New York is called Wally's Cave, which sounds a bit rustic, but if it is a transliteration, it is called Wally's Cave, which immediately makes it look more foreign. Worry Cave is an underground commercial street, located underground in Queens at a depth of several hundred meters. It was transformed from a huge cave. The top of the cave looked like a starry sky, with countless candles suspended to form starlight. The unique cave shop has a unique style. Even though it has only been around for 30 years, it is small in scale, but its special style makes it a must-visit travel destination for every foreign wizard. The Magic Congress also intends to develop Wally's Cave. Although it is not large in scale, it has an extremely rich number of shops. All famous magic shops in the world have been asked to open branches here. There are nearly 100 of them. Wally's Cave is not a linear layout like Diagon Alley, but has a circular layout around the large square in the center. The high cave roof gives more space for use, and several shops are arranged in a stepped manner. Since it was built not long ago, the planning here is very new. Each store looks exactly the same size from the outside, and the internal space is expanded by the traceless stretch charm. There are exquisite statues outside each shop, and there are also some magical plants that can light up to add life to the cold stone caves. Strolling through the central square, there are many people here. In fact, Magnesium Country wizards rarely like to go shopping, but these days are an exception. The entire month of April is a festival in the magical world of Magnesia, which originated from the Salem witch hunt. In May 1693, Phillips granted a general amnesty to all prisoners suspected of witchcraft and terminated all trials. This means that the most miserable period for wizards in the Magnesium Kingdom is over. Wizards and No-Majs are completely separated, and wizards will no longer suffer large-scale persecution. Therefore, wizards celebrate this day as the New Year's Day, and the month before the New Year's Day is called the Nirvana month. The New Year's Day and the Nirvana month are the most important festivals in the magical world of Magnesia. Various parties, gatherings, and shopping are naturally indispensable. People gathered in the commercial street, and the huge flow of people also spawned some entertainment activities. Why do I feel like I'm visiting a temple fair? Aurelius held a bowl of special ice cream in his hand and looked at the colorful and festive atmosphere around him, feeling very familiar. Although the layout is different, the atmosphere is similar. Aurelius really felt like he was dreaming back to his previous life and visiting the temple fair during the new year. And there's juggling, it's more like that. The center of the square was occupied by a huge red tent, which was very lively, and all kinds of cheers came from the curtains. Outside the tent, some clowns and jugglers showed off their unique skills, attracting attention. The mysterious circus, it should be here. Aurelius held the ice cream and paid for it with a drog. This is the currency of the magic world of the Magnesium Kingdom and is roughly equivalent to the British gold galleons. Aurelius wanted to confirm whether this mysterious circus was the target he was looking for. Aurelius felt that it was most likely because of the slogan of this circus, monsters and strange people. He was very curious. The magical community in Magnesia disliked magical animals very much. They believed that magical creatures might expose the wizarding community. Then, how was this circus allowed to come to New York? As people entered the tent, Aurelius looked around. This place looks no different from an ordinary circus. Because he came in a little late, he missed the first part of the performance. The clown who was juggling was holding 3 fireballs in his hand and turning them upside down. He was stepping on a metal rod, suspended in mid-air, shaking and making all kinds of exaggerated and funny movements. But in his hand, his kung fu was very hard, and it was thrilling every time, but he never let the fireball fall to the ground. This received warm applause from the entire audience. The clown made his final bow, and a man with a full face and a big beard came out wearing a top hat. He was the circus leader and the host. Gentlemen, ladies, at the Mystic Circus, you will see the most magical performance in the world. Clowns? Dancers? No, they have special skills, but they are not magical enough. The bearded man shouted with a smile, warmly announced, "Next, let us enjoy a magical performance and welcome the Orc John with applause." The audience applauded generously, even if they didn't know what an orc was. Soon, the host left the stage and a thunderous roar sounded, startling the audience. A tall, snow-white figure jumped from the roof of the tent and landed heavily in the center of the stage. He landed like a superhero, with his body covered in snow-white fur, full of muscles, and a wild animal skin skirt wrapping his lower body. Slowly rise to the beat of the drums. A bear? No. There's a difference between humans and bears. The one in front of me, roaring fiercely at the surroundings, was a strange man about 2 feet tall, with white hair all over his body and the head of a white bear. Mystery Circus, Monsters and Oddities. Well-deserved reputation. The audience applauded enthusiastically, but Aurelius's eyes changed. Silent's superb vision allowed him to clearly see that there was something unnatural about John's snow-white fur, and the hairless skin was covered by the surrounding hair. Aurelius was also familiar with the hideous scars. He looked at his palms and saw that they were the marks left by Mary's previous punishment. He must have received a lot of whips. John the Bearman is the strong man of the circus. Aurelius didn't think there was anything interesting about this, but obviously John the Bearman and the strong man of No-Maj society were not the same concept at all. Yeah, he roared, and the muscles in his arms as thick as elephant legs bulged and even trembled. Accompanied by bursts of exclamations from the audience on both sides of the stands, The visual effects were simply outrageous. A metal pillar cuts through the performance space and spans the base of the two stands. John the Bear actually lifted the stands and dozens of spectators in the stands with his own strength. This is more than 1,000 caddies of power. Aurelius's eyes burned. Men always have some very strange pursuits, to be taller, faster, bigger, and harder. Strong strength is one of them. The popularity of strong men abroad is reflected in the history of many records of people with natural supernatural powers. The power shown by John the Bear even amazed wizards. The main reason is that the ratio of strength to size is too amazing. There is no shortage of powerful people in the magic world, such as giants and trolls, but giants are often 20 feet tall and more than 6 meters tall, while trolls are shorter and only 3 or 4 meters tall. People have expectations about their power. But what about John? He is only a little over 2 meters tall. Although his body is muscular, his strength is unbelievable compared to him. And this is just one scene of the whole show. In the second half of the performance, Aurelius saw more strange people with unique skills. But gradually, Aurelius discovered something interesting. No magical beasts. Why the hell do you have a circus show without animals? This is weird. But there's nothing surprising here. The magical world of magnesium does not allow the breeding of magical animals, and this small circus does not have the courage to violate the laws of the Magic Congress. After all, they're just here to ask for money. These people who run around in the world know a lot about the customs of all over the world. Most likely, they have not brought magical animals to the magnesium country. One performance after another, Aurelius roughly calculated that the performers can basically be divided into 2 categories: ordinary actors and alien actors. Ordinary actors are those clowns, sexy girls, mainly juggling. A magician from a No-Maj social circus obviously has no value in a wizarding circus. There are not many actors like this, and the performance order is higher. There are many alien actors, including John the Bearman, as well as some other half-orcs, half-blood elves, and half-elves. Their performances are more likely to be welcomed by the audience, but their treatment themselves may not be good. Various scars and abuse are probably commonplace. It's all praise to say they are actors. They look no different than slaves. As various hybrids or products of magical failure, no wizard will sympathize with them, and no one of their kind will stand up for them. Towards the end, the bearded man appears again, but the difference is that this time, an iron cage descends from the sky. Next, in our little show of monsters and weirdos, I'd like to introduce you to Mellow Deeks. A tall, beautiful girl with a pretty face walked out of the passage behind the iron cage. She was wearing a purple-blue dress, and her exquisite figure drew whistles. Nothing excites these lower-half creatures more than a pretty girl. Aurelius also straightened up, feeling that he might have found the target he was looking for. There was no expression on the girl's face. Under the soft face of the East Asian race, there was a look of disgust and hatred. There were no wounds on her body, but her pale skin didn't look healthy. Her hair was a little sloppy, but it didn't affect her beauty at all. Once trapped in the jungle of Indonesia, she had a blood curse on her body. The bearded man stood outside the cage and announced to the audience with a big mouth. Every word he said made Nagini in the cage hate the wizard outside even more. She had forgotten how many years since she was caught in the circus. She faced all kinds of rebuke and abuse every day. Because of her face, she had not received any physical whipping, but her tortured heart complained about the injustice of the world. Inferior creatures like her will eventually turn into animals forever in their lives. The bearded man's words made the audience gasp, making an outstanding contribution to global warming. Blood curse? What terrible curse is this? The bearded man was very satisfied with the emotions of all the viewers being aroused by him. But look at her. So beautiful. Yes, so sexy and charming. But soon, she'll be trapped in a completely different body forever. Every night when she falls asleep, the bearded man used a deep voice to lead the audience in a fantasy. Ladies, gentlemen. Nagini lowered her head so that no one could see her expression. Her teeth were almost broken. She wished she could escape from this hell, but everyone's eager eyes just wanted to see what they wanted to see. Something to look at. No one would say a word for her, and no one would take her out of hell. Heartbroken, Nagini crossed her arms. She wanted to show the side of herself that she hated most. She wanted to please the audience. It was about her dinner. She wants to live, and only by living can there be hope. As if she were boneless, Nagini's body twisted, visibly turning into a huge python coiled in place. The huge head raised high is her last pride. The snake hesitated, accompanied by the audience's exclamations and the bearded man's unabashedly bloody words. Given time, she will be trapped in this snake's body forever. Hi-hoo! A big smoke ring was blown out, and Edgar lay on the box with a smile, enjoying a moment of tranquility. Ho ho ho! Shut up! You beast called Chun. Iger waved the whip on the side and hit the iron cage. A pair of round eyes the size of a flashlight stared at him fiercely. The ferocious fangs drooped with sticky saliva, and two claws larger than a chopping board dug at the ground in the iron cage. Egg's eyes widened, and he swung the whip in his hand again, but this time it hit the big cat's face. Eeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee let out a whimper. Egg enjoyed all this very much. If it weren't for this iron cage, facing this ferocious big cat that must be at least XXXXX level, it could bite off his own head in one bite. It's so beautiful. Even Egg has to admit that this is kind of cruel and beautiful. It is about the size of an elephant and looks like a giant cat with a colorful body and a long, feathery tail. Zwuwu, a magical animal from the Far East, obtained from a Greek smuggler 2 years ago. It is said that although this magical animal looks ferocious, it never eats living animals. In the Far East, it is highly respected and is called a symbol of kindness. Egg sneer at this. Is it merciful not to eat living animals? Just because you don't eat doesn't mean you don't kill. Ige dared to pat his chest and promise that he would not eat living animals. Every animal he put into his mouth was dead. It's such a good life, but it's a pity that only the kingdom of magnesium can relax for a while. Stingy Skander, why can't he find a handyman? I am a great animal trainer. Well, the candidate animal trainer still has to give these beasts wash yourself. Egg complained, but as the saying goes, don't speak ill of your boss behind his back. Every boss is Schrodinger's boss. He may or may not be behind your back. When you work hard, he may not be behind you. But if you speak ill of him, he must be there. Ahem. Iger almost threw out the cigarette in his hand. When he turned his head, the bearded Skander was staring at him with his dead fish eyes. Behind him, there is a young man, a bit unfamiliar. Boss, welcome to inspect my work. The hard-working Iger has taken care of everything here in order. Iger jumped off the box, took off his hat, and bowed like a gentleman. If you didn't say bad things about me behind my back, Skander snorted. He walked around the surrounding cages, pointed at the cages, and asked, Iger, you lazy squib, what do you call this? In order. Egger looked in the direction Skander pointed. It was a water tank covered with green algae, and a series of bubbles bubbled out of the water tank. As a pair of claws covered with green scales reached out of the water, an ugly head emerged from it. It looks like a scaly monkey, but it has a wide and short beak. The top of its strange head seems to be wearing a flat hat, but the top of his head is strangely sunken, like a bowl filled with water. A pair of wise eyes looked around. This weird magical creature seemed to dislike the green grass around the water tank, especially the water grass in his head. It tore at it with its 2 claws and stuffed it into its mouth hatefully. The 2 catfish-like tentacles on the side of the mouth trembled and trembled, which was very funny. There are more aquatic plants in the Kappa tank than there are lice on your body. Egg, it seems that you haven't worked well in the past half month. I need to consider whether I should still pay you. Skander looked at it coldly. Small problem, boss, I can fix it right away. Egger said quickly and grabbed the tools next to the water tank, as if he wanted to fix the problem. No need. Skander raised his hand and looked at him indifferently. You are fired. Okay, what? Egg was stunned for a moment, and he quickly came to Skander's side. Boss, You want to fire me? This is impossible. Who will take care of these monsters if you fire me? You have to personally come to this smelly animal pen? Ha! Edgar smiled and couldn't stop laughing. Aurelius, who stood behind Skander for a long time, gave him a sweet and innocent smile. Aurelius agreed to my employment and will replace you as the cage administrator. Skander's words shattered Egg's last illusion. No, Mr. Skander, look at this guy, a rookie who just graduated from school. I have more than 10 years of work experience. Do you really want to replace me with a rookie? Iger panicked. He wanted to hug Skander's thick, short thigh. Yes, Egg. Also, remember your identity. You are just a low-level squib. Is there something you can say? Skander said unexpectedly. If you have nothing to do, you can leave now. I hope your next boss can tolerate your laziness. Skander said without mercy. After speaking, he ignored Edgar, who was pleading, and turned to Aurelius. Said, your job is to take care of all the animal actors here and clean the water plants and green algae in the water tank for the Kappa. I don't want it to perform for the audience covered in green fur. Don't worry about him hurting you. His brain the water has been drained out. Okay, Mr. Skander, I've written it down. Aurelius took out a small notebook from somewhere and quickly wrote down Skander's instructions. Skander looked at Aurelius in surprise and was very satisfied with the new employee's attitude. Looking at the lost Iger again, it's really a world of difference. Sure enough, low-class people are just low-class people, squibs waiting to die. And these, Charmander. I know there are no magical animals in the Magnesium Kingdom. You may not know them. They are not baby Charmanders. They are just lizards that look like Charmanders. Be careful. They are very precious. Pay attention to their tails. If you don't want to get burned, I won't pay you to treat the injuries. You need to clean their cage every day. The huge wings picked up the wind and waves, causing Aurelius to narrow his eyes. Snow-white wings, the body of a horse, a huge eagle head. One of the most familiar magical animals to fans, the hippogriff. Stay away from it. This guy is not a good-tempered guy. Skander pulled Aurelius away, and the hippogriff calmed down, at least not erecting its front half and spreading its large wings for deterrence. The hippogriff cannot be dealt with by ordinary wizards, let alone you. Remember to come here and bow to it first. Do? Aurelius pretended not to understand. Yes, don't ask me why, just bow, and if it returns the bow, you can go about your business. Yes, and there is it, a charming big cat. Do you know it? Skander stood outside the iron cage where Zwolwu was imprisoned, his eyes blurred. Who can say no to a cat? And what man can resist a big cat? Zwolwu, that's a mouthful, isn't it? Getting him has ruined a lot of things for me. Unfortunately, I injured its foot when I caught it, so it has been unable to play. Skander sighed and said to Aurelius, take good care of it, keep it away from people, and treat its injuries. I hope your levitation spell is up to standard. You have to lift the cage to clean up the feces and food residue under the cage. Look at him, he is so skinny. This guy doesn't like to eat very much. Aurelius looked at the scarred Zwolwu in the cage, and he felt very unhappy. Maybe it was meeting an old friend in a foreign country. In this crowd, full of blonde hair and blue eyes, Aurelius could not get even a little sense of belonging. But this mythical beast, which also came from the east, made him feel close to it. In Lin's country, there is a rare beast. It is as big as a tiger, has all kinds of features, and has a tail longer than its body. It is called Zwolwu. It can travel thousands of miles by riding on it. Aurelius leaned down and looked at it. Meow. Zwolwu's huge eyes blinked. It seemed that Aurelius's familiar language gave it a great sense of security. It seemed to feel the compassion for it in Aurelius's heart. Sad, he screamed softly, and his tiger-headed look had a strange cuteness. It even extended a claw close to the edge of the cage. This was not an attack. It did not even show its sharp claws. Aurelius couldn't help but reach out and touch its wide and thick flesh pads. Great! Great! Skander broke the atmosphere a little bit. He was very excited. The big cat likes you. Aurelius, hiring you may be the best decision I have ever made. You have potential to be an animal trainer. Maybe I should change my decision. Skander couldn't help but snap his fingers, From today on, I will leave Zwoo to you to take care of me, and you don't have to take care of anything else. But other jobs? Aurelius shook the notebook in his hand. That's easy to say. Skander turned to look at the frustrated Ige. Ige, you are lucky your job has been saved. Egger's empty eyes instantly brightened up. Oh, praise Merlin. Skander, you are really the most good man in the world. Merlin will bless you. Don't be too happy, Skander snorted, but looking at his expression, he actually enjoyed Egg's flattery. From now on, Aurelius will be your supervisor. He will watch over you for me. Don't be lazy anymore, understand? You won't have another chance. There are so many squibs who want to find a job, understand? Yes, I will definitely work hard, I will definitely. Iger kept talking, but it was nothing more than showing loyalty. After handing over the work, Skander said to Aurelius, we will leave New York probably after the freshman's birthday. Pack your gifts. When it is time to leave, I will introduce you to your other colleagues. Okay, Mr. Skander, Aurelius responded simply. His appearance was exactly the same as those students who had just come out of the ivory tower to work. Enthusiastic and driven. Very good, I'm leaving first. I hope those bastards didn't cause any trouble. After finishing speaking, Skander took out his wand and disapparated away. Finally gone dash. Iger collapsed on the ground as if he had suffered the rest of his life. As a squib, finding a job is not easy. If it weren't for the hard work of traveling around the circus, it would be difficult for Egger to get this job. He was not a squib in the Magnesium Kingdom's magical world. If he was fired here and thrown into the Magnesium Kingdom, he didn't dare to think about what the consequences would be. A squib with no human rights and an unfamiliar place, the tragic ending is foreseeable. For this reason, he did not hesitate to slander a wizard. As long as he could keep his job, they would almost never see each other again. Wait a minute, Egg suddenly raised his head and looked at Aurelius, who was squatting beside the animal cage, his body like a sieve of chaff. Yes, sorry, sir. Aurelius turned to look at him and said indifferently, It's time for you to work, Mr. Egger. Yes. Iger trembled, quickly got up, and took the rake-like tool to fish for water plants in the Kappa water tank. Kappas are XXXX level magical animals, the same level as trolls, so Kappas are very dangerous. Ordinary wizards may not be able to do it. A squib? Actually, don't worry, the circus is not dangerous. Skander had said before that the water in this Kappa's mind had been emptied. There is a special liquid in the hollow heads of Kappas that they are born with. It looks like water, but it is the source of their wisdom and power. For Kappa, this is a non-renewable resource. It has many uses and is priceless. A Kappa who loses this liquid will not only become stupid, but will also be greatly reduced in danger. The current Kappa is only of Poo Rong level. Iger is lazy, but after working for 10 years, he knows how to do everything here. No need for Aurelius to bother. He cared more about this warm big cat than those clumsy and brainless reptiles. Don't worry, I will take you away. Every cat is free. You should not be tied up in an iron cage. Realizing that Mandarin would make Zwoo feel relaxed, Aurelius kept using gentle words. Speak to it in Mandarin. He didn't know if Zwoo could understand it, or if it was just because of his closeness to the familiar voice. But it works. After a few days, Aurelius was able to scratch Zwoo's chin with his hands, which was a huge improvement. He was not in a hurry to see Nagini. Haste makes waste, and since the freshman's birthday was only a few days away, there was always a chance. After many days of observation and testing from Egger's mouth, Aurelius collected a large amount of information. This small circus is also a small society. The Mystery Circus has more than 30 employees and more than a dozen magical animals. Most of the employees are actors. The Bearman John, the half-human troll Nautilus, the half-elf Lilia, the Vivian sisters, and the blood-cursed orc Nagini are all alien actors in the circus. In the circus, the person with the highest status is of course the leader and trainer Skander, followed by the wizard actors, then the squibs, and then it is the turn of the alien actors. They are almost no longer regarded as human beings, some dangerous ones. For example, The bears John and Nagini were locked in cages to prevent them from breaking out and hurting others. Aurelius had to be thankful that he deliberately released his identity as a wizard. Although he wanted to sneak into the circus and get in touch with Nagini, he didn't have the hobby of being tortured. Grindelwald is undercover, and I am also undercover. Grindelwald is looking for me, and I am looking for Nagini. Aurelius scratched his head a little. Why do you feel that you have gone in the direction of Lao Gu and never returned? Time is as precious as gold, but is lost unconsciously like water. Leaning on Zwuwu's body, the sound of Zwuwu's snoring can be heard in his ears. His strong body makes his snoring sound extremely deafening. It feels like he is getting an ear massage, relaxing his body and mind. After more than 10 days of getting to know each other, and with the huge advantage of having the same pronunciation from the same hometown, the relationship between Aurelius and Zwuwu improved day by day. Not only can he rub the cat to his heart's content and scratch his chin, but he can also stick to it at close range. Of course, Zwuwu, who had been imprisoned for many years, wouldn't smell good. His injured leg was ulcerated and inflamed. If it weren't for the magical beast's strong body, it might not be able to survive now. After establishing a good relationship with Zwuwu, Aurelius gave it medicine. The medicine was very effective. It was the Auror special potion obtained from Tina through Queenie. Although I haven't recovered yet, fortunately I don't shiver when I touch it. It hasn't gotten worse, and it's getting better all the time. This further allowed Aurelius to gain Zwuwu's trust. He gave Zawu a good cleansing and used Potter's shampoo, imported from England. Reproduced the beautiful and soft fur of Zwuwu. It's like a work of art. So beautiful. The only drawback is that he's a bit skinny and doesn't eat well, but he should recover quickly, and he's already eating only the food Aurelius brought. This guy has a big appetite. It is as big as an elephant and is a carnivore. Even if it is locked in a cage and the amount of exercise is reduced, it will eat at least half a cow every day. At the same time, Aurelius also discovered the origin of the benevolent beast like Zwuwu. It hates the smell of blood, but if it is cooked, it will accept all comers. As a result, Aurelius spent most of his time either grilling meat or marinating it with purchased spices. It was very expensive, but seeing Zwuwu getting stronger day by day, Skander, the circus owner, spent the money very happily. It is not clear whether all the money went into Zwuwu's stomach or whether some of it was missing. After lunch, every day, it was the most relaxing period for Aurelius. Zwuwu yawned and laid down on the ground to take a nap. He didn't know if this Zawu was from Shangxi and was untouchable. Aurelius would take advantage of this moment to lean on Zwuwu and read. Queenie's textbooks have been returned by Aurelius. He has read them all. I can't say that he is proficient in them all, but at least he will be at the level of a qualified graduate. He definitely couldn't read the black magic book here, so he took some time to go to the bookstore a few times. Unexpectedly, Aurelius found a book in the corner of the bookstore, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Newt's book has actually been published. Are they still sold in New York? But obviously, the sales volume of this book in Magnesium Country will definitely not be good. Magical animals throughout the Americas are strictly controlled, and some are even humanely destroyed and even extinct. No one is allowed to keep magical animals for any reason, which makes Newt's hard work, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, completely useless in the Magnesium Kingdom. The sales volume is bleak, and at most it will be bought by wizard parents and used as a fairy tale picture album to tell their children. Yes, that's right. This rigorous reference book has become a fairy tale in the magical world of Magnesia, the kind to entertain children. Aurelius bought it. Magical beasts were an integral part of the wizarding world, and he felt the need to understand them. Especially since he was working in a circus now, it wouldn't hurt to learn more about magical animals. Of course, Aurelius is not that dedicated. In addition to better disguise and join the circus, Aurelius has another reason. That's the summoner. The summoner needs a pack defender, and any living creature will do. In the War College, contracted heroes are standard equipment for climbing Summoner's Rift, but Aurelius did not expect that the summoners in this world would be able to have a hero. In this case, contracting a human being to act as a defender is not as good as contracting a magical animal. Magical animals such as Wu, fire dragon, and phoenix definitely have contract value. Although they may not be as good as heroes as a whole, their special abilities are definitely worth the contract. This can almost be regarded as a batch of artificial druids, and it is a magical animal with super potential and ability that is far from being an animagus. It's a pity. It would be nice if I could contract many defenders. Aurelius pressed Zhou Wu's fur into a more comfortable depression. He has already made a contract with Wu Ran. Otherwise, it would be a great choice to make a contract with Zhou Wu who trusts him. And of course, there's Phoenix. He had not forgotten that the blood of the Dumbledore family flowed through his body. There will be a Phoenix with him when he needs it. I just don't know what when needed means. Aurelius recalled the memory of his previous life. He had always been helpless and needed companionship, but this did not attract the Phoenix. This shows that this need condition is not so easy to achieve. Looking through the chapter about the Phoenix in Fantastic Beasts and where to find them, Aurelius sighed. I am lucky if I gain it, and my fate is lost if I lose it. You can't force this thing, just let it happen. Meow dash. Zhou seemed to be awakened by Aurelius's movements. He opened his sleepy eyes and let out a dissatisfied cry. At the same time, he opened his bloody mouth and curled his tongue to give a big slap. Yawn. Okay, I woke you up. Go back to sleep. Looking at Zhou's mouth, the stinging tongue kept licking the fangs near his mouth. Aurelius comforted him, and Zhou's eyelids drooped, and he rested on his 2 feet. With only crossed front paws, he fell asleep again. All this was seen in the eyes of Squibegg, and he was a little envious. In the animal enclosure, the place near Zhou is the cleanest. Aurelius cleaned it himself. It is easy to have a wand here. The rest of the place was still filled with filth and chaos, even if it was slightly better than when Aurelius first arrived. For this reason, Aurelius had to cast a big head-soaking spell to separate the entire animal enclosure from where Zhou was. In the evening, after roasting a beef hind leg for Zhou again, the boss Skander walked in with a full belly. Aurelius, you should have packed up, right? We are leaving for Madrid tomorrow. Don't leave anything behind. Skander held a cigar in his hand and blew out the smoke. No problem. The suitcase is very easy to use. Aurelius patted the leather suitcase at his hand and smiled. Skander laughed. I don't have many advantages. The invisible stretch curse is my pride after founding the mysterious circus. Business has not been doing well these years. You know, Grindelwald's followers are causing trouble everywhere. If without this invisible stretching spell, it would be difficult for the mystic circus to persist to this day. No one knows what that madman is going to do. Maybe he has had too many comfortable days and wants to find some excitement. Aurelius also smiled and agreed. As for making fun of Grindelwald, is that a thing? The King of Understanding and Old Bidung, who control the nuclear button, are still hanging in the ghost zone. Early the next morning, Aurelius was awakened by a noise. He yawned and climbed out of bed. This is a room of 1 or 200 square meters, complete with bedrooms, guest rooms, living rooms, kitchens, and bathrooms. This is Aurelius' dormitory. Since joining the circus, Skander has let Aurelius live here alone. It has to be said that Skander is cruel to animals and is rude and arrogant, but he is definitely not a bad person. Especially the wizards under the opponent can be said to be treated with great courtesy. The 3 wizards, including Aurelius, all live in dormitories of 1 to 200 square meters. As for the location of the dormitory, Aurelius didn't even expect that it was actually a ship. It looks like a wooden sailboat only 30 or 40 meters long, with a huge interior space. Not only are everyone's quarters on the ship, but so are the animal pens. The Kingdom of Magnesium does not allow magical animals to enter, so the animal pens and boats can only be thrown into the sea. Aurelius has actually been on the ship for more than half a month. This also made Aurelius admire these people who deal with magical animals. Everyone seems to have mastered an exquisite invisible stretching spell. Newt has a small world with him, and Skander is no less generous. Due to his proficiency in the seamless stretch charm, Skander is also very generous with these things. Hearing that Aurelius had a lot of luggage, he gave him a suitcase without saying anything. The space inside was no smaller than his room on the ship. That's 300 to 400 cubic meters of space. This is what happened to the protagonists of those portable space-flown novels in my previous life. Why are you running a circus with such skills? How about setting up a stall to sell storage rings? Aurelius was puzzled. You must know that even if the traceless stretching spell can be learned in many places, only a handful of people can create such a large space. Anyway, in Aurelius's eyes, Skander's opening of a store specializing in seamless stretching props would be more profitable than the circus. Open the dormitory door and you'll find the cabin. Always in line with Skander's style, plenty of space. It can only be said that it is inappropriate not to have the title of master of traceless stretching. You are. As soon as he went out, Aurelius met someone. After taking a look at him, Aurelius recognized him. He should be a clown in the circus. The performance was heavily painted, but Aurelius could recognize him by his size. He was really too short. If he hadn't heard Egg mention it, Aurelius would have mistaken him for a wizard with goblin blood. He was only about 1.4 meters tall and short and fat. Only those who have watched his performances know that such a chubby little man can be so flexible. Aurelius, beast tamer. Aurelius stretched out his hand. Oh, are you the new guy? Haha. It's the first time we've met, but Skander has been saying your name for a long time. He's almost obsessed with that big oriental cat. Hello, my name is Carlos Daniel. Just call me Carlos. Carlos' expressions and movements were a bit exaggerated, and it looked like an occupational disease. Clowns always make exaggerated expressions and movements to make the audience laugh. Jingle bells, da-la-la. Let dash, a rough voice interrupted the friendly atmosphere between the two. Aurelius turned his head. It was John the Bear. Looking up close, his muscles felt even more oppressive. The scars under the snow-white fur can also be seen more clearly. John's eyes were cold, and his hands and legs were all shackled with heavy shackles, and there was even a heavy iron ball dragged behind his anklets. The iron chain and iron ball dragged on the ground, making a sound. The bored John didn't want to meet his new colleague at all, especially when he learned that the new colleague was a wizard. Carlos pulled Aurelius aside, stepped out of the way, and let John walk away with heavy steps. Don't mess with him. He has a bad temper, Carlos whispered. Aurelius had good eyesight. Although Carlos's voice was very low, he still noticed that the ears on John's head moved. Apparently, such a low voice could not escape John's ears. But John didn't stop and went down the stairs to the second floor, where the squibs and strangers lived. John turned out to be a wizard too. He wasn't called that originally. I heard he was from an ancient family in the Soviet Union. Carlos couldn't help but sigh as he looked at his back. Then it was a potion accident, Carlos said softly. He used a powerful polyjuice potion, but he didn't expect that what was thrown in was the hair of a white bear, and he became like this. Aurelius frowned. Drinking polyjuice potion mixed with animal tissue? Isn't that the same as Hermione? Isn't this a permanent effect? Then he is still a wizard? Aurelius asked. Even if he takes the wrong medicine, his magic power will not be taken away. I don't know about that. I've never seen or heard of John using magic. Carlos shook his head. He is just an ordinary wizard. If he is not a professional scholar, he will not understand this at all. Are you very knowledgeable about potions? Carlos asked curiously. If that's the case, you should ask Skander to raise your salary. Injuries are common in the circus, and we need potions. No, my grades in potions class are average. Aurelius smiled, which was actually the truth. He had only been exposed to magic for 3 or 4 months. He was able to learn all the spells because of his extraordinary talent. How could he have time to study more time-consuming potions? It would probably be good to recognize him. That's such a pity. Do you want to eat? Maud's craftsmanship is pretty good. Carlos invited. Ma, a wild house elf that the boss found. Really? Then let's go together. Aurelius agreed readily. Walking out of the cabin and onto the plywood, it felt like the world suddenly became smaller. The plywood should obviously be larger, but due to the traceless stretching spell, it looks even narrower than the cabin corridor. There is nothing that can be done about it. The condition of the traceless stretching spell is that it needs a container. The splint is exposed, so naturally you cannot enjoy the seamless stretching effect. There are 3 large tables set up very roughly. In the front is the stove with a grill and a stove. A ragged house elf is waving his arms and directing various ingredients to jump into the cooking pot. One after another fragrant delicacies floated out from the cooking utensils and were distributed to various tables. The appearance is average, but the smell, even if you just smell it from a distance, is exciting. "Hey, Aurelius. Haha, my magical boy. Come on, man." Skander grinned and waved at Aurelius from a distance, motioning for him to come over. Aurelius and Carlos passed. He noticed that the tables here seemed to be different. The table where Skander was sitting had the fewest people, just 2 people, and the most exquisite food. Aurelius looked at the man, and there seemed to be a shadow of a wand on his waist. There is no doubt that this is a wizard. Aurelius did not recognize him, nor had he seen him during the performance. "This is Hank, my nephew. He just graduated from Durmstrang last year. Aurelius, you are similar in age, so you should get along well." Skander introduced to Aurelius. Looking at this gloomy, long-haired young man, Aurelius nodded and stretched out his hand. "Hello, I am Aurelius." The young man just raised his eyelids, replied, "Hello," expressionlessly, and said nothing more. Haha, Hank is a bit of a germaphobe. He is not used to shaking hands with others. Skander quickly laughed. After looking at Hank's greasy long hair, Aurelius thought he believed it. He didn't care too much, and he didn't think that everyone had to like him. Besides, it's not necessarily because Hank behaves like this because he's annoying. What kind of weirdo is there in the wizard? Frequently arouses various emotions. Even if he is not crazy, he is a little neurotic. Hurry and sit down and eat together. Mog's craftsmanship is very good. He travels all over the country. He can't compare with those noble masters, but the taste is really good. Try it. Skander introduced to Aurelius enthusiastically. The food on this table was quite rich, including French, German, Hungarian, and Italian dishes. Aurelius even saw the famous Xiangang snack xiaowei. I tasted it and it tasted really good. There were 7 or 8 people sitting at the next table. They are all squibs, including Aurelius's subordinate egg. After drinking and eating, Skander wiped his mouth with a hand towel. Today we set off south. In a week, we will have a 2-month tour in the Caribbean. Prepare for the show. No problem, boss. Several people said in unison. Well, also, let me remind you, especially the newbies among you, that the Caribbean is not a back garden. There are pirates, ghosts, and all kinds of monsters in the sea. I don't want you to run around and be caught by me at the dock. I saw you on the flagpole. Skander warned, especially to Aurelius. This is your first time traveling far away. To be honest, the Caribbean is not a good place for a first trip, but we need to explore the Caribbean. The tour lasts about 2 months, and we won't arrive at our destination, Madrid, until around July. Okay, I'm fine. Aurelius nodded. Skander said yesterday that he was going to Madrid this time, but he didn't expect that he would be on the road for 2 months. Okay, guys, let's set sail after eating and drinking. Skander shouted. The tip of the wand in his hand flashed, and the entire wooden ship seemed to come alive. The 3 sails raised on their own. The waves outside were turbulent, and the ship the inside is as stable as the earth. Some holes were opened around the hull, and a faint smoke spewed out, covering the entire hull. This is a necessary precautionary measure. It is no different now than before. In the past few hundred years, only wizards could set foot on the turbulent sea, but now all the steel ships sailing on the sea are muggles. Brushing Zwawoo's long hair, he could see the underwater fish through the open transparent window, which made the big cat so greedy that he kept scratching it with his 2 claws, which made Aurelius laugh. Laughed. Strictly speaking, this is not a rush trip, but a budget trip. If you go straight to Madrid, you don't have to go through the Caribbean at all. But the Mystery Circus is a business group, and they will not miss any opportunity to make money. The Caribbean has been a place of chaos since ancient times, especially since the beginning of the Age of Discovery, where dragons and snakes were mixed. Criminals, the military, muggles, wizards, and countless strange people and rare animals. In recent hundreds of years, the Caribbean has also been a relatively densely populated wizarding area, and it is different from other wizard gathering places in the world. The Caribbean has the most numerous small islands. Some islands were discovered, occupied, built, and hidden by wizards, become a paradise for wizards. And because the situation here is complicated, there is no management system similar to the Ministry of Magic. But it doesn't mean that this is the source of chaos. The special form has led to the birth of a unique system here. There are 9 wizard islands in the vast Caribbean Sea. This is also the only 9 wizarding cities, and it is the only city in the world that is unique to wizards. But these cities are not harmonious and beautiful. Peons, wanted criminals, murderers, dark wizards, smugglers, merchants, and pirates are the basic groups that make up these cities. Here, power is the main theme. As long as you are strong enough and powerful enough, you can become the master of a city overnight. When Aurelius heard the news for the first time, his eyes went straight. He never thought that this world could have such a beautiful place. This is a paradise for careerists. No one here asks about your past, and no one cares about your future. Only strength is the truth. Almost instantly, Aurelius only had 2 words left in his mind. I want. There's no need to think too much about this matter. The Caribbean is a chaotic place, with fighting happening at every turn, and anyone who can survive there is not a mediocre person. As long as they are integrated together, they will be the best soldiers. It can be said to be a dream place for careerists. But so far, no one has been able to do it. Or maybe no one wants to do it. Except for the medieval witch hunts hundreds of years ago, wizards had little sense of crisis. Calm and peaceful days can kill one's will. Just like millions of years ago, humans moved from Africa to all over the world. The people who went out lost a lot of Africa's rich resources. They had to work hard to survive, from slash-and-burn farming to metal smelting, from tribal conflicts to imperial hegemony. Looking at Africa again, the abundant materials allow them to eat, drink, sing, and dance without worrying about survival. Their lives have remained almost unchanged for millions of years. Whether they admit it or not, wizards are all following the same path as Uncle Black, intentionally or unintentionally. The magic of magic also gave rise to abundant products, and people had no worries about eating and drinking and enjoyed it. They laughed and watched those muggles who had gone through hardship step by step using their wisdom and technology to conquer the world. The moment they were exposed, they faced the boss with the player's health bar. Is that dangerous? Is that death? No, that is out-of-print equipment. That's an epic prop. Some wizards are aware of the crisis, such as Grindelwald and Dumbledore. But like all pioneers of consciousness, they were aware of the danger but had no idea where to go. Exploring aimlessly and hitting a wall. They are kindlings and flames. If they're followed by those who come after them, they can start a prairie fire by adding fuel and firewood, but once they are extinguished, it goes without saying. Just as Aurelius commented on Grindelwald. He admired Grindelwald's ambition and liked Grindelwald's crisis-filled thoughts, but he could not agree with Grindelwald's behavior. To put it bluntly, for the sake of internal fighting, Grindelwald is still stuck in the Suanio surrender to the merchants and Fengming Qishan in the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. The Yin Corp's Qilin election. It's a shame he could think of it. Sailing on the ocean is boring. This is true even if it is a magical sailing ship. Compared with the rapid technological development of muggles over the past hundreds of years, many magics of wizards still remain hundreds of thousands of years ago. Hundreds of years ago, wizards' magic ships played tricks on the muggle fleet, and even the taillights could not be seen. But now, just from New York to the first wizarding city in the Caribbean, it still takes nearly a week as it did hundreds of years ago. The first stop they're going to is called Siren, in the name of Siren. It is a coral reef island located in Cape Canaveral, east of Florida. It is the only place in all of North America that produces sirens. Strictly speaking, Siren Island is not in the Caribbean Sea, but in the Atlantic Ocean. But as the northern gateway to the Caribbean for wizards, Siren Island is naturally included. Compared to other wizarding cities in the Caribbean, Siren Island is more peaceful and orderly. Magic merchants from all over the world gather in Siren City to buy or sell items. Not everyone has the guts to venture into the Caribbean. According to the circus performance plan, they stayed on Siren Island for the longest time. In the dense, iron cage, Nagini curled up at the window, hugging her legs, and stared at the sea with her beautiful eyes. Among all the aliens, only Nagini was locked in an iron cage with a large number of magical animals. This is her punishment. About 6 years ago, Nagini transformed into a python and escaped in the middle of the night, almost biting Skander. The furious Skander threw her into an iron cage, and she had to perform in the iron cage, even if she performed. Of course, Skander's statement is that these low-level aliens always like to cause trouble. It's the same when John the Bear is chained and Nagini is put in a cage. Nagini is not a witch, or she does not understand magic. Nagini in human form is harmless to humans and animals. Her danger comes from the animal nature of the blood curse that transformed her into a giant python. Skander didn't know much about the blood-cursed orcs. He only told Aurelius when he was drunk and burping. There are 2 souls in her body. When she was a human, the animal nature of the python was constantly eroding her. When she was a python, the animal nature would only have a greater impact on her. In order to prevent her from turning into a python and hurting others when she fell asleep at night, Nagini had to rest in a special iron cage. The same goes for performing. Skander did not ban Nagini from leaving the cage, but Nagini didn't like everyone here. She didn't go out by herself and stayed alone in the cage when she wasn't performing. But as long as she didn't resist the show, Skander didn't care. It was through several similar exchanges that Aurelius realized that Skander was not that bad. He is just a rude, ordinary wizard living in this era. It is a common knowledge among wizards in this era that aliens are inferior people. Skander was also very proud to tell Aurelius that he had given these lowly people a bite to eat. At least from Skander's perspective, not only is he not bad, he is also a great good person. But in the minds of these strangers, this is not the case. Nagini longs for freedom. She was captured from the Indonesian jungle as a child. Torture, tame. Didn't take it seriously at all. It's strange that this kind of upbringing didn't make her hate the world, but it definitely couldn't stop her desire for freedom. She has never had freedom. Would you like a drink? Aurelius came over with 2 cocktails. Nagini just turned to look at him and turned back. Aurelius was not surprised either. For more than half a month, Carlos, a chatty clown I met today, obtained a lot of information about Nagini through various insinuations. He didn't mind being dirty, so he sat down on the floor a fence away from Nagini. He took a glass and took a sip. Hey, this wine tastes good. Try it. After saying that, he reached through the iron fence and sent another glass to Nagini. Nagini turned around suddenly, her beautiful eyes warning with danger. Don't be so vigilant, just a glass of wine. Aurelius reached forward and planned to put it on the platform of the window in front of her. This. Nagini's head suddenly turned into a huge snake head. The bloody mouth revealed 4 fangs, and the forked snake letter almost reached Aurelius's arm. Just looking at it makes me want to talk. Aurelius's arm instantly turned into silence and dispersed, and Nagini bit into the empty space with a loud noise, which probably made her teeth hurt from the shock. Don't bite, just calm down. The dissipated arm seemed to turn into rubber and circled Nagini's mouth twice, and finally made a gesture on Nagini's closed mouth. Nagini was stunned for a moment. As soon as he became angry, Aurelius withdrew his arm, and the cocktail was already placed in front of Nagini. Nagini regained her human face, her brows full of anger. Are you humiliating me? Don't say it so harshly. Didn't you want to bite me first? I gave you a drink with good intentions, and you still bite me. If you want to humiliate me, are you also humiliating me? Aurelius smiled and took another sip. Nagini's chest heaved, and she suddenly grabbed the wine glass and poured it into her mouth. Then she slapped the wine glass on the windowsill. The action was very cool, but she coughed a few times in a bit of embarrassment. She choked. How can anyone drink like this? Aurelius couldn't help but laugh. Seeing the wine getting stronger, Nagini's pretty fair face was covered with red clouds along her neck. Ahem. Okay, I thank you, you can go. Ahem. Nagini coughed. It could be seen that Nagini seemed to have never drank before. Her eyes quickly became blurry, and she became tipsy after just one cocktail. Aurelius didn't persist. He smiled and said, "Appropriate alcohol can make people relax. Don't be too tense. Have a good dream at night, dash." After saying that, he picked up his wine glass and said, after drinking it all and waving his hand, Nagini's wine glass flew out of the cage. One in each hand, he slowly left while humming an unknown tune. Nagini looked at Aurelius's back. She didn't know what the newcomer wanted to do. Nagini knew it. Although she had never been free, she had seen all kinds of men, and she also knew that her face was beautiful. But the way Aurelius looked at her was different from those full of pure desire. No matter how you see it, although the blood curse is a curse, it also gives Nagini beast-like intuition. Especially the brief confrontation just now, the flash of danger made Nagini very concerned. A good start, dash. Aurelius was in a good mood. There's an art to striking up a conversation, and unfortunately, Aurelius doesn't understand art. In his previous life, he spent most of his time in a hospital bed. In his previous life, he was a dull man who couldn't be beaten with 3 sticks. But there is no way. What he wants to do requires him to communicate. Some of his ideas must be implemented with Nagini's active cooperation. He deliberately showed off his differences to make Nagini discover and become suspicious. This will provide a good opportunity for their next contact. Haste makes waste, and Aurelius did not quickly prepare for the next conversation. He had to let Nagini react for a while. "Hey man, that beautiful snake is not easy to mess with." Carlos looked at Aurelius teasingly. It was fine in the first 2 years. She could take the initiative to control it, but now if something goes wrong, it will turn into a big thing more than 10 feet long. Aurelius smiled. "I've heard of the blood-cursed orcs, and I'm a little curious. It's normal. You had just graduated at your age and are very curious about everything. If you could stay in the group for 3 or 5 years, you wouldn't be like this." Carlos looked like he had been through this before. He wanted to hug Aurelius's shoulder, but his height meant that he could only pat Aurelius on the back. "Oh, have you seen many blood-cursed orcs?" Aurelius asked, pretending to be casual. "Well, dozens of them. That's a big family. In Egypt, they run a zoo. You know the zoo, right? A Muggle thing. They just use a bunch of iron cages to lock up the animals for people to visit." It sounded a bit like our circus. Aurelius pretended to be a newbie. It's still different. The circus is a performance. Carlos said happily. It's more like an animal enclosure for people to watch. But that family is very similar to our group because the animals there are all his grandparents, father, mother, 7 aunts, and 8 aunts. Carlos couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. Aurelius couldn't help but frown. Is this funny? A blood curse is a curse that can be passed down through blood. It is generally inherited through paternal or maternal lineage. In other words, either boys will suffer from blood curses or girls will. It is rare for children of both sexes to be born with blood curses. Nagini is inherited from the maternal line. Astoria, the future drag queen's wife, also suffers from a blood curse. But please be careful. Many people think that Astoria is also a blood-cursed orc, but it is not. Blood curse is a very broad concept, namely blood curse. Blood curse orcs are just one type of blood curse. Not all blood curses turn the cursed into beasts. But since they are both blood curses, they have something in common. For example, the gender inheritance just mentioned. If it is a maternal blood curse, then the boys in the family will not be cursed. And Carlos said that the blood-cursed orc family he saw in Egypt was not divided into men and women. The most outrageous thing is mom, dad, and grandpa and grandma. Are these combinations related by blood? The only possibility that Aurelius could think of was that a certain generation of their family was the combination of 2 blood-cursed orcs, and they happened to inherit 2 blood-cursed beasts. This resulted in no survivors in the entire family, and his parents, grandparents, and grandparents were all families composed of blood-cursed orcs. Only in this way can the situation Carlos mentioned happen. What is the probability? This is no longer a small probability, and this is the end of the Goose Factory lottery. But what they drew was the misfortune of misfortunes, the disaster of disasters. To be honest, if I had given it to me, I wouldn't be able to survive long ago. But that guy is actually quite optimistic. Carlos sighed. He and his family opened a zoo, made money, and then found ways to exchange it. He had found countless people and spent a lot of money in the hope that the blood curse can be broken. However, there is no hope of lifting the blood curse, and many people have been deceived. To be honest, I really admire that guy. Aurelius nodded. He was also impressed. This is simply a magical version of the Shawshank Redemption. What's his name? Aurelius asked. Abdelaziz, what? Are you still planning to meet him? Carlos looked at Aurelius in surprise. Then I advise you not to bother. It's been several years. I'm afraid that guy no longer knows who he is. That's not true. I want to write a travel diary to record everything I see and hear along the way. Maybe it could be published one day in the future. Aurelius retorted immediately, joking and laughing. The son prevaricates. But in fact, he had already remembered that name in his heart. Egypt is also a place with a strong mythical meaning in legends. In this magical world, it might be even more different. He would have to go there sooner or later. Carlos didn't chat with Aurelius for too long. As a clown, he was very relaxed when he wasn't performing. He was already an old man in this industry. Performance was already a common thing for him. He only needed to practice basic skills to maintain his condition. Good. But Aurelius didn't have that much time. He was being trained by Skander as an animal trainer. This was not the self-proclaimed preparatory trainer that Egg was before, but Skander was really teaching him. Although Aurelius didn't like Skander's little thing very much, it was just 1 or 3 axes, 1 dozen, 2 dozen, and 3 sweet dates. This is exactly what Muggle animal trainers did in this era. There is no display of the wizard's abilities at all. Let a wizard train magical animals the same way Muggles deal with ordinary beasts. Aurelius was not very optimistic. Including Zwuwu, almost all the magical animals in the circus are scarred. But the effect of the program is very average. The magical beasts are resisting. Aurelius, who has observed Newt, an expert on magical animals, for a long time has a strong say. In his opinion, Newt's magical animals are much more spiritual and obedient, and are not like circus animals at all. As a trainer, Newt is much stronger than Skander, and he happened to have Newt's secret book in his hand, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. The book describes the characteristics, advantages, and disadvantages of a large number of magical animals, as well as coping techniques and escape methods. This is much more effective than Skander's 3 axes. As an animal trainer, you must have a good relationship with his partner. Thanks to his fellow countrymen, Aurelius's partner is Zwuwu. Skander is not a devil. Zwuwu's injury has not recovered yet, and he will not let Aurelius train now. This gave Aurelius a long time to cultivate a relationship with Zwuwu in his own way. In his previous life, he loved cats and had always wanted to raise a lion cat. Unfortunately, he was ill and could not fulfill his dream when he arrived. Now, who can say no to a cat as big as an elephant? We already have Zwuwu, who still cares about that cowardly lion cat. Legilimency. Aurelius put down his wand and frowned at a fat mouse in the cage. Can't you? Legilimency is much more difficult than imagined. No wonder legilimency can be pulled off as a profession on its own. Aurelius didn't know whether legilimency could only target people or whether he really didn't succeed, and he couldn't detect any thoughts of the mouse. But he tends to think he hasn't learned it yet. It's really weird. I completed the 7-year course in less than half a year. It's just a magic spell. I haven't had a clue for several days. Is this reasonable? Aurelius was puzzled. He felt that he should be gifted with legilimency. When Obscurus went on a rampage for the last time, he had unintentionally read Mary's memory. Even if it wasn't legilimency, it should be a similar memory-reading magic. Aurelius valued legilimency very much. After completing his normal student studies, Aurelius selected a series of spells that he valued and marked them as must-learn, including but not limited to dangerous but useful black magic, such as the Death Curse, the Soul-Seizing Curse, and the Fire Curse. Legilimency is one of them. The powerful power gave Aurelius the confidence to overturn the table at any time, But if he wanted to control the rules, he could not break them wantonly. It's easy to break the rules, but hard to rebuild them. In this case, legilimency, which can see through people's minds, becomes very important. Aurelius shook his head and couldn't think of anything, so he might as well ask an expert for advice. He took out a full-length mirror as high as a person from the suitcase given to him by Skander. It was very beautiful and had a pattern on the frame. Mysterious yet beautiful lines and carvings. "Queenie, are you there?" Aurelius called softly to the mirror. Soon, the mirror surface was like a small stone thrown into the calm lake surface, causing ripples. Queenie's image in her pajamas emerged from the mirror. The double-sided mirror is a magical prop invented by an alchemist hundreds of years ago. It consists of two mirrors. By calling the holder of the other mirror through the mirror, an image can be formed, achieving the effect of a video call in the past life. This is a very precious magic prop. There are only a few existing ones, and the production method has been lost. But by chance, Queenie knew the whereabouts of a pair of double-sided mirrors, which were found by Aurelius, who used them to contact Queenie and control New York remotely. "Is something wrong?" Aurelius. Queenie asked. "Legilimency, can it only be used on people?" Aurelius asked his question directly. "Of course, I think the description in the textbook is very clear. Use magic to study other people's multi-layered thoughts to make correct interpretations." Queenie nodded. Aurelius frowned. He didn't think so. Cats and leopards also have legilimens abilities. How many people can they meet? If it can only affect people, then cat-leopard's ability is purely a dragon-slaying technique, which can be seen and used but has no place to use. This is unreasonable. The legilimency ability of the cat-leopard must be used for hunting and avoiding natural enemies. Cat-leopard can do it, so why can't the legilimency spell work? "Queenie, teach me." As a natural legilimency master, Queenie learned legilimency without a teacher. Although she wasted her talent somewhat, it was enough to teach Aurelius. After some verification, Aurelius confirmed that he had learned legilimency, but he still could not read the mouse's memory. "Is it true that you can't read it?" "Impossible. The reason why I can't read Obscurus is that it has no memory at all. As a mammal, mice cannot have no memory. If you have memory, why can't you read it? If you can't read it, it means your understanding of legilimency is not in place yet. Being a rabbit is stubborn. If you can't kill your opponent, it must be because your firepower isn't strong enough or fierce enough." Aurelius became obsessed with legilimency. He also has a purpose for studying legilimency, not just to be able to read people's minds. He also wanted to use this magical property to be able to communicate with magical animals. This was not a joke, but he really thought it was possible. Legilimency can read memories or construct false memories. Aurelius remembered that in the future, Voldemort used legilimency to convey to Harry Potter an illusion that his godfather was in the Department of Mysteries. The essence of communication is the exchange of information. Legilimency can read and send information, so why is it not considered communication? It's still the highest level of divine friendship. Many misunderstandings are caused by the inability to communicate. If he could communicate with magical animals, he might be able to control them in some simple way. Well, there is no doubt that they refer to Zwowu and the Phoenix that has not yet arrived. However, this is still a waste of time and cannot be rushed. Fortunately, drifting on the sea, Aurelius had plenty of time. He maintained a good work and rest habit. In addition to sleeping and eating, he spent the whole day in the animal enclosure with Zwowu, and he practiced magic spells by the way. The big cat Zwowu's injury on his leg healed a lot, and his energy level also recovered. And then he started to act mean. This small iron cage became its amusement park, jumping up and down. And from time to time, when Aurelius was practicing seriously, he suddenly jumped out from behind, opened his mouth, stood upright, flapped his two paws, and then jumped up and down before Aurelius got angry. He ran away again. Cute and cheap. It's just a poor mouse in a small cage. Not only does it have to be targeted by Aurelius every day, but it also has to face a giant cat in fear. Aurelius was not frightened by Zwowu's several pranks. Instead, the mouse was so frightened that it collapsed on the ground, like a cucumber strip. Mouse. Who knows about my family? Aurelius kept waving his magic wand at the mouse, causing it to jump up and down mischievously. All this was watched by Nagini in an iron cage not far away. Ever since that cocktail, Nagini had been wary of Aurelius. Not only has that dangerous feeling not been forgotten over time, but it has become increasingly clear and ingrained in my mind as I continue to recall and think about it. Aurelius was right next to him. How could Nagini resist observing him? Nagini hid it well, and she didn't think Aurelius found out. But Nagini was naive. How could she know how powerful magic is without ever learning magic? What ability does something like M.O. Ran have that she has never heard of? Nagini peered at him. He had always known that this was what he wanted. You are practicing magic? Nagini couldn't hold it back after all. Of course, magic is vast and profound. How can you be lazy if you want to explore the true meaning of magic? Aurelius nodded. He dared to practice legilimency in front of Nagini, which must be said to be very bold. The best way to defend yourself against legilimency is if you know he knows legilimency. Concealment when casting spells is a feature of legilimency, but it would be much better if you were prepared in advance. But Nagini didn't know legilimency, and Aurelius didn't shout the spell out loud. So he wasn't worried. Are you not a wizard? Nagini fell silent again after asking. Aurelius would not let go of this opportunity, so he asked casually, I was arrested when I was 9 years old. Do you think I have a chance to go to school? Nagini looked at the dark ceiling and laughed to herself. Aurelius glanced at her. This is not good. I must say you're lucky. Lucky? Being imprisoned, being abused, having to face those eyes, and facing a future where you have to become a monster. You call this luck. Nagini looked at him sarcastically. Aurelius didn't care, but nodded again. Of course, luck depends on the comparison. The blood curse is unfortunate, but at least you are still alive. If you suppress your magic power unconsciously, you will become a more terrifying monster and more painful. Nagini snorted. I don't think anything could be worse than this. Moran Dash. What? A monster born from repressed magic power. It will continue to devour the host. Everything. Spirit, vitality. You have to face its bewitchment and torture all the time, suppress it, and control it. Aurelius looked far away. But as you get older, it will become harder and harder to control you. The pain will increase day by day, and you will not be able to sleep, because once you fall asleep, you will turn into a demon. Eventually, usually around the age of 10, you will be completely unable to control the Obscurus. The Obscurus. It will break out of the body, just like the soundless bird that sings the most beautiful voice in its life before dying. Obscurus will cause the most terrible disaster and damage, and then drag the host to die together in the ultimate disaster. Nagini opened her mouth wide. This, captivity, abuse, and being unable to go to school are factors that can easily induce Obscurus. You don't have it, so you are lucky. Aurelius returned to smiling. Nagini shook her head and laughed at herself. Thinking about it this way, I seem to be very lucky. But she looked at Aurelius again. Only if what you say is true. What's worth lying to you about? Obscuras were very common hundreds of years ago. Too many wizards were persecuted, which led some wizards to deliberately suppress their magic power and generate obscures. Aurelius smiled. Nagini seemed to have caught the loophole in Aurelius's rhetoric. Hundreds of years ago? Does that mean it's rare now? It could be said that hundreds of years ago, silence occurred frequently, because muggles and wizards hated each other, and various persecution of wizards led to all this. However, now, because of the Secrecy Act, wizards and muggles rarely come into contact. Obscurus will naturally become less common. Then how do you know so much? Nagini asked. Aurelius seemed stunned, and he didn't speak again. Nagini looked at him, suspicion rising in her eyes. After a long time, Aurelius chuckled. There's nothing that can't be said. He looked at Nagini, and his arms slowly dissipated like ashes burned by flames, and turned into a hand-shaped wave. Black mist, this is Obscurus. Exclamation point. Nagini's eyes widened. Here we come. It's that dangerous feeling again. You are? Obscurus. Aurelius shook his head. In fact, those who are parasitized by the Obscurus should be called the Obscurus. His arm returned to its original shape. This is impossible. You just said that those who were sent by Obscurus will not live until the age of 10. Nagini shouted at the top of her voice. I said, usually, but as far as I know, apart from me, no Obscurus has lived to be 10 years old. Aurelius smiled, looking very proud of himself. It took Nagini a long time to accept this information. She asked why. Why did you tell me? We all have an unfortunate life. You were born with a blood curse, and you're destined to completely forget that you were a human being one day in the future and spend the rest of your life as a snake. I have had no parents since I was a child and was abused and whipped by my adoptees, and even because of this it gave birth to Obscurus. Nagini, I can relate to your experience. Aurelius showed his palm to Nagini. Scars are intertwined and covered all over the palm, which is the best proof of the tragic past. That's why I can be kind to you. Nagini closed her eyes and felt empathy, which is a superpower of human beings, especially kind girls. This is why Aurelius revealed his identity as the Obscurus. But at the same time, Aurelius knew very well what it meant to go too far. He quickly changed the subject. I'm not worried that you will tell others. No one will believe you if you say it. Because the Obscurus can't live to be 10 years old. Nagini is also a smart girl. Yes, smart girl. Aurelius stretched out his hand. Nice to meet you, beautiful girl. My name is Aurelius. Nagini hesitated for a moment, smiled sweetly, and gently held the hand extended by Aurelius. I'm also very happy to meet you, the boy who loves to lie. Nagini. Why do I lie so much? Everything I say is true. Aurelius cried out. You lied to Skander that you were a graduate of Ilvermorny. You must have never gone to school, right? Aurelius. At dinner time, Aurelius was about to go to eat, but was stopped by Skander. What? Aurelius walked over, and Skander held his shoulders and whispered, Hey, young man, I know that you are full of blood at your age, but some women cannot be touched. Question mark. Aurelius replied with a question mark face. Skander looked at his expression, smiled, and gave him a shoulder bump. That girl is very upright, but she is also very dangerous. You mean the blood-cursed orcs? Skander nodded. She is almost finished. What's the meaning? She came to the circus when she was 9 years old. I watch her grow up. No one knows her situation better than me. Skander patted Aurelius on the shoulder and motioned for him to sit down. When she was young, about 11 or 12 years old, she would only turn into a snake when she was frightened. But do you know that now she will unknowingly turn into a snake whenever she falls asleep? I really don't know this, but why are you telling me this? Well, I don't have that intention. I have been collecting materials. Didn't I tell you? What? Aurelius smiled and said, I plan to spend 3 years traveling, and then I will write a travel diary about my experiences in the past 3 years. Blood-cursed orcs are rare. I am just collecting materials. Skander said unexpectedly. You mean you don't plan to work for a long time? He was a little disappointed. He still wanted to keep Aurelius. That Zowu is very close to him, and the trainer who trains a Zowu is unique. I haven't thought about what I want to do in the future. Finding future career plans is also one of the purposes of traveling. Aurelius shrugged. This relieved Skander. He laughed loudly and patted Aurelius on the shoulder. Listen up, boy. You and I are the same kind of people. We both hate following the rules, eating in the same place, and waiting to die. Believe me, there is nothing worse than the circus. You can experience a different scenery. You will only get bored of the endless running and traveling. After saying that, Skander laughed and left. Aurelius frowned slightly and said to himself in an inaudible voice, Should I buy a thick and dark book first? Aurelius lay in bed for several years in his previous life. He hated that kind of life. As Skander said, that kind of life was following the rules, living in the same place, and eating and waiting to die. This is one of the reasons why Aurelius has been keen on causing trouble after time travel. Of course, the pressure of survival is the main reason. However, the depressed mood in the previous life rebounded due to pressure, and whether he admitted it or not, he was more or less affected by Obscurus. This influence was emotional, and then fed back to the change in personality. Aurelius did not expect that in less than a month, and without such frequent contact, Skander could see Aurelius' hidden character. He is pretending. He's undercover. Being able to be discovered in this way is enough to show that his acting skills are insufficient and that he reveals some of his personality traits in daily life. Skander, who travels around and meets countless people, can easily see it. This is a given. How old is Aurelius? He is only a young man in his 20s who has been lying in the ward for so many years. In terms of social experience, he is no different from those freshly graduated college students. Otherwise, how could he appear innocent in front of Grindelwald so easily? With the profit of plot, Aurelius deceived Grindelwald several times. Makes him feel a little elated. If you think about it carefully, Grindelwald is really not difficult to deceive. He is so arrogant. Except for Dumbledore, no one took notice of him. If you underestimate your enemy, you will suffer serious consequences. Dumbledore also had a deep understanding of the character of his old lover, so he tried to lure Newt Scamander, who seemed inconspicuous in society but was actually a talent, to New York. Obviously, in terms of looking at people, Grindelwald is far inferior to an inconspicuous little character like Skander. Young, Aurelius thought to himself, this is not a shortcoming, especially not at Aurelius's age. With a physical age of 19, it would be inappropriate to really look like an old monster. But now that he is aware of it, he needs to learn from experience. The thing he wants to do is huge, and he must equip himself with the corresponding abilities and characteristics. In order to be a general, you must first treat your heart. Mount High collapses in front, but remains unchanged. Elk thrives on the left, but does not blink. Then you can control your interests and wait for the enemy. He needs to learn to be a leader. Whether he can lead well is one thing. He can at least learn how to look like a leader first. The magic ship has been floating on the sea for a week, and its destination is coming. The fog is coming. Are you Magnia? Guys, move. Siren City is coming. Skander clapped his hands. Aurelius also stood on the plywood, watching the heavy fog ahead with interest. These are not ordinary mist. They should be a kind of magic mist. Why are you standing there? Let's go. Carlos patted Aurelius on the waist. Walk. Go back to the cabin. This fog is not that easy to wear. Carlos smiled. Aurelius was puzzled, but as the saying goes, listen to others and eat until you are full. Everyone else was preparing to return to the cabin. There must be some problem with the fog that Aurelius didn't know about. La la la, dash. Skander closed the hatch, and soon, bursts of melodious singing came into his ears. Aurelius immediately understood the reason. Sirens. Siren is another name for mermaid, described in Newt's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. This is a magical creature that is half human and half animal. They possess intelligence and civilization. They are actually a kind of subhuman, but the mermaids in most areas refuse to be human. Mermaid populations can be found in oceans and some lakes around the world. But this also resulted in the formation of various subspecies. Generally speaking, the colder the living environment, the uglier the mermaid looks, based on human aesthetics. The Caribbean Sea is a tropical sea, and the mermaids here are more in line with the appearance of Muggle legends, a beautiful woman with an upper body and a fishtail on a lower body. These mermaids live in the coral reefs near Siren Island. The first person to discover this place was a Greek wizard, so the name Siren was adopted. Wizards do not have a classification system such as order, family, genus, and species, but various species do have kinship relationships. A squid is a cross between a manicore and a fire crab, but the three look very different. 9 out of 10 people can't tell the difference between a griffin and a hippogriff, but they are indeed two magical animals. In this case, the family, genera, and species of the order phylum are not applicable. The same goes for various merfolk. For example, the sirens of Siren Island, the Asian mermaids, and the mermaids in the Black Lake are all classified as mermaids, but in fact there are too many differences. Siren people have sweet songs but vicious hearts. Their song was very beautiful in the water, just as Aurelius heard it now. But if the sirens were pulled ashore, Their screams would pierce the ears, literally pierce them. At the same time, the singing of sirens can also be regarded as the magic of mermaids. They can use their singing to seduce people's hearts, control them unknowingly, approach them, obey them, and are willing to do anything for them. It's a bit like a soul-stealing curse, but more like a love potion. Love of music is the hobby of most mermaids, but only the sirens' singing has such an effect. Sirens use their songs to lure sailors into the sea. Legend has it that the siren would tempt sailors to crash the ship into a reef, and the people on board would become the siren's food. But this is not right. The siren's diet did not include humans. There's only one reason why the sirens attack humans. Humans set foot on the siren's territory. In other words, in the eyes of the sirens, they kill people to protect their country. But as the times continued to develop, humans spread their footsteps to the entire world with larger and harder ships. Incidents of sirens attacking humans have become increasingly rare. On the one hand, there are fewer and fewer sirens. There are only some sporadic siren villages and a few large gathering places in the world. On the other hand, it can be said that the sirens were defeated and they chose to cede territory close to sea level. These songs are really nice. Carlo squinted and shook his head in enjoyment. He glanced at Aurelius and said with relief, "Don't worry, the ship has isolated the magic. We can enjoy the beauty of the songs, but not bewitched. I'm not worried about this. I want to ask, why did the sirens attack us?" "Oh, this is not an attack. It's a routine inspection." Aurelius was puzzled. He had read Newt's masterpiece and had a certain understanding of mermaids. But the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them recorded 72 magical animals. There was no scientific classification, and each animal could only be roughly recorded. At least Newt wouldn't be able to record the details of dozens of merfolk in a book. The Siren Island and the surrounding Siren Agreement. The wizard creates fog to protect the sirens, and the sirens sing in the foggy sea every day. Only those who know how to avoid and have magic ships can pass through to avoid the intoxication caused by the large number of caravans. Attention melon. It has attracted the attention of muggles. Aurelius couldn't help complaining in his heart. Siren Island is located in eastern Florida near Cape Canaveral. And this place is the Bermuda Triangle, known as the Devil's Triangle. Of course, at this point in time, the legend of the Devil's Triangle is only spread among sailors. After 20 or 30 years, when a large number of aircraft disappear here, the name of the Devil's Triangle will be resounding throughout the world. Countless explorers have risked their lives to get a glimpse of the truth. Around noon, the sirens singing in my ears gradually faded away. A city standing among the waves slowly emerged at the end of the skyline. It's so majestic. Aurelius couldn't help but admired. Maybe it's the humid environment, as the construction reefs are full of moisture, causing the entire city to have a darker tone. The towering buildings rising crookedly into the sky are very wizard-like. The houses built one after another look like a forest of strange rocks in the sea from a distance, and suspended wooden bridges connect the entire city. Getting closer, there are more ships around. Skander even saw old acquaintances communicating in the sky by shooting words from their wands. Strange marine magical animals chased the blue waves. The huge octopus arms easily penetrated the sea surface. The shark that ruled the world outside was not even as big as its eyeballs. It was smashed hard, and all kinds of meat and bones were caught, entangled and swallowed by the arms and legs. Teams of sirens riding giant manta rays leaped out of the water, holding weapons made of shells and conches. The handsome men and beautiful women were no weaker than Nagin. Only their cold eyes and conspicuous colorful fishtails told those LSPs that this was not a Victoria's Secret scene. They are the guards of the sirens and are also used as mercenary coast guards. They will escort every ship that comes to Siren, but don't think it's free. The tax collector at the city gate will make you accept the foresail. The gate to Siren City appears. It was a huge arched building with a base covered with oysters. Drifting marine, kelp-like plants protruded from the water, standing upright and swaying in the wind around the gate. Two huge siren statues guarded one on the left and one on the right. The gate to Siren City. Aurelius couldn't believe that there was such a majestic wizarding complex in this world. A wizard who wants to hide in a ditch and become a rat cannot create wonders. At least Aurelius could not imagine such wizarding cities and sea wonders appearing in Harry Potter. Only ancient wizards who have no scruples would think of building such a city, right? Aurelius sighed. Welcome to the Siren Boy. Skander laughed, the wand in his hand glowing brightly, driving the ship to speed up. The majestic gate is close at hand, and many ships are queuing here. Aurelius was confused. There's sea water everywhere here. Why do we have to go through the door? His doubts were soon clarified. After Skander sent away the annoying tax collector, the entire ship seemed to have caught the ocean current and boarded the highway, traveling quickly and flexibly through every waterway in Siren City. Siren City is a bit like Venice. Vehicles are useless here, and a magic ship is the best means of transportation. Although these waterways are not wide, and some are even very narrow, Aurelius can touch the surrounding reef walls by raising his hand. But it doesn't feel crowded. The prosperity of Siren City is only for the wizards. The total number of wizards in the world is only 1 million, and the residents of Siren City are only a few thousand. In addition, there are no more than 10,000 people making a living here. In Aurelius' previous life, any larger village had more than 10,000 people. How many ships can there be? Looking at the siren from a distance, it was a spectacle which aroused Aurelius' imagination. But when he really approached this sea city, he felt a strong sense of dilapidation and decay. People with sallow faces, thin muscles, and malicious eyes squatted on the small docks where the wooden boards were broken and moldy. Most of them are shirtless and have a lot of scars on their bodies. In their hands or beside them, they have a strange semicircular tool like a sickle. Behind the handle, there is usually a coil of rope. This is the Siren's lower city. Suppress your curiosity and don't run around here. Skander warned Aurelius. The people here are all truly vicious people. They have drug addicts. There are murderers and wanted pirates. These people will do anything for money. Any stranger who walks in here will become their prey. They will kill you and take everything from you, including your naked body. If you are devoured by the ghouls here, your bones will be stewed in soup and sold. Damn it, so cruel? I have a question. What is a ghoul? A ghoul? No, it's people. Carlos interrupted. They are not human beings. Skander corrected. They are cultists who sacrifice their souls to the devil of the deep sea. They believe in a legendary deep sea devil called Kraken and feed the beauties of the deep sea with their own flesh and blood. These half-human, half-ghost these guys are terrible. They want to eat human corpses constantly. They think this will make them grow flesh and blood faster. It's really disgusting. These people are crazy. Most of them don't have much money. They hang out in the lower city. Only here is a steady stream of corpses for them, and these scum of the lower city are willing to have someone help them dispose of the corpses. In this way, the ghoul has become a part of the lower city. Aurelius frowned. The situation in Siren City was indeed a bit beyond his imagination. It's not an exaggeration to call such a place a hell on earth. I can't believe that Siren City is the safest and most orderly one among the 9 cities in the Caribbean. Pass through the gloomy lower city and follow the magical ocean current through the towering buildings. Looking up, skyscrapers with twisted and weird shapes tower into the sky. It was really towering into the clouds. Aurelius could really see that the clouds were right in the middle of these skyscrapers, and they were even layered. The strange thing is that those clouds seem to be faintly bound, a bit like the channel they are traveling on. Is it a map? So creative. Huh? What does it smell like? Aurelius twitched his nose. Blood. Skander smelled it and replied, It's the blood of Leviathan. It looks like a big guy. Leviathan, a kind of magical animal in the deep sea, very big. I saw one 30 years ago. It was more than 160 feet, like a mountain. Skander recalled the past. The Siren has some fleets specialized in this business. They hunt Leviathan and drag it back to the city for dismemberment. Did you see the hooks and sickles in the hands of those lowly people? That is a tool for dismembering huge sea beasts. Although Leviathan is full of treasures, dismemberment is a tiring and hard work. No one except these low-class people is willing to do this work. As if to confirm Skander's words, Aurelius saw a crowd gathering in front of a dock. They held their hooks and sickles high, and they were very excited, as if they were about to fight. But on a high stool, a man dressed like a dog was surrounded by several sailors. He was pointing at the crowd, casually like he was picking animals. The chosen one raised his hands and cheered as if he had won the lottery, running out of the crowd and standing on the other side. Tisk tisk, it's so hard to live. Aurelius glanced at the sarcastic Squib, shrunk his neck, and became silent. Squib is not a stranger, let alone a wizard. In a world of extraordinary power, they are powerless, timid, and bullying others, which is the state of most Squibs. While they were jealous of wizards, they were also afraid of wizards, but they were unwilling to let them leave the magical world and become honest muggles. This is a group of tangled people living in such a tangled manner in the magic world. Why not use magic? Magic? Huh. Not only Leviathan's skin, but also its internal organs have magic resistance comparable to that of a giant dragon. What kind of magic can dismember it? Will someone who can dismember it come to dismember Leviathan? Skander said to Ori earnestly. Liu said, the sea is extremely vast, and the earth is wrapped in it. The sea has given birth to countless dangerous creatures, and we know only the tip of the iceberg. Do you know the classification of Leviathan? Aurelius shook his head. It's okay if you don't know. There is no classification. No one knows how to classify Leviathan. The soaring dragon is the master of the sky and the earth, and is considered by everyone to be a powerful symbol. But do you know? There are records. A Leviathan shot down a Hesidian black dragon on the east coast of the Atlantic Ocean with just a splash of water, and then one bite, just one bite, was as easy as eating a wonderful cake. Skander made a comparison that Styx hated. Gesture, and then spread his palms. Do you think it is appropriate to rank Leviathan and Fire Dragon at the XXXXX level? Aurelius squinted his eyes. The Fire Dragon was undoubtedly powerful. It was so powerful that no one in the world except a few people could defeat a giant dragon alone. So, wizards are still the strongest. We even have a fleet dedicated to hunting Leviathan. Aurelius said, then you must be wrong. The Leviathan hunting team must have at least 50 professional hunters and 10 good magic ships. Otherwise, why would the materials on Leviathan be so precious? Skander explained, and with the Fire Dragon similarly, there are many Leviathans, and not every kind of Leviathan is that powerful. Siren Island mainly hunts the Western Atlantic Leviathan, which is only about 60 feet in size and travels in groups. It is the main source of Leviathan materials. As for what I just said, it is the Sea King Leviathan, the real master of this sea. It is said that it is the guardian of Atlantis, but except for that little record in history, no one has ever seen it again, and many people think it is a legend. Me too. Aurelius really found Skander very charming. Although this rude, bearded man looked gangster, his decades of experience made him like a pot of aged wine. He had heard and seen too many stories. Every story seemed like an epic to Aurelius. A dream. Okay, boy, story time is over. We're about to go to heaven. What? Heaven? Aurelius was stunned. He followed the guidance and saw 4 marble pillars as white as jade rooted in the open water ahead. At first glance, it looks like a work of man-made work. No matter how miraculous nature is, it is impossible for the marble to stand up abruptly in a reef. A boat sailed right into the middle of the 4 pillars. Woo! Inexplicably, the ship began to spiral 360 degrees into the sky until it disappeared into the clouds. Aurelius was stunned for a moment. Sit tight. Nausea. Very disgusting. Even though he was mentally prepared, Aurelius almost couldn't hold back the retching. Hey. What's going on with you, young man? You can't. Haven't you taken the apparition license test? Carlos looked at Aurelius in surprise. Everyone is fine except Aurelius. No, I didn't. I was afraid of fainting, Aurelius said, resisting the desire to vomit. Fisk, TSK, you're in trouble. You can't use apparition, flu powder, port keys, all modes of transportation. No wonder you want to join the group. No wonder you have to travel around the world for 3 years. Carlos said, gloating and joking on the sidelines. I must. Aurelius raised his head and was shocked before he finished speaking. What did he see? The boat is flying in the sky. No, it's swimming in the clouds. These snow-white clouds are like water in the sea, gently lifting the boat. Looking from left to right, you can see that there are more exquisite buildings than the lower city. Various shells and conches have become the building materials of these buildings. Swaying kelp plants and colorful fish float around with colorful bubbles, swimming slowly. For a moment, Aurelius couldn't tell whether this was the sky or the bottom of the sea. Only then did he realize why the place he visited before was called Lower City. La la la, ah dash. Like the sirens singing heard in the foggy sea, a statue of the sirens dances in the fountain. A huge sign is suspended above the statue, Fishman Pier.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.